Like, subscribe and share fanfiction. Chapter 80. Wandai Cheng asked very skillfully, "You must be very tired, Chibashira-sensei?" The same set of content needs to be explained to a few students every 20 minutes, and it needs to be explained continuously for 4 hours. In such a low-efficiency situation, why not gather everyone together and explain it like a special test on an uninhabited island, or explain it according to the class? Wouldn't it be much more efficient? Facing Wandai Cheng's question, Chibashira's expression didn't change much. She still had that cold look. I don't know if it was originally a cold and arrogant character, or if there was a secret in this special test. This is an arrangement by the school, and naturally there is a consideration by the school. The reason why you don't have too many doubts about the rules of this special test is because the three of you have excellent analytical and comprehension abilities. But there are some students who can't keep pace with you in this regard, understand? Then this way of separating and gathering a few people is needed for private detailed explanations. In this way, when they don't understand, they can ask as many questions as possible, and they can get as detailed an answer as possible. Sheena seemed to be in a daze, not knowing whether he was listening or not, and didn't respond at all, while Wandai Cheng and Ryuan smiled contemptuously at the same time. Long Yuan couldn't accept this kind of funny reason at this meeting. "Hey, stop joking, even in Class D at the back of your crane, there are many students who can't understand the detailed rules. There are other efficient ways. For example, according to what Bandai said, according to the class, you, the class leader, bring everyone in Class D together, and if they have any questions, they will raise their hands and you will answer. This efficiency is higher than it is now." Chibashira's eyes became even colder, and she glared at Long Yuan without any politeness. Although it is said that this special test will not deduct points for students' attitude when taking the test. But this is not the reason why you are arrogant and domineering in Long Yuan. As a teaching staff, I have the right to record your bad behavior in Long Yuan. This will have some impact on you in the future, can you understand? After scolding Long Yuan's attitude, Chibashira began to explain the arrangement again. The school arranges it like this, because there is a reason for the school. You don't understand, it is your business, don't question it. 35. If you do it your way, and the 4 classes are separated from each other, it will be difficult for the students to know directly who is the other class member in the same group as them. Long Yuan didn't care about Chazu's reprimand, and his attitude was even worse. Wandai Cheng also criticized the overly funny arrangement. Isn't this a joke? No matter how it is arranged, as long as you send the list and glance at it, you will know who is in the group with whom. It is necessary to divide the time. Location, explain one by one. 99. Chibashira-sensei was still drinking water just now, and he explained it for 4 hours in a row. He was very thirsty and tired, right? Doesn't this fully explain the school's problem? At this time, Chibashira had no time to care about Wandai Cheng's teasing about her drinking water, but put her hands on the list that was handed out earlier. "I forgot to tell you, the list can only be left here, and you can't take pictures, you can only keep it in your mind after you have seen it, and the list cannot be taken away." 5. Said to be a supplement, in fact, it is also telling Wandai Cheng and others that the reason why they are not divided into classes is because the list cannot be taken away and cannot be photographed. Let Wandai Cheng raise his eyebrows playfully. Xiao was treated with this attitude by the students, and he didn't even reprimand, but chose to protect the list first. It seems that he has already had a vague insight into the mystery of this special test. The reason for explaining without class is because the list must be kept on the side of the class guide? Is it necessary to keep the list secret? You only need to ask the whole class, and you will immediately know the list of each of the 12 groups. Therefore, it is not necessary to keep this list secret at all, but the school has this kind of rule. Isn't it just a direct hint to everyone that this group list hides a big secret? Therefore, this extremely inefficient way of explaining is actually a faint reminder to students that they must catch the group list, read and think more, and crack the secrets inside. Just when Wandai Cheng came to a conclusion, the conference room door was slammed open, a graceful figure rushed in, and he greeted him energetically, "Little Siggy, it's finally over, let's have a drink." "One drink. Keep stating the rules, and I'm dying of thirst." The three of Wandai Cheng couldn't help but look, but found that it was Class B's guide Xing's. It seemed that Xing's had finished all the instructions, officially got off work, and came to meet his best friend for a drink. Moreover, he was already so big, and he was almost like a little girl, pushing the door and rushing in. It was hard to imagine that this was done by an adult. But it was Chibashira's indifferent face and words in response to this energetic, "Star Palace, the explanation is not over yet, and how many times have I said it? Don't call me that title." Hoshinomiya was a little disappointed, but his expression was very playful, and no matter what Chibashira said, he didn't change. "Why is Xiao Sae so indifferent? We've known each other for 10 years. Flowers. And what about the presentation? It's already 9 o'clock, and it should have ended." Xiao looked like he had a headache, and didn't want to communicate more with Hoshinomiya. Who would have thought that Hoshinomiya ignored Xiao and went directly to Wandai Cheng? "Hey! Isn't this Bandai classmate?" 55. "The teacher is so sad, the contact information I left for you last time, you didn't contact the teacher once." 35. When Ryuuyuanal was watching the play, Sheena seemed to suddenly come back to his senses. Before, he didn't care about Chibashira's explanation at all. He was basically emptying his mind, and his left ear went in and his right ear came out. Now that Star Palace approached Wandai Cheng, he immediately turned his head and tightened his grip. Keep an eye on Wandai Cheng and Star Palace. Not panicking because of Hoshinomiya's playful words, Wandai Cheng made a very calm and well-founded excuse. "Teacher Hoshinomiya, last time you said that our Class C group returned from the uninhabited island. If any classmates feel uncomfortable, I will contact you, but after that meeting, all the classmates in our class are quite healthy, and there is no need to bother teacher Xing's. Hearing this was the reason, Sheena breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it wasn't the teacher-student relationship she imagined. It can only be said that if she reads too much, she can't help but think too much. Just now, when she saw that the Palace of Stars was so close to Wandai Cheng, Sheena instantly recalled several taboo stories of teachers and students that she had read. Wandai Cheng dealt with it well on the surface, but in fact, he secretly looked at Chazuo and Hoshinomiya, and he did not forget. During the special test on the uninhabited island, Class C adopted a 0-point strategy. All members except Ibuki returned. At that time, Hoshinomiya approached Wandai Cheng, and some did not chat a lot. In the end, he tried to see the poor, and faintly showed his disgust for Chibashira Sae and Class D. Wandai Cheng still has a fresh memory of such maliciousness. There must be some old grudge between Xing's and Chazu, so now seeing Xing's calling Chazu so affectionately, Wandai Cheng feels that there must be something hidden in it. Chibashira's response to the Palace of Stars was neither salty nor light, making it impossible to tell whether the relationship between the two was good or not. However, Chibashira's performance was a bit estranged, and even regardless of Xing's he left on his own, making Xing's a little surprised, but he quickly suppressed the surprise with a smile. Then Bandai classmates, and Ryuuan classmates, Sheena-san. Teacher went out to chase Xiao Sae first, you should also go back quickly. Chang. Chapter 81. After the briefing session on the special test for the preferential recipients, each class took active actions. Some classes were discussing how to cover up their own preferential recipients, and some were discussing how to catch the preferential recipients from other classes. What's more, a very small number of students are already thinking that if they become the preferential treatment, they must secretly hide from everyone in the class, strive for the second result, and get 500,000 personal points by themselves. Wouldn't it be nice? Because in this case, 500,000 can be put into personal pockets, and if the class is informed, the 500,000 may have to be confiscated. Of course, there will be a small number of students who think this way, which is also the confidence provided by the school, and the school deliberately made additional explanations in the follow-up. This special exam will only announce the results, class points, and ranking changes, but will not announce the list of candidates for preferential treatment and the results of the collection. The school even supports the payment of 947 in installments and anonymous remittances. It is equivalent to saying that the school will help you keep it secret. Once you become a favored person, just hide it well. When you get 500,000 yuan, the school can pay you in installments or transfer money anonymously, which is very reassuring to these few students. On the day when the exam officially started, when it was dawn, the students of Class C had already gathered in a coffee shop on the cruise ship. "Hey, tell me, why does Big Brother Bandai insist that we come here at 7:30? I'm so sleepy. I can't even get up. Didn't you say it in the class chat room, arranging the tactics for this special test for the preferential treatment? So we all need to come over early." It's all right. This special test has the tactics of Big Brother Bandai, it will definitely be able to pass, we can bear it for a while, and then we can go back to the cage after the meeting is over. A group of people yawned, but a few girls were quite energetic and radiant, and they got up and put on makeup at first sight, while boys were extremely sincere, and some even stared at the chicken nest head. The difference is quite obvious. A few minutes later, Wandai Cheng arrived late, and no one dared to comment. When everyone came up with coffee, chatted and took a sip, seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, Wandai Cheng made arrangements. "Come soon. Click, you hand over your phone." After one sentence went on, everyone in Class C was a little confused, and all of a sudden, they were so confused that they couldn't react. "Hand, mobile phone? Hand in? No, Big Brother Bandai, this is not very convenient, is it?" The boys are more euphemistic, and they are not very tough, and the girls do not say a word, but they are also very hesitant. A girl named Nishino is a member of Class C with outstanding athletic ability. "Bandai, I have always believed in you, because you have the strength to lead us all to obtain round after round of benefits, but a person like a mobile phone can items with a lot of privacy, I don't want to give you." 5. This is very straightforward, but it expresses the aspirations of many people. As the most inseparable item of modern people, mobile phones do not know how much personal privacy is hidden in them. How can they be easily handed over? Nishino didn't want to challenge Wandai Cheng's class authority, he was just fighting for his rights and protecting his personal privacy. Wandai Cheng has a bit of an impression of Nishino. She is a relatively lonely girl. She can't play with the girl group in Class C. She usually gets close to the boys in Class C, so she is barely familiar with it. "What are you afraid of? I need to see your privacy? I don't know what's in the girl's phone, and I don't know what's in the boy's phone. Ishizaki, there are so many cavalry in your phone, what did I say?" Ishizaki blushed suddenly, stood up, and danced quickly. No. Bandai, Big Brother Bandai. I am, no. As soon as these words came out, Ishizaki was embarrassed, and the boys in the class laughed and laughed. "Ishizaki, tonight I will go to your dormitory to find you, share good things together." "That's right, Ishizaki, don't be afraid, isn't it just a few movies, tonight I'll show you my treasured infantry, absolutely classic." "It's all right. Wandai Cheng tapped the second knuckle of his index finger on the dining table, interrupting the boys' commotion. "Hand over your phone, I don't care about your privacy, I just read the school's preferential text messages, and I read it. Just delete. 35. Every one of you, except for Long Yuan, the rest of you may be seen as preferential treatment by other classes. Instead of giving points to the rest of the classes, I might as well delete them all, so that you don't know whether you are a preferential treatment or not, this is the only way to be safe." After understanding Wandai Cheng's tactics in dealing with this special test, the students of Class C were quiet. Their feelings are like this: as long as the text messages are deleted, it is the best defense, and it is impossible to be seen as a preferential treatment. After all, I don't know, how can others see through it? It's really only a hard guess, but with such a high probability of guessing wrong, who dares to take the risk? With Wandai Cheng's authority in Class C, and the fact that this tactic was indeed effective, Nishino took the lead and handed the phone to Wandai Cheng. Hey, don't say I provoke you, I just really don't want to be looked at by others, and if you say Bandai, I'll still do it. Believable. The students in Class C saw that Nishino, the girl who took the lead in refusing to hand over the mobile phone, had given it, so what else could they hesitate? Still, Wandai Cheng couldn't stand it anymore, so I asked Ishizaki and Albert to help collect the mobile phones, and put them all together on Wandai Cheng's large dining table, so as not to interfere with the store's business. Then, at 8 a.m., a series of SMS alerts sounded. The rest of the students in Class C were drinking coffee there. Wandai Cheng was watching the text messages and deleting one by one. What are you doing? Just as Wandai Cheng was quickly checking the text messages of the whole class, an unexpected guest was greeted in the coffee shop. Suzuan Horikita, Class D, walked into the coffee shop with Ayanakaji. It seemed that the two of them had made an appointment to come here early to discuss the special exam, but they did not expect that the entire class of C was here, and it was almost full. When he saw the large dining table in front of Wandai Cheng, full of mobile phones, Horikita immediately asked, the class guide should have explained it in 1.3. The school will never allow violent seizure of other people's mobile phones to check the status of the preferential treatment. Bandai, if you cancel the contract of blackmailing RD class now, I cannot report this matter to the school. Otherwise, you just wait to be expelled. I got it, I finally got it. Horikita's mood at this moment is almost to be sung. She has suffered 2 consecutive losses on Wandai Cheng's side, and this time she finally has a chance to make a comeback. How can she not be happy? Along with the words of Yoshimasa Horikita, what followed was the attention of all the students of Class C. Slowly, Ishizaki, Albert, Ibuki, Nishino and the others got up one by one and silently surrounded Horikita and Ayanakaji, their eyes colder than the other. People can't help but feel hairy. Chapter 82. What do you want to do? Horikita had the aura of a woman who wouldn't let her men down. Facing the crowd from Class C, she raised her hand and pointed to the surveillance camera in the coffee shop. You dare to do it in front of the surveillance camera? And Ayanakaji simply shrank directly behind Horikita, hiding himself with all his strength, and did not attract the attention of people other than Wandai Cheng. Ishizaki smacked his mouth. Nosy guy, what's the matter with you? Get out now. Ibuki also looked at Horikita unhappy, as if he was born with an incompatible character. You think you can threaten us with this? Please, the school clearly said that there should be no violence or deception. We voluntarily give the mobile phone to Bandai, you can control it. I even remembered the joke Wandai Cheng once said, I'm so busy, next time I let the cleaning staff push the dung truck past your door. Horikita, you must come out to taste the salty and bland, and give a taste evaluation. Horikita was so angry that she couldn't say anything. She wanted to talk to Wandai Cheng directly, but she didn't bother to talk to these Class C poor students, but they didn't let her go. Aren't you really afraid that I will report him? Horikita glared at Ibuki, trying to continue to use this matter to threaten Wandai Cheng and Class C. Ibuki couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Pfft, then you can report it anyway, they said it's voluntary, don't you understand what voluntary means? 35. Horikita couldn't get better here, annoyed and angry, pointed at Ibuki, but still turned her head and left with Ayanakaji. She already understood that she took it for granted. Since Wandai Cheng dares to do this in public, instead of inviting the students of Class C to go to the dormitory to secretly check their mobile phones, he naturally has the confidence to not be afraid of anyone reporting it. The confidence is that Wandai Cheng has the trust and support of all the students of Class C. No matter how much she wanted to cancel the contract, she couldn't start from this aspect. Thinking of this, Horikita was still a little discouraged and unwilling. Is she so far from Wandai Cheng? Even now, she doesn't even have a chance to have a head-to-head dialogue with Wandai Cheng? No. Absolutely, this time she must never lose again. Just learn a new lesson from Wandai Cheng. I'll discuss with everyone when I go back to see if they can voluntarily hand over their mobile phones. After seeing Horikita who was in the way, everyone in Class C took their seats again, laughing and laughing, mocking Horikita who had left in embarrassment. Long Yuan looked at Wandai Cheng, have you read it? Wandai Cheng nodded, asked Ishizaki and Albert to come over, help send the phone back, and then signaled to Long Yuan, these are the 3 preferential treatment members of our class, and the corresponding group. In addition, this is the entire list of the 12 groups. There must be some kind of preferential selection rule hidden in it. As long as we find this rule, we can win the customs clearance. Long Yuan's eyes widened subconsciously, and he sat next to Wandai Cheng, his tone excited and impatient. How did you find out? To this day, Long Yuan, who has thoroughly seen the strength of Wandai Cheng, has no doubts about it. Wandai Cheng said that he can pass the customs directly, that is, there is such a shortcut, but no one has discovered it yet. Therefore, Long Yuan seemed very eager and wanted to hear Wandai Cheng's reasoning. Wandai Cheng fully analyzed Chazu's words last night, and broke them up and told Long Yuan, so, the list of 12 groups hides one secret. 99. This secret is the selection rules for each group of preferential treatment. With such a big gain ahead, Long Yuan was extremely excited, and he also brainstormed together, and finally tapped his temple a little dizzy. No, there is too little information, and there are too many possibilities. So far, we only know of 3 preferential recipients in our class, and it is inferred from this that each class has 3 preferential recipients, which correspond to exactly 12 groups, which is fair. But 3 favored people are substituted into 12 groups, 9 unknowns. If you insist on finding the rules, there are too many possibilities. It doesn't matter. Wandai Cheng is confident, other class favorers, I know where to get the answer. 35. 2 flowers bloomed, 1 for each table. Horikita, who left, soon found Hirata of Class D. Hirata was having breakfast with some students of Class D in another restaurant, chatting about the special exam for the privileged. Seeing Horikita approaching, Hirata went up to say hello, but Horikita went straight to the point and asked Hirata to cooperate with her, asking the whole class to hand over their mobile phones. Horikita is right in looking for someone. Hirata is the most popular boy in Class D. He is quite popular in the class. He is very trusted by everyone because he takes care of the gentleness of the whole class. It would be better for Hirata to face the whole class to make this request than Horikita to make this request. This made Hirata quite embarrassed. He had no problem with Horikita's arrogant and imperative tone, but he was very critical of this tactic. Horikita-san, I know you are doing it for the class. But we also need to consider the preferential treatment, right? The students who are selected as the preferential treatment by the school have to bear such a lot of pressure. If they want to hide their identities, we should respect their ideas. What did you say? Horikita looked at Hirata in amazement, wondering if this sunny boy had his brain damaged by the sun on an uninhabited island. This special test seems to be carried out independently by each group, but it is not. Wandai Cheng of Class C already has a macro-level strategy. He has asked all the students in Class C to hand in their mobile phones, and he has figured out who is the preferential treatment of Class C. There will definitely be follow-up arrangements. We are already one step behind. If it is any slower, we may not have the room to make a comeback in this special test. In the face of Horikita's accusation, Hirata looked guilty. Sorry, Horikita-kun, I also know it's my fault, but I still want to protect my classmates who were selected as preferential treatment. They don't want to be known. I don't think anyone should ask. 99. Even if I lose this special exam. Horikita pressed him again and again, his eyes sharp. But her expression completely lost her heart, and the rest of the Class D students who accompanied Hirata for breakfast were dissatisfied. Hey! Horikita, don't go too far. Why are you persecuting Hirata? It's true that Hirata asked you to lead Class D on an uninhabited island, but you can't treat Hirata like this, right? Without Hirata, how could you give orders here? I really thought that Hirata had to listen to you unconditionally. What's wrong with Hirata? 947 Respecting every classmate. Everyone, don't be angry. Hirata turned to speak for Horikita at this time, as if he was only for the class and never mixed his personal grievances and preferences. Horikita is also good for our class, don't blame her. After arguing for a long time, Horikita finally left angrily, too lazy to pay attention to these short-sighted people in the class, without any foresight. And all of this was caught in the eyes of Kushida next to her. In fact, she also came over to have breakfast and discuss the special test for preferential treatment with everyone. After all, with such a big thing, some people will definitely be nervous and uneasy. That is a good time for her little angel to comfort people and win trust. How could she not come? It's just that Kushida didn't expect that when he came, he could see Horikita's almost betrayal of relatives and relatives. He was so happy in his heart, with a sweet smile, he joined the girl group and asked in a low voice what was going on. Only then did I realize that it was Wandai Cheng again. That made Horikita unpopular. Kushida's amber eyes faintly lit up, and sure enough, only that vile guy like Wandai Cheng can cure Horikita, then why would she? Let's try again? One after another, he went to find Wandai Cheng, but he was faced with Wandai Cheng's evil dramas and adventures again and again, which made Kushida have a twisted and strange emotion towards Wandai Cheng in his heart. There is absolutely no fear or resistance, inexplicable. I want to try again, thinking, when I find an opportunity, I will go to Wandai Cheng again. Chapter 83. On the first day of the special test for preferential treatment, at 1 noon, Wandai Cheng took Ryuan and Sheena to the meeting room 205 on the second floor of the cruise ship. As soon as I came in, I saw Katsuragi with 3 Class A students, closing their eyes and resting. Ichinos from Class B was chatting very well with Kushida from Class D, Hirata also chatted with Kanzaki from Class B, the atmosphere was quite mild. Next to Horikita, sitting alone, without saying a word, he silently looked around the field, as if he was trying to find the favored person of the Tatsu group. When he saw Wandai Cheng coming in, he gave Wandai Cheng a vicious look. Horikita gritted her teeth in hatred when she found out that Wandai Cheng didn't kill her, and wanted to rush to kill this man. When Class C arrived, everyone turned their attention to it, and the gentle atmosphere became somewhat tense. Good afternoon, everyone. Wandai Cheng greeted casually, took a seat in the remaining seat, and glanced at Katsuragi. What's wrong with Katsuragi? He looks listless. Could it be that I was so nervous last night that I couldn't sleep because of this special exam? 99. This speech was really irritating, and it was obviously mocking that Class A was not calm enough. It was not as good as Class 3 BCD's current spirit, and they didn't get nervous about the special exam. A student in Class A named Tatsuka, who seemed to be Katsuragi's attendant, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you know? We just don't want to join the discussion. It's not that we're out of energy. It's not that we're so nervous that we can't sleep. But Wandai Cheng didn't look at the little BD, and instead said hello to Ichinos. How about Ichinos? How did you rest last night? You shouldn't be nervous, right? Ichinos seemed to want to laugh, but she was also in the mood to take care of the students in Class A, but her shoulders shook uncontrollably. I have a good rest. 99. But Ichinos turned around and locked on to Class A, Totsuka-san said that he would not join the discussion. Did Katsuragi-san mean? Katsuragi finally did not look like a middle-aged man resting from fatigue, but opened his eyes. You don't need to test anything, I'll just say it, this time all of us in Class A will not join the discussion. Not only the Chen group I belong to, but also the A-class students in the other 11 groups will act according to my tactics. It's your business that you want to discuss. This time, our Class A will defend to the end and strive for the second result of all the 12 groups, so that you won't find any favored person. This is our strategy for this special test. Katsuragi said loudly and firmly, as if he had completely learned the lessons of the special test on the uninhabited island and would not give anyone, especially Wandai Cheng, a chance to break through. Understood, tortoise. Wandai Cheng smiled to help summarize, mocking Katsuragi for putting a bulky tortoise shell on Class A. There is not a fool who can be assigned to the Chen group by the school, and everyone can understand Katsuragi's tactics, which is undoubtedly to maintain the status quo. Currently, Class A is the only class with more than 1,000 points, and every special exam will make the class points of each class change dramatically. Some classes can get a lot of class points, subverting the upper class, and some classes will fall into failure, plummet, and fall from a high position. Therefore, Katsuragi chose to maintain the status quo and chose a defensive route where no one would even want to earn class points, so no one would lose class points. As long as Class A doesn't join the discussion, it will be more difficult for the rest of the classes to find preferential treatment, so it will be easier to get the result that the preferential treatment is not discovered. Second, only the preferential treatment will get 500,000 yuan, and the rest will have to not. Moreover, the people here can basically be analyzed. There are only 3 preferential treatment members in each class, and they are evenly distributed in each group. In other words, even if the result of the entire group is 2, at most, each class will have an average of 1.5 million more points, which is not worth it. In this way, there will be no change in the class points, and Class A will still be able to stand high. This is enough, no need for extra aggressiveness, no need for extra development. What Katsuragi wants to do is to defend the success, to stabilize the superiority, so he is nicknamed the Turtle Shell by Wandai Cheng. Katsuragi's follower Totsuka was so angry that his facial features were twisted in the face of this evaluation, but Katsuragi didn't care about such a bit of sarcasm. As you say, Bandai, in short, we will keep silent. After the rest of the classes understood Katsuragi's tactics, they also began to actively pry open the turtle shell. Horikita stared at Katsuragi coldly. Isn't it possible that the preferential treatment of the Tatsu group is a member of your Class A, so you will deliberately keep it silence, come to cover for the favored? In the face of such a question, if you don't answer it, it is easy to be considered guilty, acquiescence, etc., which is very unfavorable to Katsuragi. But Ji Cheng was calm, let alone explaining. He didn't even answer a word, he just sat in his seat, closed his eyes again, and didn't say a word, which made people feel like a rat pulling a turtle shell, and there was no way to start. Ichinos originally planned to say something, but seeing Katsuragi's appearance, he knew that Katsuragi was not ready to speak, and he sighed helplessly. Then only our 3 classes can discuss things now. 99. No matter what, I will not agree with Katsuragi-san's tactics, and no one knows how many special exams there will be in the future. And the special exam is the only way to increase or decrease the special points, so that we can be promoted to Class A. If Class A is so defensive in the next special exam, then we will never be able to become the upper class. So I definitely don't agree with Katsuragi-san's policy. Both Ichinos and Horikita expressed their stances, which is a sign of the determination of Class B and Class D to find the preferential treatment. In the end, it was Class C. Thinking of this, Ichinos and Horikita both agreed, and focused their attention on Wandai Cheng. Even Katsuragi couldn't keep his stability. He opened his eyes a little nervously and stared at Wandai Cheng. I don't know what kind of work this guy has to do to break through this special test. The three classes of them are most afraid of Wandai Cheng. But no one expected that when they looked over, Wandai Cheng and Long Yuan had already taken out their mobile phones and were playing a certain mobile game online, as if they didn't care about their thoughts at all. Perhaps it was because he sensed the gaze of others that Wandai Cheng raised his head slightly. Hey? Why are you all looking at me? Oh, we think Katsuragi is right, and we didn't participate in the discussion. 99. Horikita, Ichinos, and Katsuragi are all confused. What the heck? Katsuragi is a ghost, Niu Ma Zhao, pointing at himself with his index finger. Bandai thinks, he is right? It seems, it is quite right. Thinking about it, Katsuragi is a little complacent. Horikita and Ichinos looked at each other with question marks all over their heads. Wandai Cheng agreed with Katsuragi's tactics. He's crazy? Or do you plan to repeat the same trick? Like the special test on an uninhabited island, on the surface, you say you won't participate, but secretly kill the quartet? Speak less, throw some medicine over here, my character is going to die. Long Yuan asked Wandai Cheng to return to the game while operating, leaving aside the troubles outside. Now that they have found a way to clear the customs, why are they still entangled in what Katsuragi said or not? As long as they find a way to find out one or two preferential treatment in other classes, if they know enough, they will be able to find the rules for choosing preferential treatment. In order to clear customs in one fell swoop, get the maximum benefit. By that time, Katsuragi's tortoise shell would be self-defeating. Chapter 84. Wandai Cheng actually agreed with Katsuragi? This made Ichinos and Horikita a little confused, and for a while they didn't know how to continue the meeting. Class C was playing games, and Sheena didn't know how to play, so he approached Wandai Cheng and watched blankly. Wandai Cheng occasionally asked Sheena to take over the phone and play it for himself. Katsuragi was still the same, with the class members closing their eyes and resting, ignoring what was going on outside the window. Ichinos was sluggish at first, and then asked curiously, I don't believe that Katsuragi-san keeps silent, that's because their class has firmly occupied the upper position, and naturally they are happy to maintain the status quo. But Bandai-kun, as long as you find a foreign class preferential treatment, you can completely surpass our class and be promoted to B class. I don't believe Bandai-kun, you will do nothing and only want to earn 1.5 million personal points. Wandai Cheng has two minds, while teaching Sheena how to control the character to play the game, while replying to Ichinos, maybe it's too tiring for the uninhabited island special exam, anyway, I don't have the time to join the discussion now, I'm trying to find the language logical loopholes to find preferential treatment. As soon as these words came out, Long Yuan's mouth was crooked with a smile, and the rest of the people had MMP expressions on their faces. Your Class C's uninhabited island special exam is too tiring? Can people say this? You are really goofy. Who doesn't know how hilarious your Class C's uninhabited island test is? It's a water dragon and a sea motorcycle. After playing for 2 days, I patted my butt and went straight back to the cruise ship. Tired of having a hammer? They are real, they worked tirelessly and tenaciously on the uninhabited island for a week. In the end, they even let Class C take the biggest benefit, while the 947s have their own different losses. Therefore, in the face of Wandai Cheng's words, Ichinos was completely unable to communicate anymore, so he could only stare at Wandai Cheng, intending to see what Wandai Cheng's plan was. Anyway, Ichinos would never believe that Wandai Cheng would pass the special test of preferential treatment with such a salted fish. After all, she had already been cheated once. At the beginning of the special test on the uninhabited island, Wandai Cheng said that he was not interested and wanted to spend the summer vacation well, so all the staff gave up the test and only got a reward for guessing the leader. The result? In the end, Class C was so lucrative that he took the first place and pushed the other 3 classes down. So this time, Ichinos didn't believe anything Wandai Cheng said. It's just that she can't see through it yet. What exactly is Wandai Cheng's plan? But even though Ichinos and Horikita racked their brains, thought of various methods, and even did not need to communicate, they played the double reeds tacitly, and what they finally got was Katsuragi's silence, or Wandai Cheng's foolish lies. Wandai Cheng was so deliberately misleading that they always thought that the only way to find preferential treatment was through meeting discussions and language loopholes, preventing them from changing their minds and thinking about the secrets in the group list. The other two classes were completely helpless, and they didn't know what to say. In the end, Horikita was anxious and could only sit on the wax, trying desperately to find a topic, but no one ignored her. BBBD, Ichinos and Kushida were chatting, Kanzaki and Hirata were chatting, and the rest could only spend such an hour bored. After the stipulated discussion time was over, Wandai Cheng stretched his waist and took the others to leave first. This dull space. Perhaps because of Katsuragi's arrangement, all the students couldn't discuss it. As soon as they arrived, many students poured out from the corridor on the second floor, and they didn't seem to want to stay in the dull conference room. No matter how many students there are, when they see Wandai Cheng, they will subconsciously give way and pass easily, but after walking far, Kushida's very recognizable and slightly anxious call comes, "Wandai classmate, please wait." Wandai Cheng was a little surprised. Why did Kushida, a two-faced person, come to the door again? They said that there are only 3 things, does she really want to have 3? Kushida, who came later, was not as relaxed as Wandai Cheng and others. Under the high temperature of the summer vacation, a light layer of fine sweat had already swept out of her fair forehead. It could be seen that she must have struggled just to run out. In the middle of the day, Ryuan and Sheena were still there, and Wandai Cheng couldn't just start tearing the silk. He could only wait for Kushida to get closer to see what the two-faced man was going to say. Kushida took a deep breath before putting on a sweet smile. "Well, Bandai-san, may I have something I want to talk to you about alone? About the morning group preferential treatment." Seemingly afraid of Wandai Cheng's rejection, Kushida added a very important message at the end of the sentence, "the morning group preferential treatment." Wandai Cheng was a little moved, while Sheena looked at Kushida glumly, almost like watching a big bad guy, thinking to himself, Ibuki-san was right, whether it was Ichinos or Kushida. Such a pure girl on the surface, she doesn't know how dark it is on the inside. At least now Sheena feels that Kushida is quite in the way. Why does she have to talk alone? There is something wrong with this girl. Long Yuan gave Wandai Cheng a understanding look, as if he was saying, "I already know how you are going to investigate the other class's favored person, good guy, handsome guy." Wandai Cheng was speechless and returned a depressed look, as if saying, "You know a hammer, it's just a charisma." The tacit understanding between the two, and the sullenness of the other, Kushida couldn't understand a little, so he could only continue to send out the invitation, "Classmate Bandai, look. 99. Then you come with me." Wandai Cheng agreed to talk, and a casual sentence made Kushida's heart throb. On the night of the special test on the uninhabited island, Kushida had heard the exact same words from Wandai Cheng and asked her to follow, but it turned out to be another big adventure. Kushida shook his head fiercely, restraining himself from thinking about it. Bad embarrassment. Follow Wandai Cheng step by step. Sheena Xiao opened her mouth, and when she was about to say something, she was still obediently shut up and kept silent. She understood that Kushida from an outside class finally provided important information. So now is the most important time for their Class C customs clearance preferential test. And Wandai Cheng doesn't like to be disturbed when he is doing business. She, who can't disturb Wandai Cheng, thought of this. Sheena's expression was inexplicably gloomy. She didn't say anything to Ryuan, and just left. Okay, what to say can be said now. Wandai Cheng took Kushida back to his single room and went straight to the topic. Kushida frowned slightly. She thought Wandai Cheng was going to take her to a coffee shop or other small shops, but unexpectedly went back to her room. But, when she thinks that she is going to give up, even if she is willing to give up the most precious things, why should she hesitate any more? So Kushida clenched his fists and met Wandai Cheng's eyes earnestly. Remember my proposal? As long as Bandai-san agrees to my conditions, Horikita will drop out and keep my secret. 35. Then I can tell you who is the preferential recipient of Class D this time. You can rest assured that the students in Class D trust me very much, and one of the preferential recipients is very uneasy and wants to find me for comfort. It's also because of this that I learned that the other party is a preferential treatment. If Bandai classmates think this is a lie, it is deliberately inducing you to answer incorrectly in advance, then I can make a private contract with you to ensure the authenticity of this information. Ha, you're really obsessed with Horikita. Wandai Cheng laughed. In order to drop out of Horikita, this Kushida has approached Wandai Cheng twice. If you count this one time, it is already the third time. I really don't know what kind of hatred and what kind of grudge makes Kushida so fond of it. However, Wandai Cheng really wanted the information on the Chen group's preferential treatment. If he could get it, it would be that Class C would kill the whole audience, and the winner would take it all. Inwardly, he cares, but on the surface, he doesn't care about the information provided by Kushida. However, the value is not enough. Just as a privileged person, in exchange for me to drop out of school Horikita? And keep your secrets? No matter what you think, it's not equivalent. Dropping out of Horikita will cost our class a lot of resources. Keeping it secret for you, even if you give up a powerful weapon to defeat Class D, is not worth it. 35. Kushida looked determined, as if he had expected that Wandai Cheng would not meet this condition. So, what about me? Chapter 85. In the single room, the atmosphere is gradually changing. Kushida, who was originally at a disadvantage, seems to be taking the initiative for some reason. I remember Bandai classmates, who told me once. Some wolves are arrogant and only hunt by themselves, rather than waiting for the rabbits, so they are unwilling to eat the most precious things that sheep offer to gain trust. Then now, in addition to offering the most precious things, the sheep have also deceived the information of the favored person in the sheepfold for the wolf. Is the wolf still unwilling to eat it? Speaking of this, Kushida's eyes wandered, as if there was a faint wave of smoke, rippling in his eyes, and what this poor little sheep wants is to keep his secret and drive away the sheep in the sheepfold. Just a very annoying companion. Wandai Cheng is now like a shrewd businessman, looking at Kushida carefully, as if he is measuring the value of the other party. In fact, at the very beginning, when he saw Kushida in the school lake, he thought about collecting it for his own use, because he valued Kushida's exaggerated ability to collect black materials. But don't underestimate this ability. If a group wants to get along well, it is bound to not let the black information between each other be exposed. Once exposed, the group will fall into chaos and will be criticized by external public opinion. Therefore, in the news in some places, there is often a so-and-so election revealing black material, and then forced to withdraw from the competition due to the pressure of public opinion. Even if it is cultivated at a high degree of isolation from the outside world, the black material is a very powerful trump card, which can directly destroy the cohesion of the entire class, make people completely unable to trust the rest of the class, and can simply dismantle a class and make it change. For a plate of loose sand. If you use it well, you might be able to defeat a certain class in a certain special test. So from the very beginning, Wandai Cheng thought about whether to recruit Kushida. Let Kushida be responsible for collecting the black materials of the rest of the class, even the black materials of the senior students, or the black materials between the school's class directors and administrative staff, and the effect is still very large. But that time Kushida was too ignorant, never talked about the transaction, and only kept threatening him, and Wandai Cheng would teach him a lesson. Now, the little sheep is finally sensible, and the big bad wolf is of course willing to ignore the past offense, but Wandai Cheng doesn't like a rabbit without a hawk. The former threat can now be ignored, but Kushida must give the most basic information first. So, who is the preferential treatment of Class D? It's Nan from the Wu, Ma, group. Kushida gave the answer without hesitation, and in order to win the trust of Wandai Cheng, he explained the information acquisition process very carefully. After Nan was selected as a preferential treatment by the school, I have always been under a lot of psychological pressure. I was worried that I couldn't cover up and fool the past, so I took the initiative to find my classmate Hirata, asked us to help, and showed us the preferential text message. Then Kushida said something, how she comforted Nan, and how to observe to make sure it must be Nan's phone. Wandai Cheng simply clicked his chin. Is this the only one? If there is only one, the value is not enough. Since their C class adopted the general selection rules behind the special test to find the preferential treatment, then only knowing one preferential treatment is of no use. Perhaps for other classes, being able to know the status of a foreign class preferential treatment is an excellent thing, because that means that you can get 50 class points and 500,000 individual points. But for Wandai Cheng, this small benefit is not enough at all. He wants a wave of fat, wants to play a big game, and wants to grab all the benefits of the special test for the preferential treatment at one time. But if there is only one new out-of-class preferential treatment, the 12 groups come down, 4 of them are known, and there are still too many unknowns, and the key rule is still difficult to find. In the face of the greedy Wandai Cheng, Kushida fell into silence. She was already beginning to feel a little uneasy. The Wandai Cheng in front of her was too overbearing. Knowing the identity of a privileged person is not enough? How many more do you want to know? If she tells all the information in one go, will she be kicked out when she uses it up? Continue like last time in the stern of the boat, she can only flee in embarrassment. Go back? The most tangled thing is that Kushida doesn't know. After she has said the information, will Wandai Cheng keep her promise to help her? If Wandai Cheng doesn't say anything, won't she lose a lot? When thinking about this, Kushida couldn't help but look at Wandai Cheng in embarrassment, as if planning to discuss it again. But Wandai Cheng's eyes were extremely playful, and he was more satisfied with the harvest this time. It seemed that Kushida knew the identities of the two favored people. If it is two preferential treatment, then the unknown number will be greatly reduced. Their C class may be able to pass the customs directly based on this, so in the words, they still have to urge a little. What? Don't want to say. If you don't want to talk, please come back. No. Don't miss this opportunity. I already plan to give it up. For flowers. Kushida Kikyo, didn't he already make a decision before he came? It's all in front of him, why bother to struggle at this time? How can it be stagnant here? As soon as Kushida heard Wandai Cheng's words of chasing the guests, the cloudy turned to clear. The gloomy color on the little face quickly dissipated, and it was replaced with a bright smile. There is another favored person, and that's me. I am the preferential treatment of our Chen group. While revealing his identity, he took out his mobile phone and checked the identity text message sent by the school to Wandai Cheng. Wandai Cheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kushida to be the preferential treatment of Class DS in the Chen group. Everyone in the conference room was relatively silent today, and Kushida's acting skills were very strong. If she didn't say it herself, it would be really bad. Catch it out. So, it should be enough, Bandai-kun. After telling the last bit of information, Kushida decisively narrowed the distance and almost fell into Wandai Cheng's arms, his eyes glinting like a lake. The last favored person in our class is who? I really don't know. Well, that's enough. Wandai Cheng is finally satisfied at this moment. Knowing 5 words, he is already confident that he can try his best to catch the preferential selection rule hidden behind all 12 groups. Excited, Wandai Cheng could see his own reflection in Kushida's eyes that were too close, and in the phantom printed in Kushida's eyes, his expression was a little too hot. Perhaps it was because of Wandai Cheng's eyes that Kushida was a little off. Encouraged by the violent roar of his heart, even his small earlobes were rendered with a crimson halo. That bright red complexion reminded Wandai Cheng of an ancient poem from his hometown, where there is spring water in the south and the north, but the birds and gulls come every day. The flower path has never been swept away by customers, and the pengmen is now opened for you. The butterfly spreads its wings and flutters its wings. The butterfly wings that contain the beauty of art are sometimes introverted and sometimes outward, as if they are silently talking about the beauty of this world. I don't know if it's a coincidence, or if nature is sending blessings. The sea that was originally sunny was covered with dark clouds and pouring rain. The fine rain poured down, and the visibility was reduced, as if the vast sea, only the cruise ship was moving forward in a lonely and bumpy way. The cruise ship that broke the waves rolled up thousands of white waves that were crushed, mixed with the rain that fell from the sky, and they were indistinguishable from each other. For the tune, thunder for the sound, forming a moving sonata factory. Chapter 86. Kushida looked at Wandai Cheng's back as he poured water, and for a while, she was a little crazy, and she couldn't understand why she was like this. At first, Wandai Cheng was found to cooperate, but Wandai Cheng was unwilling, because the information she provided was not of sufficient value. Wandai Cheng had absolutely no need to organize the whole class of C to help her because of such little information. So Kushida thought about it carefully, and now she has value, I am afraid that only herself, so she plans to give everything in exchange for Wandai Cheng's shot. Originally, Kushida regarded it as a transaction at most, and it should have been taken as a souvenir, but for some reason, looking at Wandai Cheng's back, Kushida's heart throbbed faster. It seems that the internal combustion engine that is filled with fuel is impatiently preparing to start a hurricane. At the beginning, she obviously would not be like this. Is it because the most precious thing was given to him? What do you think of 947? Drink some water. Wandai Cheng interrupted Kushida's thoughts, handed a glass of water over, and saw that Kushida was dumbfounded. She had to take the initiative to hold her little hand, enjoy the silky smoothness of the girl's palm, and stuffed the water glass in the past. Kushida just came back to her senses. At this moment, she didn't have any thoughts. When she raised her neck, she couldn't help it. She was really thirsty. Don't want to say. It's like a miserable traveler walking in the endless desert under the scorching sun, and finally found an oasis, wishing to soak his head in the water source of the oasis and drink. After a whole glass of water murmured, Kushida felt that his throat was a little better, and he had the energy to think, and looked at Wandai Cheng with extremely complicated eyes. Men, as expected, they were so indifferent before, and every time they met her, they were either mocking the real ugly state or tearing silk and silk. How could he ever pour a glass of water for her so tenderly? But in addition to the irony in her heart, she is also warm and sweet, because Wandai Cheng's care makes her very satisfied. She absolutely didn't want it. After the most precious thing was eaten by the wolf turned her head and left, leaving her here alone, ignoring it. No matter what, if that was the case, she would feel pity for herself. No matter how Kushida's heart changed, Wandai Cheng seemed to be that leisurely look. What's the matter? Look at me like this. You. Kushida may have experienced a very important transformation today, which only happens once in his life, and when his heart was extremely chaotic, he unexpectedly asked such a question, have you ever liked me? Perhaps it was because of the unease after surrendering himself, trying to make Wandai Cheng make a verbal promise to give him a sense of security, or perhaps he wanted to test Wandai Cheng's thoughts on her, so as to make plans for how to get along with Wandai Cheng in the future. There are many possibilities to ask this question, but after Kushida opened his mouth to ask, both of them were stunned for a while. Kushida couldn't understand why he asked such a question subconsciously, and felt a little annoyed. Obviously he didn't intend to communicate too much with Wandai Cheng, as long as he could keep the secret and drive Horikita away will suffice. Why are you asking this question redundantly? Wandai Cheng didn't even think that, good guy, it was a deal beforehand, and you gave me such a hand afterwards? Wandai Cheng is not the type who is led by a girl by the nose. Therefore, instead of answering directly or side by side, he asked back quite routinely, don't mention me first, how about you? Are you the one who handed over the most precious things because you like me? Kushida was confused. Did she like Wandai Cheng? What did she think? She didn't know. Being asked by Wandai Cheng, Kushida's mind couldn't help wandering back and forth, and she asked herself, has she ever liked Wandai Cheng? Is it possible that she likes this damn it guy who always treats her badly? The first time we met was in front of the library with gorgeous spring light and shadowy trees. At that time, she was just socializing normally and wanted to be friends with everyone, so she found Wandai Cheng. Making friends is Kushida's daily task, and there is no possibility of temptation at all. Later, it was the Xionia Lake. Because he was discovered, he tried to threaten Wandai Cheng, but he was torn by Wandai Cheng and fled back to the dormitory in fear. Later, it was a chance encounter at the stern of a luxury cruise ship. Once again, he was treated badly by Wandai Cheng. Once again, he fled back in a panic when there was trouble. I don't know if he liked it or not. A total of 3 bad scenes, so damn its experience, obviously should be full of resentment towards Wandai Cheng, but why, she just can't hate it. Even miss it. When she thought of this, Kushida finally understood, was it because Wandai Cheng's behavior, although damn it, made her feel extremely exciting in the end. Kushida tries to gain everyone's trust, and many people who trust her will have a hard time with her, saying that all kinds of black materials, the negative emotions contained in them, if they accumulate too much, it will make Kushida nauseated and nauseated. To vent this backlog of negative emotions through violence. That's why she angrily went to the school lake and kicked the railings, and was discovered by Wandai Cheng. But thinking about it carefully, during those 3 evil scenes, her heart was relaxed and stimulated like never before. It seemed that she would no longer be troubled by negative emotions, feel nausea, and would not want to vent through violence. Wandai Cheng treats her nasty teasing as if it were the best antidote for the shady and negative emotions. So, this is the main reason why she didn't resent Wandai Cheng, but took the initiative to deliver it to her door? So, does it count as a liking? When he came to such an almost unbelievable conclusion, Kushida's cheeks flushed thickly, and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to let Wandai Cheng see it. At least she realizes one thing now, whether she likes it or not, it's not very good. Her idea is fundamentally incorrect. Wandai Cheng suddenly became embarrassed when he saw Kushida thinking about it, and couldn't help but wonder, if others didn't know, could he still know? The way he treated Kushida was such a bad teasing that almost no girl could accept it, and in the end, Kushida was actually so shy? Really? Hey! Wandai Cheng felt a rare drumbeat in his heart at this moment. Kushida, would you be happy to tease that bad 1.3? Don't say it, UBD. Like desperately, he quickly stretched out his hands, blocked Wandai Cheng's mouth and nose, blocked the way of speaking, and prevented Wandai Cheng from continuing to speak. Kushida is going crazy. Why does this guy have such a good brain? And if his brain is really good, shouldn't he ignore the past with high emotional intelligence at this time? How can he still ask? Isn't she shameless? Does she not have dignity? After reasoning and analysis, she is suffocating in her heart. How can she say it so bluntly? Wandai Cheng blinked. All right, no need to guess, just rush to Kushida's current fiery reaction, it must be right. He seems to have helped Kushida open an incredible door. Thinking of this, Wandai Cheng took 2 steps back, away from the blockade of Kushida's palm. Your hobby is quite perverted? You said that. Chapter 87. Under the shadow of the late night, the highly bred luxury cruise ship was brightly lit, and the first-year students were wanton entertainment, venting their dissatisfaction with the special test for preferential treatment. Because of the silence of all members of Class A quarter of the participants were missing, and the 12 groups could not discuss at all. In the 12 conference rooms, everyone was as silent as snow and bored. They are all high school freshmen full of energy. Who wants to stay in that conference room and stay motionless for an hour? How tortured! So after the specified time, all the students didn't want to stay any longer, and they all formed teams to play. KTV, cinemas, restaurants, and coffee shops were full of students. And the lively KTV is naturally the first choice for many students. Kuruzawa also called out a few good girlfriends and went to howl a few times. After singing 2 songs in a row, Kuruzawa finished drinking the juice, told his best friends to go to the bathroom, walked out of the box without attracting any attention, and then subconsciously accelerated his pace. Like a thief, he walked along the way, constantly looking left and right, always beware of being seen, and even after turning a corner, he had to deliberately stop for a while to see if anyone was following him. After finding it safe, he went to the box number given by Wandai Cheng. As he approached, he saw Wandai Cheng leaning against the wall in a daze. Kuruzawa's face was overjoyed, and he was about to go up and say something. I saw Wandai Cheng make a quiet gesture, indicating her to go in first. After Kuruzawa entered the unmanned box, Wandai Cheng stayed outside for a while, and after making sure no one found out, he also entered the K room. How is it? Kuruzawa, who was sitting on the sofa carelessly when he saw Wandai Cheng came in, also got up and asked anxiously, is there really no one following me? Although she was very vigilant when she walked all the way, she only referred to some anti-tracking techniques on the internet. Who knows if it is useful or not, and if she is worried that her undercover identity will be revealed, she has to ask a reliable person like Wandai Cheng. Wandai Cheng shook his head slightly, relax, no one is following you. Hey! Kuruzawa Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, her face became happy again, she took out her mobile phone, and switched to the text message interface. Look, I didn't lie to you, I am indeed the preferential treatment of the Mao, Rabbit, group. Wandai, if you're worried, just look at it, I don't care, but I want to thank you, that nasty Mana just happened to be in the same group as me, maybe you have explained it, so she was always scolded by me, don't dare to fight back, it's really fun. It can be seen that Kuruzawa is very excited today, and the smile on his face has basically never stopped, except for the fear of being followed and revealing his undercover identity. The reason why she secretly had a private meeting with Wandai Cheng today was because Wandai Cheng had activated 2 undercover agents in Class D, and wanted to ask if there was any information on the 3rd favored person in Class D. In the daytime today, Kushida honestly gave information to 2 D-class preferential recipients, one was a boy with the surname Nan, and the other was Kushida Kikyo himself. With Wandai Cheng's 3 known C-class recipients, a total of 5 preferential recipients were obtained, and together with Long Yuan, they stared at 12 groups of lists and tried to substitute various rules. Because of the increase of known numbers and the decrease of unknown numbers, it didn't take much effort, and the 2 people quickly reduced this range to 3. That is to say, all classes, all groups of preferential treatment. According to one of the rules, the preferential treatment is selected. The classics choose one of 3, some detectives may have to reason, while Wandai Cheng chooses to find an undercover agent. I don't know when I will be able to deduce the only result, choose one of 3 or something. At this time, Wandai Cheng is not taking any risks, and he can just find a foreign class preferential treatment. As long as one more person is found and substituted into the list of all groups, the school's puzzle can be completely solved, and there is no need for any extra discussion to get all the status of the preferential treatment. That's why Wandai Cheng used 2 undercover agents. Sakura didn't know what to say. The students in Class D were deliberately covering up their status as preferential treatment, and they didn't know who was who. When I asked about Kuruzawa, there was an unexpected joy, Kuruzawa was actually a favored person. Just in case, Wandai Cheng was very sure that Kuruzawa would not betray him, and that Kuruzawa would not betray him as long as he was still on campus. But the insurance is always right, so I secretly made an appointment with Kuruzawa tonight, wanting to take a look at the text message sent by the school. With the result of Kuruzawa, then all the conditions are put together. Wandai Cheng finally found the only rule for the school to select the preferential treatment, and can find out who is the preferential treatment only by looking at the group list. Finally cleared the customs, and Wandai Cheng, who was content with himself, saw Kuruzawa's eyes softened a lot. Well done, I've helped a lot this time, is there anything you want? 35. Hey! Kuruzawa was slightly taken aback. Is this the end? Don't you ask for the information on the other preferential treatment in Class D? Although she does not know other preferential treatment, only her own. I thought that Wandai Cheng would ask a little more, but she didn't ask, indicating that Wandai Cheng knew that she was a preferential person enough to take the whole preferential test. Thinking of this, Kuruzawa looked at Wandai Cheng with admiration in his eyes. As long as you know that I am a favored person, you can find all favored persons. Almost. Wandai Cheng cheekily put on a wave. Without telling Kuruzawa, he also got information from Kushida. You're too scary, aren't you? Are you open? Kuruzawa was astonished as if he had seen an immortal, and he couldn't believe it. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that it was the same when the special test on the uninhabited island was the same. This man quietly gave up the test on the surface, but secretly became the only winner of the whole grade. Thinking about it, Kuruzawa looked at Wandai Cheng with brighter and more admirable eyes. She knew very well that a person like herself must depend on the strong to survive. And Wandai Cheng is the most powerful person she can rely on, right? Seeing that Kuruzawa was talking more and more and his eyes were changing, Wandai Cheng still felt overwhelmed, so he simply mentioned the reward again. So what do you want? This time I can solve the mystery of the favored person, Kuruzawa. You are indebted. Really? Can I mention anything? Kuruzawa was a little surprised. After all, the information was originally given by her undercover agent, and it was her own job, so she thought there would be no reward. Then, can you transfer the 500,000 points of the favored person to me? If the favored person is guessed right by your class, I won't get it at all. Kuruzawa tentatively raised a 950 request, and at the same time he also looked at Wandai Cheng very carefully. Look. After all, I'm a girl, all kinds of beautiful clothes, cosmetics, etc. Now we have to give you 300,000 points in Class C every month, and I don't have enough money to spend. After talking about various reasons, she also noticed Wandai Cheng's face. It seemed that as long as Wandai Cheng's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction, she immediately dismissed it as a joke. It's absolutely fine, you deserve it. Wandai Cheng agreed with a smile, even if it was the job of an undercover agent, but when the intelligence was too good, there would still be a reward. What's more, it's only 500,000 yuan. For the benefits that Class C is about to grab, but so, giving 500,000 yuan can make Kuruzawa work harder for himself, and Wandai Cheng even feels that he has earned himself. Woohoo! Kuruzawa jumped happily into Wandai Cheng's arms, wrapping his hands around Wandai Cheng's neck, making him smell the sweet fragrance of roses, and his ears were full of Kuruzawa's I've been wanting to buy that little dress for a long time, and I can finally buy it when I go back. Wandai Cheng couldn't help laughing. He helped Kuruzawa take revenge on the people who bullied her in junior high school, and he also helped Manabe. Combining the two, the girl seemed to have regained some kind of tenacious vitality, and she raised her hand and patted it. Kuruzawa's narrow back, you come down first. Kuruzawa then realized what he had done, and immediately jumped down with a blushing face. Hug, sorry. I have to go back, or my girlfriends will suspect. Leaving such a sentence, he ran away in a hurry. His back was indescribably embarrassing and interesting. Chapter 88. Not long after Kuruzawa left, Long Yuan pushed open the door of the KTV box. Is it done? Well. Wandai Cheng waved his phone, and the screen was full of top-secret information on the identities of the 6 preferential recipients. I didn't expect the school to be so naive this time. 10 tones. After obtaining the information on the 2 favored persons provided by Kushida, Wandai Cheng and Ryuan narrowed down the scope and found 3 rules, of which the 2 considered the most unlikely one was the 50-tone rule. It is exactly the same as the primary school homework. All students in each group start with their surnames in the order of the 50 syllables, such as the sub-rat group. In this way, it was because this thing was too naive. At the time, Wandai Cheng and Long Yuan thought it was impossible, but after getting the latest information from Kuruzawa, they found out that this rule is really special. Long Yuan wanted to laugh when he heard it. Maybe the person who designed this special test likes mystery novels. In Sakurajima mystery novels, this kind of deciphering plot that is unique to Sakurajima is generally liked, so Ryuan will say this. There was some interest before, but now that all the puzzles are revealed, Wandai Cheng only feels less interested. Okay, I have already called the whole class of C to come to this big bag. I didn't expect the school to be so boring. 55. At first I thought it was intentional to name the groups after the zodiac, but it turned out to be just to hide this selection rule, which is really boring. The night was dark, and the sky and the sea were usually different colors, but at this moment they shared the night, and Horikita asked Ayakaji glumly, looking tired, is there still no progress? 35. She was really grateful and tired. She thought it was a special test of preferential treatment with intrigue, fierce competition, and brainstorming together. In the end, because Katsuragi and Wandai Cheng remained silent, the discussion could not be discussed. The topic she tried so hard to raise, at most Ichinos would talk a few words out of friendliness, which made Horikita feel very confused. Do you really want to take the exam? Ayanokaji seems to be more tired than Horikita, with a listless mental outlook all day. Sorry, the rabbit group is also silent, but Kuruzawa and the girls in Class C are more quarrelsome. It's just a quarrel, completely no preferential treatment involved. Hey! Horikita sighed heavily, slapped his forehead with a slap, and made a crisp sound. Why are there so many Class D? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by 2 series of text messages. Horikita and Ayanakaji subconsciously looked at their pockets, then took out their mobile phones together, wondering how the school would send a text message at this time. After all, both of them have very few friends, and it can even be said that there are no friends. This kind of situation of receiving text messages at the same time can only be sent by the school. It's just that after seeing the content of the text message, Horikita's face suddenly became extremely difficult to see, and Ayanokaji was still listless. What is the text message you received? Horikita asked while showing her text message. There was a cruel message on the screen of her mobile phone. Members of the Chen group answered in advance. For the third result, the special examination of the Chen group ended early. The third result is that someone has correctly answered the preferential treatment status in advance. In order to maintain his personality, Kushida, the favored person of the Tatsu group, did not hide it from the class, so Hirata and Horikita planned to cover up Kushida's identity from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, this is only 1 day's work. There are still 3 days to take the test. As a result, on the first day, the preferential treatment of their D class was arrested. Lost 500 class points and 500,000 individual points. Horikita was in the Tatsu group. When she was exhausted, someone answered in advance and answered in advance. Then why did she lose her energy for a long time? The already tired look was even more haggard at this moment. She really didn't understand. How did she do it? How did the early answerer find out that Kushida was the favored person? Obviously, in the 2 meetings of the Ming Chen group today, no one discussed the silence of the audience at all. Can this be caught? She is now much stronger mentally and can accept failure, but she can't accept this inexplicable failure. She doesn't even know where she lost. Me too. Ling Xiaoluo showed almost the same text message, the only difference was that the rabbit group also answered in advance, and it was also the third result. Not only that, the two were on the deck, and there were many students who would come out to blow the evening breeze. The SMS alerts on the mobile phone came one after another, and they couldn't stop at all. There were even more panicked voices from many students. Are you kidding me? Why did the special test of the afternoon, horse, group come to an end? Or is it the third result? Who is it? 5. So do we. The group we were in also ended the special test early, and the result was the same as the third. What the hell is going on? Did the school send the wrong text message? Or is the school testing the text message function? This is the first day of the test, and we have only discussed it twice in total. The test takes 4 days, so it can't really be over in one day, right? Horikita looked around, combined with the text messages he and Ayanokaji received, and immediately understood that I am afraid that this is a certain class that is attacking in an all-round way. Otherwise, it is impossible for the Tatsu group, the Yu group and the rest of the group to have the result 3 at almost the same time. Not only locked the preferential treatment of the Chen group, but also locked the preferential treatment of the other groups. This is a serious failure in the general direction and strategy. Although I don't know which class in ABC, it is certain that there is only one winner in this special test. The other 3 classes are simply fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping block. They can't escape, they can only wait for the butcher's knife to swing down. Special. The whole line collapsed. This is. Horikita's face was as gloomy as water, almost darker than the ocean outside, and he immediately called Ichinos's mobile phone, but it turned out to be in a call. Listening to the polite language of asking for a second while on the phone, Horikita only felt her anger swell up. She had never been so anxious before. After waiting for more than a minute, I contacted Ichinos. Hey, Ichinos, I'm Horikita. Ichinos's voice came clearly from the microphone, and even if the entire line suddenly collapsed, it seemed that, Noris, did not make her panic. I know what you are going to say, Horikita-san. Although I just learned that several groups have finished the special exam ahead of schedule, all with the third result, and now there are more phone calls from our classmates to inquire. So I can't talk to you too much, I'm really sorry, but I've already asked. Bandai-kun is on the KTV on the 6th floor of the cruise ship. I'm on my way now, do you want to come together? Horikita's body swayed slightly, and he helped the railing in time, so that he didn't knock his forehead on the deck. I don't know if he was too haggard to stand firm, or the waves were too bumpy. Do you think he did it? When asked this question, Horikita's tone actually contained a hint of trembling. Except Bandai-kun, I don't think anyone can do it. Ichinos's answer was also very simple. Sorry, Horikita-kun, I have to call my class members back. If you want to come, see you at KTV. Once your class favored person is found by us, then you will also lose 150 class points. There will also be an additional 1.5 million loss of personal points. Katsuragi's exhortation did not cause any response, but was interrupted by Horikita. No, that's not right. Horikita saw Wandai Cheng and all the students in Class C's expressions of disapproval, calm, and seemingly not worried at all about their discussion of seeking preferential treatment, and suddenly remembered something, and the inside of his head was like a flash of lightning. A little light suddenly flashed. I remember going to the cruise ship coffee shop that morning and seeing Wandai Cheng full of mobile phones. He may have deleted all the text messages. Class C students don't even know if they are preferential treatment now. That's why Bandai and them are so confident. Once your class favored person is found by us, then you will also lose 150 class points. There will also be an additional 1.5 million loss of personal points. Katsuragi's exhortation did not cause any response, but was interrupted by Horikita. No, that's not right. Horikita saw Wandai Cheng and all the students in Class C's expressions of disapproval, calm, and seemingly not worried at all about their discussion of seeking preferential treatment, and suddenly remembered something, and the inside of his head was like a flash of lightning. A little light suddenly flashed. I remember going to the cruise ship coffee shop that morning and seeing Wandai Cheng full of mobile phones. He may have deleted all the text messages. Class C students don't even know if they are preferential treatment now. That's why Bandai and them are so confident. Chapter 90. What did you say? It might be that Horikita's revelation was too shocking, even Katsuragi was a little caught off guard. With such a violent force that he almost broke his neck, he turned his head quickly and looked at Horikita in disbelief. Ichino's was also slightly surprised, and turned her eyes to Horikita. How could someone so forcefully grab the cell phones of the whole class, directly check the text messages of the preferential recipients and delete them? The rest of the students would be happy? Impossible. Horikita's expression is not so good now. Under the light of the KTV's dazzling and swaying lights, he looks like a social animal being reprimanded and scolded by his boss. Bandai's defense is flawless. It's even more powerful than Katsuragi's silent tortoise shell. Your silence does not participate in the discussion of tactics, at most it is only a verbal defense. But after a person knows that he is a favored person, his subconscious actions, demeanor, and expression will reveal flaws. Sooner or later, he will be found favored. But with Bandai's hand, he is the only one in Class C who knows who is the favored person, and his expressions and movements will not reveal flaws, nor will the students of Class C have flaws. So if we want to find the favored person in Class C, we can only by luck. 99. That's why Bandai can be so fearless. His defense is flawless. Katsuragi was said to be in a mess, but fortunately he supported the wall next to him in time, otherwise he might have made a mistake and fell directly to the ground. That's right. Why didn't he think of this method? Katsuragi originally thought that he was as immobile as a mountain and was good at defense, but it turned out that in front of Wandai Cheng, he was a stinky younger brother, and he was completely inferior. In addition to remorse in his heart, Katsuragi still did not forget his responsibility. Even if he was unwilling and aggrieved, he still needed to minimize losses for Class A. This was his greatest responsibility at the moment. So he is still making his last attempt. Bandai, can't you really cancel the contract? Although your move is effective, there is still a chance that we will guess it. In the remaining 3 groups, there is nothing more than a question of choosing 1 out of 3 and 1 out of 4, and you have the risk of loss. Wandai Cheng really laughed out loud. Pfft, Katsuragi, you are a little out of your mind now, it's impossible for a normal you to say such things. Risk? Even if all 3 of our class are found by you, we will only lose 150 class points and the average loss of 15,000 personal points, but your Class A contract is to pay us 25,000 per capita, plus how can I cancel the contract with the income of Class B and Class D? 99. Furthermore, let me take a step back and assume that you are really just relying on luck, and you are really such an emperor. You can guess the 3 favored people in our class by just guessing, so what? How should you divide your 3 classes? What about profit? Don't look at the fact that you are coming together, standing side by side, but when it comes to distributing benefits, shouldn't it be the same as arguing? So, Katsuragi, don't make people laugh here, go back to rest and calm down early. Wandai Cheng seemed to dominate the whole situation, and his slow words were like sharp knives, stabbing Katsuragi's mind. Every word is a gap that pierces the heart. It will make Katsuragi unable to stop his body shaking. It is no longer possible to support the wall, and the students of Class A on the left and right need to support him so that Katsuragi will not fall. Horikita, who was watching the play next to him, was very excited. He first glanced at Katsuragi, who was being supported, and his eyes were no longer worried about the abilities of the students in Class A, and then he turned to Wandai Cheng. Katsuragi proposed transactions are not realistic. But the deal I'm proposing on my side, I'm sure Bandai you will choose to accept it. Wandai Cheng looked at the door and was a little confused for a while. Did he lead him badly? Why are transactions so popular recently? Hey! Ichinos, who was actually watching the movie, was a little bit confused at the moment. Good guy, he just came over to confirm whether Wandai Cheng had found all the favored people, so he didn't think too much and didn't have any preparations for a deal. But when she saw Katsuragi and Horikita, she realized that these people came here with their own thoughts. Horikita calmly explained his inner thoughts, and there was a feeling that the project founder cheated the investment company to invest money. Bandai, do you remember? During the midterm exam, we made an appointment for our D class to pay 200,000 yuan per month. Personal points 99. After the special test on the uninhabited island, it becomes a monthly payment of 300,000 individual points, that is, every month our class needs to spend 7,500 points to collect this amount. Although the special exam is not over because of your Class C preferential treatment, the general result can already be calculated. After the special test on the uninhabited island of our Class D, the class points are 170. Counting the 3 preferential recipients who have been guessed by you, there are only 20 points left. Then, every month, the per capita income is only 2,000 points, and it's impossible to maintain the contract to pay the monthly 300,000 points. So, Bandai, didn't you lose a lot of points out of thin air? So instead of flattening the loss, let's make another contract, and you can privately inform us of the status of the 2 Class C preferential treatment recipients. Of course, for the 1 million personal points reward for the 2 preferential treatment, our Class D will transfer it back to you, and then use the class points obtained to increase the monthly payment to you to 700,000 points per month. For flowers. How? Horikita said in a series of words, and finally looked at Wandai Cheng confidently, feeling that the other party would definitely agree to her terms. Because according to her assumption, this way, both sides will benefit, and both sides will gain. What Horikita earns is that Class D will not be deducted too many class points, and retains the basis of catching up with the upper class. Naturally, Wandai Cheng earns more personal points. But, the old god Wandai Cheng was there, and even listened and yawned again, not interested. Nanny. Horikita was confident for only a second, and the expression on Shizuo's hand was still hanging. She was rejected without thinking, so that her expression couldn't change for a moment, and she could only say something stupid. Doubt, why? Point 0. Hat. Wandai Cheng's eyes were deep, and he didn't know whether he was looking at Katsuragi Horikita or the complicated rules of the school. You don't understand? It can only be said that you are too timid and think too little. 35. Since I entered the school, I have been testing the various rules of the school, and I have figured out all of them. Did you know? For example, there is no problem with covering the school surveillance with a balloon for a short time. If you use spray paint to completely obscure the camera and then turn yourself in, you will only need a few thousand points for cleaning, but if you destroy it directly, you will be deducted from class points and remember major demerits, and drop out of school after 2 major demerits. Let's use an analogy. Personal points are more useful than you. For example, if you have 20 million, you only need to collect 20 million personal points, then students can transfer classes, that is, they can transfer to any place they want in the same grade. Class, in other words, Horikita, if you spend 20 million, you can go straight to A5. After the special test for preferential treatment, we have been promoted to A. I am curious, will you try your best to earn points and then come to our class? Wandai Cheng said this jokingly, with some meaning to wait and see. You, you already know about this school, have you gotten to this point? Horikita, Katsuragi, Ichinos, and the others all widened their eyes and couldn't imagine what Wandai Cheng would do this semester. What have you done? You have successfully uncovered the tip of the iceberg that was highly cultivated in the thick fog. To deal with surveillance, the 20 million shift is undoubtedly a big piece of information. While they were shocked, they also deeply felt the absolute gap between themselves and Wandai Cheng. So, Horikita, do you understand? I just want to see how the school will round it when you can't afford it, and what are the rules of roundness. From beginning to end, you guys are just playing around with each other in my eyes factory. Chapter 91. The KTV lights flickered, but Horikita and others were silent, just because the important information revealed by Wandai Cheng was too much and too scary. It made them unable to react for a while. When they came back to their senses, Katsuragi had a bitter expression on his face. Is this the reason why Bandai is using contracts like crazy to grab personal points from our classes? Hey! Wandai Cheng didn't expect that what he was waiting for was such a doubt. He casually gave Long Yuan a look and drank his drink. He felt that today's Katsuragi couldn't have a conversation, and his mind was too confused. What is the problem? Long Yuan reluctantly took the post, and to be honest he was too lazy to answer such a question. But Wandai Cheng disdains the current Katsuragi, so he can come out. Katsuragi, you really should go to rest. Bandai said it just now. After the special test for preferential treatment, we have already been promoted to Class A, so why do we need 20 million to transfer to another class? The 950 lower ranking class is naturally eager to catch up with the upper ranking class, but which upper ranking class will actively fall to the lower ranking class? Grabbing the points is just another plan. Oh, by the way, Katsuragi, your class is actively moving towards the lower ranking class. Practical examples. Katsuragi was ridiculed by Ryuhuan like this, his face became stinky, and their Class A fell directly from their high position. Although there are still a lot of class points left, and there are certain advantages compared to other classes, but it is not Class A, so it is meaningless in terms of high-level education. The most terrible thing. It is this kind of mistake. It was produced under his leadership. Why is Katsuragi so confused today? Acting completely different from usual? Isn't it because he once apologized earnestly and sincerely to the students of Class A, and said that he would definitely win back in the future? But what about now? Not to mention winning it back, even the most basic A-class status has been handed over. Huge self-blame, guilt, anger, and other emotions are oppressing the spirit, which makes Katsuragi behave so badly at this moment. But what Wandai Cheng and Long Yuan said was not wrong. All the information was comprehensively compiled, which washed his mind. He should not have asked such a stupid question, but he really didn't know what to say, so he finally shook his head dully. Leaving with Class A students. Horikita's expression was rather ugly. I don't think this matter requires you to risk losses to test the school's rules. Our D class can't pay, so naturally we can't perform the contract, just like a bankrupt company will only pursue creditors instead of the entire group. It doesn't matter. Wandai Cheng put down the drink, his face full of indifference of local tyrants. If you can test whether one is one, it is nothing more than a loss of hundreds of thousands, and we don't look down on this small money now. Hearing the rich and powerful speech, Horikita's face turned purple and turned into a pig's liver. Small money? This is a small sum of money? Listen, do you listen to this? For the Baron Class D, a few 100,000 is quite a lot of money. Horikita couldn't understand why Wandai Cheng was so obsessed with the school's rules, even if they were all tested out. From Horikita's point of view, it was pointless for Wandai Cheng to try and study how to monitor the school, but Horikita paid great attention to the information about the 20 million shift. So she didn't want to stay, so she turned around and left. At present, Ichinos is the only outsider, but Ichinos is easy to talk, saying that he has to appease the members of his class. After congratulating Wandai Cheng and the students of Class C, he also left. The next Class C students naturally fell into a crazy carnival. They thought, Wandai Cheng is so good, he will definitely be able to take them to Class A. But I never expected that Wandai Cheng would be so powerful. This is only a summer vacation in the first semester. In one summer vacation, he has easily reversed his position and completely kicked Class A off the throne. Sit up by yourself. In this way, not to mention how excited everyone is happy, and they played all night. Of course, Wandai Cheng, Ryuan, Shina, Ibuki, etc., went back early to rest, and did not play so late. The emotions and anger between people are different. When the students in Bandai's class are completely carnival, the other three classes are full of sad faces and mental exhaustion. In Katsuragi's class, all the students surrounded Katsuragi alone, they didn't even go indoors, they questioned Katsuragi on the deck, like angry villagers, the village chief who compromised the interests of the village during a collective interrogation. So, we shouldn't be silent at the beginning. What is the result of the whole team that is the advantage of our Class A? Bah! Now we are not even Class A. Katsuragi, this time you are absolutely responsible. Don't you have anything to say? Katsuragi looked at the persecution of the surrounding classmates, looked at their ferocious and anxious faces, and knew that this time, it was indeed his mistake. Although he didn't understand how Wandai Cheng got through the rules and found out all the favored people, he didn't find it, and it was naturally his problem. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply again, laughing at himself, but he didn't expect to bow twice to his classmates in a short period of time. After we go back, let Sakayanagi lead our Class 5. Whether it was the special test for uninhabited islands or the special test for preferential treatment, it was because I didn't focus on the overall situation and was defeated by Wandai Cheng using the rules, which made our class lose its Class A status. I plan to apply for dropping out of school to take on these two responsibilities, but I still hope that everyone will give me a chance to make atonement for the class in the next 3 years. Katsuragi's words are heart-wrenching. They all said that they voluntarily applied for dropping out of school, but this is also because of the cultural influence of Sakurajima. Don't you see on the TV of Sakurajima, people come out every day to kneel down and apologize and resign Sanlian? Taking responsibility seems to be the fashion. When he said this, the students in the class were also extremely sad. They were just angry, but they were not so angry that they wanted to kill them all, and they would not force Katsuragi to drop out of school. In the end, they could only discuss a temporary decision, go back and let Sakayanagi make the decision. See how to punish Katsuragi. Ichino's class was calm and steady. Ichino's called everyone out for supper, and after a few words, they started laughing and laughing again. At first, they were still very sad. Seeing Ichino's working so hard, they all had to laugh. What? Kanzaki was the only one sitting in the corner, eating silently, staring at the hip-hop class, and asking himself, is it really okay to continue to indulge in this innocence? Really? The Horikita class had the most intense disputes. Some people accused Horikita of not having any effect at all. It is better to let Hirata continue to direct and lead the class. Some people are worried that the 170 class points they have accumulated Indiana the midterm exam and the uninhabited island have almost been deducted once in this preferential exam. What will they do in the future? They are still carrying the monthly payment to Bandai. What about the debts of the class? Seeing that everyone was so dissatisfied, Hirata, the good-natured man, came out to comfort him. Only then did he comfort a group of students who were unhappy with Horikita, but even with Hirata this time, many students in Class D still scolded him. Obviously, this kind of contradiction can no longer be adjusted. If Horikita does not achieve any results again, Hirata will definitely not be able to hold back next time. At this time, Kuruzawa also came out to appease people, but she made a lot of points, so naturally she would not live a hard life. She also said that she had saved a little money, and if she had difficulties, she could borrow a little bit, and she won another wave people's hearts. One class's revelry caused chaos in the other three classes. Chapter 92. Hey? Sheena, I remember you don't seem to be on this level, right? The class members who were willing to have fun still stayed in the KTV and performed excited ghosts and wolf howls to vent their inner excitement. As for Wandai Cheng and others who were unwilling to stay up late, they naturally prepared to return to the dormitory. But for some unknown reason, Sheena followed Wandai Cheng, just like Xiao Tai, and it was not until he reached this floor that Wandai Cheng made an inquiry. It was clear that on the cruise ship, the boys' room and the girls' room were not on the same floor. It must have been by the way at the beginning, but it's all here, and it's hard to find an excuse to stop by. Sheena still looks like a buoyant, like an elf who came to visit from other world. She is out of tune with the world, and she lives in it lightly. Bandai, can I go to your room and sit for a while? The girl held a happy smile and was unspeakably happy. She can't say why, but as soon as she sees Wandai Cheng, her brows will be raised happily, troubles will be put aside, her eyes will automatically narrow happily, and her inner satisfaction will naturally overflow from her smile. Of course. Wandai Cheng didn't refuse. He was promoted to Class A. Some of the classmates screamed and vented. Maybe a literary girl like Sheena wanted to talk to find the authenticity of the successful promotion to A. Wandai Cheng thought so. The two returned to Wandai Cheng's single room. When Wandai Cheng was pouring water, he heard Sheena's question pointing directly to the core. Bandai, we will be Class A from now on. You should continue to look for the school's rules, right? Yet. Wandai Cheng responded, returned to Sheena with 2 glasses of water, and handed the water over. What's wrong? Are you worried that I have no way ahead and no goal? Some students may think that they can sit back and relax after a high degree of cultivation and upgrade to A, while others think that even if they reach A, they must defend themselves seriously, suppress all lower classes, and ensure their aloof status. But in general, after Class A, there is no way ahead and there is a real difficulty. There is no goal to strive for, and only the lower class can be targeted to ensure that it will not be caught up. Sheena held the water glass in both hands and took a cute sip. No, the Bandai I know has always had goals. Although I don't know why you want to be highly bred, you must have your own ideas. 39. But no matter what, I will always support you. Wandai Cheng could hear the determination in his words as if they were cotton candy. From his current angle, he could clearly see Sheena's soft face, those purple eyes with a hint of tenacity, those small, focused eyes, all of which made his breath stagnate. Sheena tilted her little head playfully. Although the tilt was very small, it had a very cute taste, which made Wandai Cheng return to his senses in time. He did not thank him, nor did he ask why, because Wandai Cheng knew very well that thanking was too polite, and asked why he was too unfamiliar. Sheena obviously recognized him very much, and regarded him as the first friend in his life, so he would stand by him so steadfastly, even if he aimed for high education. Sheena did not hesitate. This kind of trust made Wandai Cheng warm in his heart. I won't say thank you nonsense, if there is anything you can help, I will definitely say it. Sheena's eyebrows, curved into a beautiful crescent moon, a faint joy, without any words, can convey to Wandai Cheng's heart. Facing Sheena's trust, Wandai Cheng is already self-examination. He is so trusted by Sheena, but he doesn't seem to really understand Sheena. Then Sheena, when you get promoted to Class A, you can do whatever you want in the future. What? If you want to go to school, whether it is Todai University, Waseda, or studying abroad, the school can arrange it. If you want to get a job after graduation, the school can arrange it regardless of the occupation. 35. In that case, what do you want to do, Sheena? Sheena's eyes that looked like dazzling purple agate suddenly lit up, as if a word from Wandai Cheng added a light to him. She was not excited because of her promotion to A. For Sheena Hiri, no matter what class A and D, there is no difference, and no matter which class she graduated from, the school will provide resources for various arrangements. In fact, she doesn't care about these things. What she cares about most is that Wandai Cheng and her are discussing the future together. Talking about the future with the boys. This was what excited her the most. It felt like a small bud, rooted in her heart, was rapidly growing into a towering tree, attracting tens of thousands of birds and sparrows, jumping non-stop on the branches. And her heart is those branches, with the birds singing and jumping, the branches swaying, the heart beats, the indescribable joy fills the whole heart. The topic was too sweet, so Sheena did not restrain her emotions, and subconsciously blurted out, "It seems that housewives are good." 5. Wandai Cheng blinked, doubting his ears a little, came to high school to study, and be a housewife after graduation? A little translation is equivalent to the graduates of Dongda University coming out to wash dishes for others, which is very confusing. Sheena seemed to finally realize what she had said, and her face, which was rosy because of joy, was now rendered with a layer of drunken blush. Too embarrassed to look at Wandai Cheng's eyes anymore, Sheena's voice became shy and soft. "No, can't you? Bandai, don't you like it?" At this time, Wandai Cheng also understood the meaning of Sheena, and remembered the various expressions of Sheena. The heated discussion of books in the library, the regular emotional communication every night, and the celebration banquet. "I feel very relieved to try drinks, rely on him, and do not worry about any danger." When he was on an uninhabited island, he hugged him, sat behind the jet ski and laughed, and even inexplicably competed with Ichinos. Everything seems to have an answer, that is this girl named Shii 950 Hiri, a small love affair. As long as I think about it for a while, Sheena's fluttering voice, satisfied smile, sharing of experience when talking about books, stockings under the sun, and coffee in the library every day. Really, casually recalling, every picture seems to be accompanied by her. Only then did Wandai Cheng realize that he has become accustomed to the company of girls unconsciously. Thinking of this, he raised his hand in a funny way, gently stroking Sheena's hair, brushing the smooth strands of hair with the palm of his hand. Sheena closed her eyes in enjoyment, like a cat being served, and turned her head cutely, so that Wandai Cheng's palms could rub more hairs. The only difference from a cat is that it may not purr like a cat. Screaming. The same goes for you. Hey! Sheena opened her eyes. She didn't understand what Wandai Cheng meant, but found that it was so close. I mean. Wandai Cheng moved his palm to the back of Sheena's head, and held the back of the girl's head gently. "I will always support you, and I will give you more advice in the future, Hiri." As if it came naturally, Wandai Cheng kissed like this, which made Sheena even more reluctant. Every time he recalled the first kiss, he would feel so sweet, which penetrated into his heart. Whether it's the sweet canned coffee she usually drinks, the reddest piece in the middle of the watermelon, or the tip of the ice cream, none of them can compare to Wandai Cheng's kiss that is so sweet, so stable, so fond of Sheena that she will never get tired of it. Chapter 93. The knock on the door of Tuk Tuk echoed softly in Wandai Cheng's room. Wandai Cheng opened the curtains and let the sunshine from the blue sea outside, forcing back the darkness in the room that once made him sleep peacefully. "Who?" After Sheena's almost confession-like remarks last night, she was kissed by Wandai Cheng, and then she fled in embarrassment, so nothing happy happened to Wandai Cheng last night. This morning, he habitually went out for a few laps, maintained his state, and then went back to sleep, because his special exam in the Chen group had ended ahead of schedule, and now there are only 3 groups that need to continue as usual. "It's me, get up quickly." Outside the door, Lan Jiayuan's voice came, "It's really troublesome, I wake up when I wake up, why do I have to make up for the cage sleep?" "I will make up for it, why do we have to call you to eat? Can't you have breakfast?" Wandai Cheng just remembered that in the 2 weeks of his life on a luxury cruise, he had asked Long Yuan or Ishizaki to call him for breakfast. Usually, his biological clock is very accurate, but it is not necessarily accurate when he returns to the cage. It is normal to sleep until noon. In order to not miss 3 meals and not develop stomach problems like in his previous life, he has such an arrangement. Wandai Cheng ignored Long Yuan's random complaints, and slowly, after washing his face again, he walked out the door and went to the coffee shop with Long Yuan, who was impatient and helpless. Not to mention, seeing Long Yuan's unhappy and helpless expression makes Wandai Cheng feel very emotional. It's just that when I came to the coffee shop, I saw Ishizaki's panda face that was almost sleepy. Albert sat on the side, his face did not change in any way, maybe it was simply because people were darker, even if there were dark circles, he couldn't find it. Big brother Bandai, brother Long Yuan, good morning. Ishizaki really lost his strength. It seemed that he would do his best to make a sound, and his voice was extremely hoarse. There was an empty glass in front of him, and it was obvious that the whole glass of water had gone down. Cannot be relieved. You're all night. Wandai Cheng pulled out the seat, a little surprised by Ishizaki's dying appearance. If you're sleepy, why don't you just go back to rest? He is more aware of how excited the class members were last night. It was basically unexpected to play all night. What was unexpected was that Ishizaki insisted on coming over for breakfast even though he was like this. Could it be that Ishizaki also has the idea of maintaining his stomach? Ishizaki gave a sincere thumbs up, with some kind of inexplicable persistence. I said that I want to follow you, big brother Bandai, no matter how sleepy I am, why can't I be absent? This is quite impressive. Long Yuan, on the other hand, did not resonate very much, but patted Wandai Cheng on the shoulder in a nasty manner. That's good, Ishizaki, when Wandai Cheng goes to the bathroom in the future, I will definitely inform you. 35. Wandai Cheng felt that there was something wrong with the thinking of this group of people, whether it was Ishizaki or Long Yuan, they were a little different from usual. Afterwards, they smiled knowingly, which was normal. After all, they had already been promoted to Class A, and it was normal for them to be slightly different when they were emotionally excited. It's been a long wait. At this moment, Sheena came out with a plate of sandwiches, followed by the clerk of the store, carrying another breakfast. It's just that Sheena sat next to Wandai Cheng and put the sandwich in front of him, blinking his big eyes, as if waiting for the breakfast he made by himself to be eaten and praised by the person he likes. Interesting. Long Yuan also saw it, so he didn't move the plate of sandwiches and just enjoyed the rest of the breakfast. Ishizaki is a little confused about the current situation. Sheena came to a coffee shop for a part-time job? Is the shop on the cruise ship willing to recruit students who can only work part-time for a maximum of 2 weeks? No, there is a special test for uninhabited islands, at most just a week. No. Sheena looked very happy, and put her hands in front of her in an inverted V. I borrowed the kitchen here. After responding to Ishizaki's question, Sheena finally turned to Wandai Cheng. Her brows were like a light hidden, with an indescribable expectation. Wandai, no, why don't you try it? Wandai Cheng would never take Sheena's good intentions, and this sandwich looks good. First sip coffee to moisten his throat, and then start to enjoy Sheena's handmade dishes. Should Sheena have this talent? The bread part of the sandwich is obviously handled carefully, at least sifted through the flour twice, to achieve such a delicate taste, and the baking heat is very good, the bread is very springy, and the taste is not woody. The ingredients in it are nothing to say, they are all fixed coffee shop sandwich ingredients. It's very good. How did you come up with these, Rai-he? Hee. Sheena behaved like a child praised by her parents. She raised her head and squinted her eyes with a chuckle, full of happiness, because in the books I read, there are many scenes where girlfriends make cooking lunches for their boyfriends. Or a housewife, cooking breakfast for her husband or something. I'd love to try it myself. Perhaps these words were too embarrassing. Even after establishing a relationship, Sheena felt a little embarrassed when she spoke, and the earlobes covered by her long hair were exuding fiery wisps. Oh! Wandai Cheng, who noticed this scene, became interested. He was a guy who likes to bully people in his bones. He may be violent when he treats his enemies, but when he treats his own people, it's a joke at most. So Wandai Cheng suddenly, like a gentleman, picked up the knife and fork that was not needed next to him, cut a small piece, and then changed back to the familiar chopsticks, picked up a small piece of sandwich with one hand, followed by the other hand, and moved to Sheena. In such a plot, there should have been quite a few in the book, quality. Sheena's lilac-purple eyes trembled faintly, and her cheeks heated up uncontrollably. At this time, Sheena was no longer as quiet as she used to be, nor did she have that pure and light feeling. The long eyelashes pressed against the eyelids, revealing a kind of tenderness that is unique to a girl. Her warm breath hit the back of Wandai Cheng's fingers, causing the two people facing each other to have a slightly dry feeling. Sheena looked at the sandwich that Wandai Cheng brought over, like in a dream, just a small act of feeding, which reminded Sheena of countless stories she had read. She's read, stories, about couples holding hands and walking down a country road, she's read about newlyweds taking a romantic seaside trip, she's read about middle-aged couples taking care of the children while the husband feeds the wife. In terms of game terms, Wandai Cheng is an ordinary flat A, and Sheena has already thought about the names of the children in the future. Sheena can't even remember how she ate that small sandwich, and she didn't taste the taste after her careful cooking, she only felt that she was chewing honey candy, sweet and happy. After a long time, she suddenly raised her hands and covered her hot pretty face. She didn't know what she was thinking of. After all, after reading a lot, she would indeed think more than ordinary people. Long Yuan ate breakfast by himself. Albert was expressionless as if he didn't see anything, but Ishizaki, who was facing him, widened his eyes in surprise, and his eyeballs almost fell out. This. From now on, I'll have to be called Mrs. Sheena. Chapter 94. Since Wandai Cheng did not agree to Katsuragi's suggestion to stop the loss, nor did he agree to the transaction on Horikita's side, the special examinations of the other three groups still needed to be carried out normally and did not end normally. In the remaining 3 days, the other three classes seemed to have abandoned their previous suspicions and were united by Ichinos's class. In order to find the favored person, it can be said that there are frequent tactics, taking advantage of the students in Bandai's class who suddenly talk to each other while they are playing with their mobile phones, and then carefully observe the expressions. Or it was a side attack, or it was telling about Wandai Cheng's various despicable methods to hope that the opponent would change his mind, and even more, suddenly lied that your class's eldest brother Bandai had told me that you were a preferential treatment, but also failed to get any results. In general, there are many means, but they are completely ineffective. In the three groups, the students of Bandai class all said, "You really don't do this. We don't know whether we are the preferential treatment, what can you try? Instead of trying so hard, it's better to just guess and end the special exam early." The students in Bandai's class were impatient, but the other three classes didn't think so, and still tried their best to seize all possibilities. As a result, at the beginning of several discussions, they all cooperated with each other, and the more they went to the back, the more contradictions became, and the Katsuragi class and the Horikita class had begun to doubt each other. Suspected that the opposite Bandai class favored some information, but refused to exchange information, or felt that the other class was preventing him from finding the Bandai class favored person. As a result, a strange phenomenon gradually emerged. The students in Katsuragi's class stopped being silent. When they were actively testing, the students in Horikita's class went to drag their feet and deliberately hindered. When it was Horikita's turn to test in another group, the students in Katsuragi's class continued to find faults, pointing and interfering. Only the members of Ichinos's class were speechless and did not help each other. At the back, the students in Bandai's class were no longer bothered. I have to say that this kind of infighting really made them want to laugh. Even Ichinos couldn't suppress this conflict, and the three classes gradually parted ways, exploring each other, at most agreeing not to interfere with each other. But even so, the investigation into Wandai Cheng's class preferential treatment was fruitless, and the situation fell into a stalemate, which dragged on to the last meeting on the last day of the special exam. Because the other groups have ended ahead of schedule, GE, BBD, Castle, Horikita and others simply remote control the content of the discussions of the last three groups with their mobile phones. At this moment, the class members almost became the passers-by. With displeased expressions on their faces, the members of Class D read out the words sent by Horikita in a terrific tone, "We can't go on like this. If we don't find a favored person in the end, we will only achieve the second result. Bandai that guy's class, picking up 1.5 million personal points for nothing. This is absolutely impossible." The persuasion that should have been very exciting, but after the student read it out, it seemed so bland, making the conference room even more dull. Seeing the big from the small, I know that Horikita is now in Class D, and basically no one wants to talk to him. If Hirata did not fight against the crowd and still supported Horikita, these students would have blocked Horikita from their mobile phones. On the other hand, the students in Katsuragi's class were even more than D class. Horikita can at least convey opinions. They directly kicked Katsuragi from the decision-making level. It is useless for Katsuragi to have ideas. That being said, how do you find a favored person? Because of Bandai's little tricks, the favored person in their class doesn't even know if they are a favored person, and there is no way to find them. In the end, it was a class member from Ichinos who made a suggestion, "It's not as good as this. I can't find it anyway. I really can only guess by luck," as Wandai Cheng said. 3 classes, 1 class guesses a small group, does not look at wisdom and means, only depends on luck. 9. This is undoubtedly a great irony. After all, the theme of the special test for the preferential treatment is thinking, and in the end it was reduced to 3 classes competing for luck. It's just that Horikita was not happy again, and new news came. Class D students were too lazy to read again, and reluctantly threw their mobile phones on the desktop and let other class members read for themselves. I oppose Ichinos' suggestion. If I guess wrong, the result is 4. Instead, I will give away 50 class points and personal points to Bandai class at a loss. Although Ichinos' class members were only looking at the text messages, they were also dissatisfied with Horikita's tone of voice reflected in the text messages. "What? This tone of voice is really annoying." 35. Yeah, I feel the same way with you. Class D students made a direct statement, backstabbed wildly while Horikita was away, and heard the Bandai class members laughing and almost slapped them. According to such contradictions, the decision-making became more and more difficult, and the last discussion ended immediately. The 3 classes did not come up with any plan in the end. Just guessing by luck, no one could afford the risk of losing 50 class points. I had no choice but to let Class C succeed in the second result and gained personal points. They could only comfort themselves. Fortunately, the class points of Bandai's class did not increase any more. Then, it was a text message sent by the school to every first-year student. The special exam has officially ended, and the results of the exam and the changes in class points are now announced. Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Hai, the results are 3. Shen, Yu, Su groups, results 2. Class point changes. Class A, Bandai class, 1,290 points. Class B, Katsuragi class, 1,080 points. Class C, Ichinos class, 690 points. Class D, Horikita class, 2,000 hours. The rest is gone. It is exactly the same as when the class guide explained the special test before. The school will not announce the preferential treatment of each group, nor will it announce the specific situation, only very limited information. When I received a text message from the school, the students in Bandai's class were the most excited, jumping and jumping. In the middle of the night, the cruise ship suddenly made a noise. We succeeded. We're really promoted to Class A. Ha ha ha. After graduation, I want to be a professional baseball team manager. Overtake Katsuragi's class. It's cool. It's been a long time since I saw their top-notch face. Tisk tisk, with so many gaps opened at once, it will be difficult for the lower classes to catch up. Long live the big brother Bandai. Celebration banquet. Let's have a celebration banquet again. Mr. Sakagami, you will also get a bonus for your promotion to Class A, right? Let's have a drink. Compared with the boiling sky here, the other three classes are more silent than the other. The happiness and excitement are all from Bandai's class, and they can only be sad. Katsuragi, I won't let you lead the class any longer. After I go back, I will definitely advise Sakayanaga-san to let you apply for withdrawal. Ichinos, it's okay, we've worked hard, but we can't compare to each other, let's have something to eat. I've already said that Horikita is unreliable. He has a cold face all day long and is very proud. In the end? Didn't he lead us into a pit? We lost everything. I'm better than her. Chapter 95. Bandai class made an appointment, because the result of this special test was too pleasant, even if it was known 3 days ago, it was probably the result. But I still worry that the 3 favored recipients of my family might be guessed by the other 3 classes by luck. After all, no one can say for luck. As a result, the other 3 classes were more timid than the other, and no one dared to take risks to guess, allowing them to be promoted to Class A safely and steadily. Therefore, there are restaurants, cinemas, KTVs, and students from Bandai's class who continue to play music and dance, and have a great time. Just when the class members invited Wandai Cheng to play with him, Wandai Cheng was accidentally blocked in his room by the blushing Kushida Kikyo. Why are you here? Because the wolf ate the sheep, Wandai Cheng took the initiative to pour a glass of juice for Kushida, sat next to Kushida, and asked, according to your needs. At this time, most of your Class D students feel uncomfortable, right? Isn't it a good time for you to come forward to appease them and gain their trust? Wandai Cheng didn't forget that Kushida's way of survival is to try his best to gain the trust of others and learn the secrets of others, so as to maintain his inner superiority and make him feel that he is truly alive. No need at all. Kushida was also very relaxed, with a satisfied smile on his face. His slender jade legs stretched by white over-the-knee stockings were shaking gently unconsciously, occasionally bumping into Wandai Cheng's knees, revealing her joyful heart. Then I need to appease those guys? Those guys are busy scolding Horikita right now, ha ha ha. Deserving it. Kushida really had great malice towards Horikita. Every time she sees Horikita being deflated or being boycotted by class members, she is ecstatic as if she had won a lottery. That's why I came here. Kushida didn't miss Wandai Cheng's question, he explained the reason first, and then narrated his intention. Class D is scolding Zheng Huan, and there is absolutely no room for me to come forward. And Horikita was so scolded, I was so happy, I couldn't wait to find someone to share this happy event, and after thinking about it, I could only come to Bandai classmates. Wandai Cheng nodded, took a sip of his own glass of juice, and then investigated Kushida's past. Speaking of which, what kind of grievances between you and Horikita? The first time I saw you kicking the railing at the school lake, I heard you cursing at her. Why, I was bullied by Horikita in junior high school. Do you want to get revenge when you get to high school? This slightly biased aggressive talk immediately had an effect, and Kushida's joyful brows instantly wrinkled. Ha! She can bully me? What a joke! Besides, I didn't have any interaction with that guy Horikita in junior high school at all, and the classes were not the same class. 39. After careful observation, Wandai Cheng came to the conclusion that Kushida Kikyo did not lie, so it was strange that the two had no grudges at all, so why did Kushida frequently ask Horikita for trouble? Do you want Horikita to drop out of school? He even asked him to cooperate with him and sacrificed the most precious thing of a girl, just to drop out of school. Horikita? Perhaps noticing Wandai Cheng's deliberately suspicious expression, Kushida sighed slightly, and the expression on the son's face soon dimmed again. She knows my secret, just like you. Oh? I'd like to hear about it. Wandai Cheng simply listened to a story, showing a very interested appearance, and took advantage of the trend to put his hand on someone's thigh, and experience the silk stockings that are both smooth and not smooth. In short, it is very addictive feel. Kushida rolled his eyes at Wandai Cheng, but didn't struggle or resist, took a gulp of juice very honestly, and his eyes darkened a lot. I found that I don't have any specialties, and I can beat a genius. Kushida first told Wandai Cheng about his own experience after he was promoted to junior high school. I found out later that I can't be the first in terms of performance, sports, and looks. Only in terms of being trusted, I can hold the top spot, Bandai, you know? At that time, the teachers and students in the whole school trusted me because I could name all the staff and all the students in the whole school. With my face, a deliberately sweet smile, it's easy to be popular. 35. Afterwards, my classmates, because they were too trusting, told me their various thoughts and told me to keep them secret. Hey! Bandai, can you understand the excitement? Boys think a certain girl in the class is a hornet, girls think which boy is disgusting, or boys are contradicting each other, girls don't like each other. The kind of people who tell everything in their hearts. Your excitement is so unbearable. Wandai Cheng listened to the story quietly, sometimes in line with the rhythm of Kushida's speech, nodding lightly, without stopping his big hand, still rubbing his silk stockings, as if enjoying, and urging her to continue the story. Kushida was immersed in her own past. At this moment, her expression on her face was fine, but as she continued to tell the story, her expression became more and more hideous and gloomy. What makes me feel sick is that they trust me, but they treat me like a trash can. Maybe they trust me not to tell secrets, they just treat me as a negative emotion machine, and they will tell me anything they feel bad about. For flowers. At first, I was quite happy, thinking that I was being trusted further, but as a result, more and more negative emotions became more and more annoying to me. I even felt nauseated when I heard it, and made me want to vomit. 35. In Wandai Cheng's eyes, there was a trace of clarity. I'm afraid Kushida's ability to collect other people's black materials was officially formed during this period. As if telling her the past and reminding her of something very bad, Kushida subconsciously approached Wandai Cheng, put her small head on his shoulder, and wanted to absorb a little warmth, so in the end I can't take it anymore. On a forum, I wrote all their black materials, and I suddenly felt a lot better at that time. But one day, a classmate discovered the forum and immediately came to accuse me, because of the secret, she only told me. As a result, I was exposed, and everyone started to hate me, scolded me, bah! They didn't even think about it. If they hadn't told me their negative emotions so unscrupulously, how could I have learned so much of their black stuff? This it's retribution. Anyway, I can't stay any longer, so don't think about it any better. I directly exposed all the black materials. Bandai, you would never have imagined how funny the situation was at that time. 35. Several boys actually started fighting because of a certain statement from a girl in the class. There are also a few girls who usually look down on each other. After hearing the black material, they tug at each other's hair and scratch their faces with their fingernails. The scene is not so funny. Cannot forget. Afterwards, Kushida also talked a lot, basically the class of junior high school. How was it chaotic? After she exposed the black material, there were contradictions per capita, and the fight was a lot of fun. Finally, the school authorities finally came forward, disbanded the class, disrupted some people, reorganized them into other classes, and sent the other part to another junior high school. I was also told by the school that there is a high school with high education. It only admits 160 students every year. I thought that when I came here, I could keep my secrets and not be known about my past. But, that guy Horikita actually came here too. Wandai Cheng understood, so you want to drive away Horikita so much, it's just that Horikita and you are in the same junior high school, maybe they know about your past, or maybe they don't. You are afraid of being exposed, so it's better to drive her away. Are you going well? Kushida rubbed Wandai Cheng's shoulder and nodded, will you help me? It's agreed. That depends on your sincerity. Wandai Cheng continued to rub the silk in his hands, until Kushida's eyes were blushing. Don't worry, I am full of sincerity. Well, it's really white enough, no, it's full enough. Chong. Chapter 96. Wow! Finally got to see the pier. It's time to go back. Yeah, I've been on a cruise for so many days, and I've forgotten what it's like to walk on land. I'm afraid that I'll fall if I step on the floor later. This should be the trouble of happiness. When you look at the other three classes, they don't seem to feel anything. The Bandai class gathered on the cruise ship deck, looking at the busy dock in the distance, in a good mood, which means that the 2-week luxury cruise is coming to an end, and they will finally return to campus for the remaining month of summer vacation. During this period, they were really on a luxury cruise ship, enjoying more than a week of travel, and they only stayed on an uninhabited island for 2 days and 1 night. It's been a long time since I walked on the earth, and I'm on a cruise ship every day. I miss it very much. I feel down to earth, but the students in the other classes may not be able to resonate with them. Soon, the announcement of the 953 cruise sounded, and there was still half an hour to go. The students could pack their bags and prepare for their return journey. Wandai Cheng used the broadcast as an excuse to block the bullshit on the opposite side of Xingzhigong. I have to pack up, teacher Xingzhigong, I will say goodbye first. This is a pub on a cruise ship. Usually, only faculty members come, not students. There may be more than a dozen customers at night, but now in the early morning, the pub only has Wandai Cheng and Xingzhigong, which seems quite quiet. The reason why the two appeared here is that when Wandai Cheng came out for breakfast in the morning, he was invited here by the Palace of Stars when he saw it. At first, Wandai Cheng thought that Xingzhigong had something to do with him, but it turned out to be just nonsense, either complaining about the pressure of being a teacher now, or asking Wandai Cheng if he had any girls he liked, but he couldn't talk for a long time. Wandai Cheng is more patient, and answers step by step, without any leakage, similar to the 3 good students. The teacher asks and answers, but the answer is true or false. Wandai Cheng himself does not know, anyway, he just made up. And he didn't ask at all why Xingzhigong invited him over, which made Xingzhigong secretly startled. This Wandai Cheng is not as calm as a young man. The broadcast that sounded at this time helped Wandai Cheng a lot. Using the excuse of leaving, he secretly sent a message to the Palace of Stars. If you don't tell the real purpose, I won't play with you, Grandpa. Although Xingzhigong is the class guide, his personality seems to be very girly, and he deliberately dragged his sweet voice, expressing reluctance and resistance. Don't leave so early, teacher, I rarely find a handsome guy to accompany you to drink. Wandai Cheng took out his mobile phone. Chenjui accompany drinks with 3 million personal points, thank you. Xingzhigong's eyes widened exaggeratedly, and the female teacher's eyes seemed to be accusing Wandai Cheng of charging high fees. You have only been here for half an hour. 100,000 yuan a minute? Bandai classmate, you are the top cowboy. What? At first, he made a joking accusation, and then Xingzhigong's complexion changed suddenly, from anger to sweet. Otherwise, the teacher will invite you to drink, come here, and drink this cup secretly. You know that you don't have the opportunity to drink normally. As he said that, he pushed the whiskey in front of him with a look of you don't have to be polite to me. Isn't 3 million whiskey more excessive? Wandai Cheng spit, and stood up neatly. Since teacher Xingzhigong is not willing to pay, I will not accompany him. Hey, am I just that old? Young handsome guys don't have any nostalgia at all. Xingzhigong had a self-sacrificing tone, and even took out a small mirror for touch-up, looked at his rosy cheeks, and muttered, "It's still looking good. Young." After that, he put away the small mirror and followed, Okay, no kidding, Bandai has gained a lot from this summer special exam, and was promoted to Class A in one fell swoop. The teacher invited you to drink, just to celebrate for you, don't go so fast. As Wandai Cheng walked back, he looked ahead and didn't look at Hoshinomiya. Hoshinomiya-sensei, you are the class teacher of Ichino's class. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to celebrate for me. 35. What's this? Hoshinomiya was carefree, as if he was similar to Ichino's. He didn't care about the class differences, but only about the friendship of his classmates. The teacher is happy for the students' achievements, it is only right. Wandai Cheng glanced at the Palace of Stars amusingly, said thank you in a shallow way, and then remained silent, secretly happy, but wanted to see how long the Palace of Stars could hold back. Sure enough, Hoshinomiya saw Wandai Cheng was about to walk back to the cruise ship room, and knew that he couldn't go on talking nonsense like this, and finally tentatively threw a topic, but actually, our class and Katsuragi-san's class are all fine. The worst one belongs to Horikita-san's class D, right? I managed to save more than 100 class points but Bandai and you guys directly got 20 points. It's hard to maintain life. As Wandai Cheng expected, Hoshinomiya still cares about class D. It was like this last time, trying to find out if Wandai Cheng wants to attack class D, this time it is still the same. I just don't know why Hoshinomiya is so persistent towards class D. The most likely thing is that Hoshinomiya and Class D's class guide Chibashira are old blame. Mr. Xingzhigong, you are so concerned about Class D, why don't you give them some points? Because Xingzhigong gave way, Wandai Cheng took the initiative to talk, which made him seem very comfortable. After all, people often say that it is better to call if you are asking for help. A huge sum of money. 99. Hoshinomiya's charming expression brightened, this sentence is very reasonable. Bandai classmate, you know a lot, and are you acting weird? Are you worried that the teacher is really going to help Class D? Oh, don't worry, teacher, no matter how beautiful and kind-hearted I am, I can still tell the difference. Even if I want to help, the priority is to help Ichino's and the others. Seeing that he was about to go back to the dormitory, Wandai Cheng relied on the initiative to talk on his side, avoiding falsehoods and being truthful, so Hoshinomiya-sensei means that the main thing is to suppress Class D. Xingzhigong's expression froze for a blink of an eye, and then changed back to that sweet smile. It seems that I have not kept a secret from Bandai classmates. Bandai classmates are really sharp. 99. Such an excellent person, you said that if you had come 10 years earlier, maybe the teacher would have taken the initiative to pursue you when he was in school. Wandai Cheng did not respond to Hoshinomiya's ridicule, because it had no practical significance, and the main point was that Hoshinomiya suppressed Class D. This is interesting. It's clear that what Ichino's class needs now is to hit the top 1.3, and to defeat Katsuragi class to return to Class B. I didn't expect you to focus on Class D, Hoshinomiya-sensei. After saying this, Wandai Cheng had stopped in front of his own door, and his hand was already on the door handle of his cruise ship room. But he didn't open the door immediately, and watched the students from other classes coming in and out, and Xingzhigong didn't follow up to continue chatting or stay outside. He could only lower his voice and listen to almost only Wandai Cheng. Well, secretly tell Bandai a secret but don't tell me, Xiao Sae. She has always wanted to be promoted to Class A woolen cloth. This will become her obsession. It's just that, teacher, I think you should be able to stop her delusions. If you need to target Xiao Sae, you can come to the teacher for help. Chapter 97. When the sea breeze was blowing on the cruise ship, the highly educated first-year business was full of enthusiasm, saying that this summer vacation must be fun. You can't just take special exams. It's a rare summer vacation, so you have to have fun and relax, but when you get off the cruise ship and go back to the campus dormitory, the first-year students don't want to go out at all. Summer vacation is summer vacation. How can it be called summer vacation if it is not hot and not suffering? Whether it is the high-frequency cicadas on the tree calling your tinnitus, or the all-round sauna like a steamer, as long as you go out for a minute, you will sweat profusely. Living in an air-conditioned room and reluctant to go out. The problem is that sometimes, people still have to go out. It is now the 3rd day of August, and Wandai Cheng has only finished his luxury cruise for 3 days when he has to go out because the cold drinks and ingredients in the refrigerator have bottomed out. In the past 2 days, Sheena will come to visit from time to time, and he also specially bought a pure white apron, which is really cute to cook for him, so the ingredients will be consumed so quickly. Wandai Cheng pushed open the door of the dormitory first, and the hot air in the hallway rushed to his face, as if 11 had opened the steamer head-on, and countless steaming hot air rushed in, and the door was closed with a bang. He took out his mobile phone and called Ishizaki directly. Forget it, it was just a trivial matter of buying something. Seeing that Ishizaki was usually so diligent, he should have been happy to help, but he couldn't get through. Then I called Albert, but this time it worked, but there was silence for a while, and then it was replaced by Lan Jiayuan's voice, "Hello? Bandai, what happened?" Hearing the crackling of the keyboard over there, you can probably guess that their internet cafe in the center of the beech tree is dashing, and Wandai Cheng didn't bother to let people run errands without playing games, so he asked casually, "Ishizaki is there with you?" "What? Didn't he go out with the basketball club as a substitute?" Long Yuan reminded Wandai Cheng, "Don't forget that summer is the time for major sports clubs to exert their strength." "That's all right." Wandai Cheng hung up the phone, recalling such an incident. As I said earlier, highly educated isolates the inside and outside, and students can hardly go out, the only exceptions are special exams and club competitions. After all, many club competitions are held outside, and there is no reason to go to high-level breeding, so high-level breeding will be difficult to control, and there may be many accidents. It is better to let the club go out to participate in the competition. It has to be mentioned that the summer here on Sakurajima is really lively, and almost all the sports clubs in the school are sweating in the summer. The most well-known should be the Koshin baseball in Sakurajima during the summer vacation in August every year. As a freshman in the basketball club this year, Ishizaki's level is good, but he is only a substitute. I heard that among the first-year students, Xiao from Class D played the best basketball, and the first year became the main selection. It's just that it seems quite troublesome to go out to the competition. When going out, you need to be checked by the school's luggage, and you are not allowed to speak during the competition. Whether you go to the toilet or eat, you must be supervised by the school to avoid leaking the school's information. The most outrageous thing is that when going out to participate in the competition, the various event organizers will also take care of the high-level cultivation and have a special toilet. When Ishizaki talked about this 3 days ago, he was still impressed by the school's generosity. If something happened to the 2 attendants, Wandai Cheng simply went out by himself and went to the Beech Tree Center supermarket to replenish the ingredients and drinks. As soon as I walked out of the cool dormitory building, I couldn't help but wonder about life. The road ahead was smooth, but under the scorching sun, the air above the road was a little distorted, and my ears were full of cicadas, and people were broken. Fortunately, it is highly bred and pays attention to vegetation, and there are many shades of trees along the way. Wandai Cheng's own physique is also good, and he walked to the center of the beech tree without much sweat. Needless to say, this complex is still comfortable, and the all-round air conditioning drives away the heat, making people instantly comfortable. Bandai. Just as he was enjoying the cold wind, there was a small exclamation in front of him. Wandai Cheng followed the voice and found that the hero of the uninhabited island's special test, Ibuki Masa, was standing there with an embarrassed face, as if he didn't want to be bumped into. Looking back, I found that there was a line up, and the shop in the line was called Fortune Divination. Wandai Cheng recalled that in the chat room of his class, the girls mentioned it when they were chatting nonsense, and it seemed that it was a famous fortune teller invited by the school. In order to maintain the spirit and psychology of the students, the school has built a lot of recreational facilities, and even invited them in August to approve a shop for the divination staff to carry out divination for the students until the end of the month. And not only that, it seems that the school has invited other people and approved a few new facilities. In short, it is a very good thing for students who are spending the summer vacation. Because it is very fresh, it seems to be very popular and expected by little girls. Many girls in the chat room said that they would try it out, but they did not expect to see Ibuki here. Wandai Cheng walked to Ibuki's side, his eyes full of playfulness, and looked at Ibuki's embarrassed expression. Ibuki, do you believe in this kind of divination? Hey! Ibuki was no longer embarrassed when he heard Wandai Cheng's question, but turned into a serious expression, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, no matter how you do the divination, you will only think that others are pretending to be ghosts, or at most it is some psychological content. If you believe it, you will be full of enthusiasm for the next life. Wandai Cheng looked at Ibuki in admiration, but he didn't realize that the three views of the daughter of the samurai family were quite distinctive. Whether it's keeping vigilance in the face of Ichinos and Kushida, believing that no one is perfect, the brighter the outside, the more dangerous the inside, or the belief that there is no belief or not, it's all admirable. Why? Why are you looking at me like this? Ibuki felt the praise in Wandai Cheng's eyes, and hurriedly turned his head away and stopped looking at each other. The earlobe under the short hair is already a little hot, and he is constantly muttering in his heart, what is it, staring at 953 so seriously, it's annoying, can you stop staring, why, it's so embarrassing, just being watched it's just. Just think you're right. Wandai Cheng explained a little bit, but he didn't mean anything else. Humph. Ibuki was quite proud, to put it bluntly, if you are skeptical when you first come here for divination, it is basically a waste of time and money, and you cannot gain anything. 5. If you have the idea of giving it a try, and the fortune teller says something is wrong, just smile and leave, saying it is right, then you will be in a good mood. 35. So, Bandai, which type are you? Me. Wandai Cheng didn't give a shit, and told the three views very bluntly, I'm about the same as the average person. For example, the average student prays to God and worships Buddha before the exam. After the test is very good, and I will brag about it. I am usually serious and review well. If I work so hard, I should get a good grade. After the test, I did poorly in the test, and I would trouble the gods and Buddhas, thinking that worshipping them was bullshit, and the gods were completely unbelievable. 35. Ibuki was stunned to hear such a utilitarian idea. It was the first time she heard of such a utilitarian idea. The advantage of CO authoring is that Bandai works hard on your own, and the disadvantage is that the gods and Buddha's cauldron, which made Ibuki admirable. Just chatting and chatting, Ibuki was inexplicably ranked, and the clerk asked curiously, are you two together? Because there are too many customers, our store can only accept business in groups of 2. Chapter 98. I didn't say it before. Ibuki immediately turned to the clerk, stating that when he came earlier, he didn't see any instructions. The clerk kept a smile and pointed to the sign hanging on the side of the store, which clearly stated that only 2 people were accepted for business, that is, if one person came, it would not be possible to perform divination. No wonder, Wandai Cheng swept the surroundings, they were all in pairs, either high school couples or good girlfriends. Fortunately, I didn't see 2 boys coming over to do fortune telling, and the high cultivation atmosphere was still very good. Well, as a result, Wandai Cheng felt a gaze in front of him and was looking at him, so he had to withdraw his eyes from looking around and look at Ibuki, who was looking at him. What? Want to invite me? Isn't this nonsense? Ibuki saw Wandai Cheng turn his head, staggered his eyes again, turned his little head away, but didn't meet his eyes. I only have one acquaintance here, or you are busy doing other things, now no time. Wandai Cheng doesn't care, there is nothing to do today, I can do it, mainly you can bring some friends over for divination, don't you want to wait in line? Queuing is normal, I can queue for a long time. Ibuki didn't care about the length of the line, but pointed to himself, Bandai, you should be able to feel it, right? Because of my personal relationship, I always speak thorny, in short, I don't have any friends. That's right, Wandai Cheng affirmed to himself that Ibuki is always alone in the class. Even Sheena, who has a slight communication barrier, has made a few friends because of helping girls with their homework. Only Ibuki seems to be in the class. Lone wolf. Of course, the two are still very different. Sheena was unable to share her hobbies because of her childhood experiences, and she neglected to communicate with others over time. Ibuki is simply a stinky mouth, and a sentence that comes out from time to time is rather stinging, and it is difficult to communicate with people. Wandai Cheng couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, when you were on the uninhabited island, you were asked to go to Ichino's class to steal information. If you change to another class, you may be kicked out directly. Huh? You thought I was lurking in Ichino's class because Ichino's was good? Ibuki was unhappy when he heard this. Are much sharper. Isn't this guy stupid? She has reminded many times that Ichino's and Kushida, who are so kind-hearted on the outside, secretly don't know what shortcomings are hidden. Why are they not alert at all? Was he blinded by some weapons of Ichino's and Kushida? Ibuki thought resentfully. Wandai Cheng saw Ibuki's face and took care of the hero's heart. No, no one can deny your ability. Humph. It's almost the same. Ibuki's face turned bright again. I just face people, my body will be subconsciously tense, and I will be on guard, so my words are so prickly. But if it is a task, I will overcome this tension and behave naturally. The daughter of the Wu family seems to have undergone tremendous training when she was a child, and she does not know how to develop this vigilance. That. The clerk looked at the two people who blocked the door and couldn't enter in embarrassment. Do you still need divination? I want it. Wandai Cheng also realized that he couldn't continue the chat, and walked inside. Ibuki was stunned for a moment, then his expression was happy, and he followed step by step. The decoration inside the store is very touching, as if you have strayed into the magic hut of a medieval witch. It is dark and dull, only illuminated by candles on the left and right sides, with various decorations on the side, animal bones and furs, and green medicine cauldrons. Then there are 3 small partitions, the other 2 are drawn by black curtains, and they can't see the inside. They are probably busy. In the only one, there is a kind old grandmother who is covered by a black robe and only shows her face, waving to them. Wandai Cheng and Ibuki walked into the room together, pulled the curtains, and then looked at it. It looked quite the same. The crystal ball on the small pillow was in the center, the tarot cards on the left, and the bamboo sticks on the right. To be honest, seeing the old man dressed as a witch, a crystal ball on the left, and a temple-specific lottery on the right, makes Wandai Cheng a little bit of a drama. Then came the scene that made him appear even more. The old man smiled kindly, but he didn't act kindly and handed him a price list. The most basic love divination required 10,000 person points. There are several sets of packages in the back: future career, health, friendship, etc., and what divination setbacks, happiness, etc., how to resolve, how to grasp. The price ranges from tens of thousands to 100,000, low-end and high-end, and Wandai Cheng can't help but admire. Ma is right, women's money is really easy to make. When Ibuki saw the love divination at the top, his face became even hotter, and he wondered if the air conditioner was not turned on in the store. "You two, what do you want to do fortune-telling?" Seeing that the two were silent, the old man kept smiling, thinking that the young couple were shy and kind, and pushed the price list forward. "Just love luck." After speaking, Wandai Cheng took out his mobile phone and prepared to pay 10,000 points. He just came in with Ibuki. He didn't really care about divination. It was enough to pick the cheapest one. Kind of Philistine giving money. "I'll come." Ibuki came first, and paid 20,000 points with his mobile phone. "I forced you to come here, how can I let you pay?" After saying this relatively boldly, Ibuki immediately slumped. That, I, too, fortune in love luck." Fortunately, it was very dark in here. Ibuki held his pretty face with one hand and felt the hotness, his cheeks couldn't stop heating up, and he blushed for a while. The old man didn't say anything, he was quite agile, he rubbed his hands around the crystal ball, his eyes widened, and finally he put on a look of finishing work. "Hey, that's the case. The two of you are not a couple, right? It took me a lot of energy to come together to see my destiny 9. Wandai Cheng glanced at his mouth secretly, this person obviously saw that Ibuki paid the bill first. The old man continued to talk about the results of the divination, from the perspective of the future shown by the crystal ball. Girls' love luck will be quite smooth, and occasional strength will make you find very good happiness, but you need to remember that this cannot always be the case. Strong pick. Boys' love luck is also very good, but if they can be more careful and gentle, they will definitely become better and happier. That's it. Wandai Cheng plans to open a fortune-telling studio in Sakurajima in the future. This F***ck is really worth it. In 3 words, the woman spent 20,000 yuan for me. Of course, it is impossible to be so perfunctory, and the fees are so high, there must be corresponding services, and Ibuki asked skillfully, "May I ask this teacher, is there a clear line of demarcation between occasional and always?" Judging from the way he is very skilled in asking questions, it seems that he has been to many fortune-telling shops during his junior high school years, or earlier. Fate can't be explained. The old man also came to the spirit. "Yo! Expert!" He chatted with Ibuki so happily, "But I can give you a piece of advice." It took more than 10 minutes for Ibuki to walk out contentedly. Just as he was about to say hello to Wandai Cheng that he could leave, he suddenly remembered the fortune-teller's words, he couldn't always be strong, and at this moment, his pretty face had a dark red that could not be concealed by darkness. Suddenly the whole person became a little coy, and the voice was very gentle. Bandai, shall we go?" Wandai Cheng rubbed his arms involuntarily, and even got goosebumps. Chapter 99. After the two walked out of the fortune-telling shop, Ibuki was able to figure out that Wandai Cheng came to the Kiyaki Center to go to the supermarket to buy things. "I'll go with you." After you said that, I'm also worried that there are not enough ingredients and cold drinks in the dormitory. Replenishing supplies in a timely manner is very necessary, and the two of them did not have any extra actions. They went straight to the supermarket, pushed a shopping cart and drove around. Along the way, Wandai Cheng was not bored, because he found that Ibuki's 3 views were very interesting, which were different from ordinary people and very reasonable, so he kept talking with Ibuki about these things. For example, the two of them would talk about the school's arrangements. If only after graduating from Class A can they enter a higher school or take up a job at will, then the members of the rest of the classes, after 3 years of experience, will probably be the best when they are taken out, so they just gave up. Ibuki gave his own thoughts, and felt that the school did this, it should be regarded as supplying talents for the society, and he could not be dropped out of school after 3 years of high education, or he had thick enough thighs in the class to hug. Ibuki also described it as like Wandai Cheng like this. Either he is already very capable, and he has highly nurtured the rest of the graduates who are not Class A. As long as he can stay in these 3 years, he will not be too bad after going out. Another example is when the two talked about reality and then went to talk about spiritual beliefs. Ibuki clearly stated that she had no beliefs, but her family seemed to be obsessed with this. During New Year's and festivals, she would always go to the shrine 967 or the temple to worship, and she went to divination just thought it made me feel better. After buying what they wanted, the two came to the counter to queue up to check out, but here, Wandai Cheng saw an unexpected person. It was a dark-haired man with cold eyes, and a little girl holding a folder beside him, as if a young president was shopping in the supermarket with his little secretary. "President Horikita, it's been a long time." Wandai Cheng greeted, making Ibuki beside him look solemn, and also recognized the people in line. It was Horikita Gakuen, the student council president who once gave a speech when the club was recruiting new students shortly after the start of school. It was time to return to the club recruiting new clubs at the beginning of the school year. It was set in the gymnasium number 1. Many freshmen who wanted to participate in the club came together to see if there was any club they liked. At that time, it was the third-year student Horikita Gakuen who organized the recruitment of new students. Many senior students in the club were extremely respectful to him, and even praised him as the best student union president in the history of Highly Bred. Wandai Cheng went there to have a look at that time. He wanted to know what the rules of the highly educated club were, so he talked to many seniors and found out that the club is only for activities. There may be a few class rewards for good performance in the activities. Interested in joining? He just wanted to figure out this part of the rules, so he wouldn't really get involved and be a sweaty junior. On the contrary, he is more interested in the student union, because it is said that in the high-level education, the student union has great authority and can even participate in special exams. It's just that Horikita School seems to be particularly dissatisfied with this year's first-year students, and does not allow any first-year students to join the student council, which has formed a serious generational phenomenon. The meeting in April also aroused discussions among some senior students, who believed that President Horikita's requirements were too strict, and not a single first-year student joined in. Because of this, Wandai Cheng thought about going to the student union when he mastered enough rules. At the supermarket counter, Horikita Gakuen has always had a grim face, almost engraved the 4 characters inhumane on his face. "Wandai Cheng, right, I didn't expect to meet you here." 5. Wandai Cheng remained calm and didn't worry about how Horikita knew him. If the student council could intervene in the special exam, it would be a good idea to know his existence. His performance in the special test on the uninhabited island and the special test for preferential treatment can be said to be well known in the first grade. Because of the summer vacation, some first-year students who have a good relationship with the seniors will also discuss him. It makes Wandai Cheng famous in the senior years, and it's no big deal to be recognized. Did the senior know me from the special exam, or from gossip? Horikita Gakuen's eyes behind the glasses contained faint praise. For the former, originally, the student council could only obtain the special examination materials afterwards, so it is necessary to discuss and report back to the school if there are any revisions and supplements in the future. BBBD. It's just that the student union now has a little more things to do. At least your performance in the 2 special exams in the summer vacation is recorded by the school. 99. President. The senior sister who looked like a secretary next to Horikita looked at Horikita in a bit of shock, and couldn't understand why she told the lower grades these hidden matters. "If you don't have an arrangement later, is it convenient for you to chat with me?" Horikita did not respond to the girl beside him, but sent an invitation to Wandai Cheng. "If it's inconvenient, it can be another day, even if the time is fixed." After the second semester. Very persistent invitation, and also gave Wandai Cheng enough time to coordinate. Wandai Cheng looked at Horikita School with great interest. His eyes were like knives, pierced through his glasses, and went straight to the heart. "What are you talking about? You have all the information, but you have to talk about it. And the time is so generous, the president is usually so busy, but he can come over to chat whenever I have time?" It is so important. I am afraid that you are planning to talk about inviting me to join the student union, right? Horikita Gakuin's expression, which is indistinguishable from facial paralysis, does not change in any way, but he can easily show an expression of admiration. You are indeed excellent, and I sincerely invite you to join the student council. Nanny. The senior next to me doesn't know what to say anymore. Today's President Horikita is a little out of place. Doesn't it mean that this year's first-year students are generally not good enough to join the student council? At the end of the semester, they want to invite others to join after seeing good grades? This is not like President Horikita's style. On the other hand, Ibuki beside Wandai Cheng is quite normal, not surprising at all. In Ibuki's impression, Wandai Cheng is very outstanding. Even the so-called student council president, putting down his stature and coming over to invite him in person, is the right thing to do, so what's surprising? Because of this, Ibuki even looked at the senior sister who was unhappy and shouted, "What is it really? Haven't seen the world so much?" Tachibana. Horikita Shui motioned to his side. The senior sister called Tachibana, "Don't disturb him for the time being," and then continued to stare at Wandai Cheng, silently waiting for Wandai Cheng's reply. Wandai Cheng was originally interested in the rules of the student union in this school, but he still felt strange about the sudden invitation from Horikita school, "Join the student union." 35. But I remember that President Horikita thinks that first-year students can't join. It happened for a reason, it wasn't my original intention. Horikita Shui was very calm, and he used a common saying to show that there was something unspeakable on his side. "If Bandai-san is interested in you, talk to me later, and I can explain the reason." 5. This time is also a coincidence. In fact, Tachibana and I are dealing with the renovation of the student union. I originally wanted to wait for 2 weeks after the decoration is completed, and then formally invite you to talk. When the second semester starts, you will be officially admitted to the union. Chapter 100. Horikita has such a good attitude, and Wandai Cheng is interested in the student union again, so the two naturally hit it off. "Palette, how is it?" "Okay." Horikita school didn't have any opinion. After the two parties settled the bill at the counter, they came to Palette, a famous coffee shop on campus. It's just that this strange combination immediately caught the eyes of the senior students in the store. That is, isn't that President Horikita and Secretary Tachibana? It's really rare. That person, I remember my younger brother seemed to have told me that he was the most powerful Wandai Cheng in the first grade. In just 1 month, with 2 special exams in the summer vacation, he reversed the status of Class A and Class C and was promoted directly. A. So strong. Is this year's competition so cruel? The previous Class A, no matter how bad it was, could it endure a whole school year before falling? This Class A will not be able to last for 1 school year, not even 1 summer vacation. Live? That's not right. There's a reason for this. It seems that this year's best student in Class A missed 2 special exams due to illness. Otherwise, who will die? Hey, don't make excuses. If you win, you will win. If you lose, you will lose. How do you know that the absence of outstanding students from Class A that year was not someone else's conspiracy? Too monstrous. 99. Because Horikita school itself is very famous, and Wandai Cheng's fame, the two appeared side by side, attracting a lot of attention and scrutiny, and they were all curious, how did the two meet? On the contrary, Tachibana and Ibuki followed, and no one cared. After ordering and being seated, Horikita said, "Bandai, are you used to talking about business after coffee is served, or it doesn't matter? If I'm used to waiting for coffee to come up to talk, I can tell you about the experience of senior students first, or you can ask something you are interested in. If I understand, I will try to answer it for you." The first sentence I sat down demonstrated the efficiency of Horikita school. Although it was particularly straightforward and vigorous, it did not give off a bad sense, and it made the chat atmosphere more formal. No need. In fact, Wandai Cheng wanted to ask Horikita Gakuen what his relationship was with Horikita Suzun of first year D class. After all, such a rare surname and some similar faces, how could it look like one person? To siblings. However, the matter of Horikita Suzun will not be mentioned for the time being. Wandai Cheng has other plans. The first question he asks is Horikita's unspeakable secrets about this current student union. President Horikita didn't say that this time the student union does not recruit first graders. Is there a reason to live? I'd love to know the inside story. Tachibana next to him glanced at Ibuki opposite, as if he was about to say something. If Horikita school values Wandai Cheng, then it doesn't matter if he says some insider information about the student council, and Tachibana also believes in Horikita school's vision. But it's a bit inappropriate to tell Wandai Cheng's partner Ibuki together, isn't it? Horikita school didn't answer. I don't know if I didn't see Tachibana's expression of hesitating to talk, or if I saw it. I still wanted to say, because there is a particularly dangerous person in the current student council. Oh. Wandai Cheng came to be a little interested, especially dangerous. How dangerous? He was a little bit eager to see. Horikita's words were very cold and completely unpredictable. Whether his evaluation was mixed with private goods or mixed with subjective emotions, that person is Nagamo from Class A of the second grade, and he is currently the Vice President of the Student Council. President. 99. His talent is undoubtedly very friendly, but he always thinks about building this school into a more thorough strength-oriented campus. In that case, many students who could have been cultivated will lose opportunities because of this. 99. The student union recruits new students from the first-year students every year, but this class of students, contrary to my excuse, are better than previous years. You guys are so excellent, and Nagamo has a lot of methods. I'm worried that the first-year students will be tricked and used by him after they enter the student council. Instead of letting you be bewitched by Nagamo, it is better to reject all of you and keep you as a new force, so that after I graduate, when you are promoted to the second grade, you can also compete with Nagamo. That's why I pretended to be dissatisfied with the quality of this year's first-year students and refused everyone to join, but unfortunately, there was an exception in the end. Wandai Cheng has no interest in second-year Nagamo or what is more power-oriented. No matter how ambitious he is, in his opinion, it is just a small game that is highly nurtured. Except for those like Ryuyuan, who directly aimed at the school as soon as they came up, he didn't like him very much. Therefore, Horikita learned a lot about Nagamo, but he was only curious about the only exception who joined the club. Horikita mentioned this, and there was worry in his eyes. I believe you know it too. It's your first-year classmate Ichino's. She is a very good student. Originally, her application for membership was rejected by me several times, but Nagamo used the authority of the vice president to give her many opportunities for assessment, plus Ichino's outstanding personal ability, and finally joined in. Flowers. Shit. Wandai Cheng smiled, isn't it funny? You closed the student union, and Nagamo opened the door for convenience, and it's too bad to win people's hearts. Just like this, I still want to prevent the first-year students from being bewitched by Nagamo? How could it be avoided? But Ichino's joined the student council? No one in the first year knew about this? No, maybe the members of Ichino's class knew about it, but they kept it secret, so it was difficult for the other three classes to know about it. Thinking about Ichino's character, it's not a high-profile type, so it's easy to understand. Tachibana was very dissatisfied with Wandai Cheng's sneer, and devoted herself to defending Horikita Gakuen. When she couldn't help but speak, the clerk just brought the coffee, which once again interrupted Tachibana's speech, making her very depressed. Horikita, on the other hand, did not care about Wandai Cheng's laughter at all, and instead affirmed, this incident was indeed my fault. Instead of preventing Nagamo, it gave him an opportunity. It also made me realize that Nagamo is becoming more and more dangerous, so I want to invite Bandai to join the student council to curb his plans. If you are willing to join, I can use the authority of the student council president to directly let you join the council and serve as the vice president. Tachibana was dumbfounded for a moment. Tachibana knew it. The school stipulated that the student union should have 2 vice presidents. There is nothing wrong with this rule. It's just that in previous years, the previous student council presidents were not fuel-efficient lamps. How could the school be so satisfied? All previous student council presidents, including those 1 year higher than Horikita Gakuen, directly selected suitable juniors, promoted them to be the vice presidents, and passed the position directly after graduation, without any competition. Therefore, it is enough to have only 1 vice president by default. Horikita Gakuen trained Nagamo like this last year, but now that something is wrong, he found Wandai Cheng. On the other hand, Ibuki was not surprised, maybe because Wandai Cheng brought her too much surprise, she didn't take it at all. Originally, Ibuki felt that the student council and the senior students were quite horrified, but when she heard that Wandai Cheng was invited to be the vice president directly, she felt that it was normal. Wandai Cheng himself has this strength. Factory. Chapter 101. Wandai Cheng looked at Horikita School and understood what the other party meant. He just wanted Wandai Cheng, after graduating from Horikita School, to deal with Nagamo. Of course, this does not count Wandai Cheng as a gunner, at least the benefits of Horikita School are enough, starting as the vice president, and there is even a faint meaning of letting Wandai Cheng be the president after graduation. Moreover, Horikita Gakuen also revealed that when he was there, he would block Nagamo's various conspiracies. Wandai Cheng was mainly responsible for Nagamo, who was promoted to the 3rd grade after Horikita Gakuen graduated. Can I ask President Horikita, why do you care so much about the school? Wandai Cheng wanted to see the mental journey of Horikita School. Generally people say, what will happen to the flood after I die, and President Horikita will after leaving school, are you still worried about Nagamo? Obviously after graduation, it has nothing to do with high-level cultivation. When it comes to this school, Horikita School's expression softened a little, and he pushed his glasses. Maybe many students are 9 or 70, and they have a lot of opinions on the school's highly competitive system. But I still think that this is the school's training for us. When I entered school more than 2 years ago, I was a little uncomfortable, but I gradually realized that students who can pass 3 years of training will grow very well. I also met a lot of like-minded partners here. Speaking of this, Horikita School also glanced at Tachibana around him, so, even if the school arranges students to compete, most of them can be kept. But Nagamo's approach is to turn every competition into the most brutal elimination, and such a campus will definitely be worse than it is now. 39. Even if I graduate later, I still hope that the high degree of cultivation can maintain the current state. After all, the cold-faced Horikita School still has a lot of affection for his alma mater, and he doesn't want his alma mater to become that kind of cruel elimination. In the current situation, after a semester, at most a few people will drop out of the school. If it becomes a brutal knockout, there may be dozens of people who will be dropped out of the school after a semester, which is not good. Wandai Cheng's eyes are very poisonous, and he can see that Horikita is not a fake. After ensuring that Horikita does not have any other motives, he can join with confidence. Okay, I can promise President Horikita. Only, there is one thing that needs to be explained to President Horikita in advance. But it doesn't matter. Horikita Shui also breathed a sigh of relief, ready to hear what conditions Wandai Cheng would propose next. It's a very simple little thing, I don't need President Horikita to do anything, and I even hope that President Horikita will do nothing. Wandai Cheng said with a wicked smile, after the second semester starts, if there is a chance. 35. I'll drop Suzune Horikita from Class D for 1 year. 35. Horikita Gakuna kept calm, or should say keep indifferent, and finally broke the defense. And the broken defense turned into a helpless expression. Tachibana was also surprised. After more than 2 years of being together, this is the first time I saw Horikita's expression so caught off guard. How dare you? Horikita learned that for a moment, his reason collapsed, and he raised his hand to point at Wandai Cheng, as if planning to say something. In the end, Wandai Cheng didn't even do it. Horikita Gakuin's hand was slapped aside by Ibuki from Wandai Cheng's side. He couldn't point at anyone anymore. Ibuki's eyes were sharp at this moment. If you speak, speak well, even if you are a senior in the senior year, don't point at people at every turn. Hey! You guys! Tachibana couldn't hold it anymore. What the hell is going on today? This Wandai Cheng, this Ibuki, why are all the current first-year students so cruel? Tachibana. Who knew that the one who stopped Tachibana was Horikita, who was thrown away? After a brief loss of control, Horikita's sanity quickly returned, and he returned to the appearance of facial paralysis. Extraordinary. President, they. 35. Horikita shook his head and motioned not to argue about that. He thought very clearly, I'm afraid Wandai Cheng's relationship with his sister had already been seen by Wandai Cheng, otherwise the other party wouldn't say so. Horikita, who was sensible back online, was very calm, and lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry, I just lost my temper and made a disrespectful move. It's okay, it's human nature to care about your sister. Wandai Cheng downplayed this, as if he didn't take it to heart, and Ibuki simply snorted. Fortunately, the four of them chose a relatively corner location, and no one paid attention to it, otherwise the whole school might know tomorrow that Wandai Cheng in the first grade and Horikita school in the third grade had a big conflict. After expressing her apology, Horikita looked more serious. Then, the topic is back to the matter of dropping out of Suzuan, so I can ask Bandai, why do you do this? No reason, it was just a promise to Kushida. Such words can't be put on the table. Wandai Cheng can only talk nonsense at will. I just don't like that stupid critic. 35. Even with such a nonsense reason, Horikita Gakuin could actually accept, my sister does have considerable deficiencies in some aspects. It's not like this. There is actually a rule in the school that you haven't touched yet, that is, when the third-year students graduate, the retained personal points cannot be taken out of the school. The school is not unfriendly, there is always a part of personal points, which are rewards students get through competition, so the school will allow graduates to exchange up to 200,000 yen per person, and the remaining points will be invalid. The voided points cannot be used for transactions, that is, they cannot be transferred to students in lower grades, but there is such a thing as public funds for students. Horikita School did not continue to speak. In fact, he had already made it quite clear that the many rules of the school were strictly restricted. But if you take advantage of the loopholes in the rules, you can completely bypass these rules and do all kinds of deceitful things. People like Wandai Cheng who have been testing the school's rules in many ways are also very clear about this. Horikita School understood Wandai Cheng's eyes, and said loudly, 20 million personal points. This is the most points I can give out as I am approaching graduation, and the rest of the points are collectively owned by our class. I have no right to use it for personal matters. 99. He was sure that Wandai Cheng's eyes were not joking, but more like telling, that's why he was so willing. This price is particularly interesting. It can be used to purchase the qualification for any transfer of the same grade, but now it is used by Horikita School to prevent my sister from being dropped out of school. Wandai Cheng will raise this topic, and he also wants to see what Horikita School can come up with, and whether it will expose some school rules by the way, and it is always good to know more about the rules. Besides, 20 million is really hard to refuse. After all, dropping out of Horikita is just a small condition for Kushida, and now that Kushida has not been completely trusted by Wandai Cheng, naturally he will not pay much attention to her conditions. If 1.3 is Sheena's request, Wandai Cheng will try his best to do it. If it can be changed to Kushida, then I am really sorry. The relationship between the two is rather strange now. It can be said that they use each other, or they are running friends. Say, it's not really my own deal, President Horikita. Anyway, Wandai Cheng admits that he has never been a good person, but I don't target her. If she fails to go to the school and arranges for her to be expelled, I will not be responsible. If the sister-in-law can't make it through, it's her own problem. This made Ibuki dumbfounded. Although I know that Wandai Cheng is very good at knocking, isn't this outrageous? Is even the student council president going to knock? Someone kindly came to invite you to be the vice president of the student union, and you have to knock 20 million backhand. Ibuki was shocked in his heart, and his scalp was numb from Wandai Cheng's operation show. What kind of behavior is this? This is riding on the head of the student council president and pooping. After finishing it, you have to reach out to Horikita to ask for paper. Chapter 102. If it is said that the most terrible thing in summer vacation is the power outage, it will cause the air conditioner to not work, and people will be locked in a steamer-like room, and they will be maniacally hot. So what is the second worst thing? Wandai Cheng didn't have an answer at first. If someone asks him now, he can make it clear that the second worst thing is the water cut. One day in August, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I was going to spend the summer vacation happily, but the school suddenly sent a text message, which shocked all the students, thinking that there would be another special exam. When people were panicking, they opened the text message and saw that the CO author was a notice from the school. Because there was a problem with the water company's pipes, the water needed to be stopped for maintenance, so the students had to be patient. The water company's reply to the school was that the water must be cut off until midnight, that is, from 6 o'clock in the evening, for 6 hours. Of course, if you believe in the water company, you may suffer a big loss, because repairing the water pipeline is particularly easy to delay. No one can say anything about this kind of engineering. There is a small probability that it will be repaired in advance, and the water will be supplied in advance, but there is a high probability that the repair will be delayed, and it will be delayed until the next day. It is said that the students are to be patient. In fact, the school's welfare for the students is still very good. Ordinary schools will stop the water when the water is cut off. There can be no measures, but the students will just wait. However, there is a very reliable arrangement in Jiu. Several canteens can provide students with water in the water tank, and each student can use a mobile phone to receive 2 liters of water in the canteen. Some people may have no concept of this 2 liters. To put it simply, it is about the capacity of 3.5 ordinary mineral water bottles. It may not be enough. The school is still in the Beech Tree Shopping Center and has prepared a lot of mineral water for free drinking. It's just that the students are only allowed to drink in the Beech Tree Center, and students are prohibited from bringing a bucket over, opening the lid and pouring it back, which will undoubtedly cause abnormal congestion and inefficient distribution, and even cause chaos on the scene. If nothing else, in terms of details, the highly bread is really good. When Wandai Cheng in the dormitory saw the text message, let him put down the electric kettle, who was about to make a cup of tea, and turned to open the refrigerator. Fortunately, last time I went to the supermarket with Ibuki to stock up, and there was enough water and drinks. After ensuring that the water supply was sufficient, Wandai Cheng went back to lie down and play with his mobile phone. By the way, he was glad that there was no power outage. He was just playing, and suddenly Kuruzawa called him on the phone. Wandai Cheng frowned in confusion. What's the situation? He gave the contact information to the 2 undercover agents, but they never called. At most, they collected information and reported it through the line. Kuruzawa's sudden call and abnormal active communication made Wandai Cheng have to think more. Was this an accident? The undercover identity was discovered by someone from Class D? With a bad premonition, Wandai Cheng connected Kuruzawa's phone, but made no sound. Who knows if it's Kuruzawa or someone else on the other end of the phone? Strangely, there was no sound from the other end of the phone, and the receiver was silent. Wandai Cheng hung up directly, thinking about whether to arrange for Sakura or Kushida to visit Kuruzawa. The phone rang again, it was still Kuruzawa calling. Picking up again, Kuruzawa's voice finally came from the other end, "Hello? Just now, is the signal bad?" The words were full of anxiety. Wandai Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, "Who? How did you get my phone number?" You didn't give it to." Kuruzawa responded very quickly, smacked his lips, and tucked his tongue clearly, "Don't worry. I'm in the dormitory, I'm the only one. Why are you so vigilant? Am I the kind of person who insists on contacting you after being discovered as an undercover agent? I didn't even record your number in the phone contacts, I just memorized it. I will delete it too." Seeing that Kuruzawa's tone was so natural, Wandai Cheng also let go of his doubts. "It's never wrong to be cautious, but why did you suddenly call Kuruzawa? Did you find important information from Class D and want to report it to me?" Wandai Cheng could only think of this possibility, and even vaguely guessed whether Kuruzawa caught some secret of Kiyotaka Ayanokaji and wanted to report it so anxiously. Heavy, important information. Kuruzawa's voice faltered, and after a few seconds of awkward silence, she smiled embarrassingly over there. "No, it's not. Yes, it was me, who met trouble. Bandai, can you come and help me?" "What? I can do as much as I can." Wandai Cheng assured Kuruzawa that he would try to help. On Kuruzawa's side, there was a strange silence for a few seconds, and then he spoke slowly, and he was very nervous and embarrassed. In fact, I was just thinking that the weather is too hot, take a shower or something." Results 5. Wandai Cheng finally understood, rolled his eyes to himself on the phone, and helped to supplement Kuruzawa's second half of the sentence. "It turned out that the water was cut off, right? You were trapped in the bathroom." Yes. Kuruzawa's side also became emotional. "You understand well. That's it. Can you help me and find a way to collect some water? I just used a full amount of shampoo on my hair, and it's all bubbles, so I'm in trouble. If I can't wash it off, I'm going to be in trouble, my hair will become dry, and I don't know when the water will come." Desperate. When it comes to her own hair problems, Kuruzawa doesn't seem to be afraid of Wandai Cheng anymore. After understanding, Wandai Cheng was too lazy to move. "This kind of small trouble, can't you find a girlfriend to solve it? You are very influential in Class D, so it's enough to let a few little girls carry water at will." Kuruzawa didn't know what to do, and stopped talking again. Wandai Cheng waited strangely for a while before hearing Kuruzawa Nyanyo's voice of grievance. "People, everyone said, wash the half-stopped water, the points are so precious, I didn't buy a bath towel." Wandai Cheng just wanted to reply that he had a good memory, and then he said that the water was cut off. It would take Kuruzawa to repeat the reminder again, but suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he recalled the first time he and Kuruzawa had at that time meet. It was on the side of the cafeteria. She was approached by Manabe and others, entangled, and finally, Wandai Cheng discovered the secret Kuruzawa wanted to hide most the scar on her left abdomen, and she obeyed him. That is to say, Kuruzawa, who does not have a bath towel, is now inconvenient to contact her fellow girls, and it is not convenient to contact other people, except for Wandai Cheng, who can only contact and know her deepest secrets. Because Kuruzawa doesn't want anyone to know about the hideous suture scar on her left abdomen, this is the only past that she tried her best to bury. "I understand, wait for me." Chapter 103. Big Brother Bandai. In the hall downstairs of the first-year dormitory, Ishizaki happily waved at Wandai Cheng, who had just walked out, with one bucket and the other. Wandai Cheng glanced at Ishizaki's red bucket. "Ishizaki, the school text message has a picture, the water provided by the cafeteria is all in a standard 1-liter water bottle, we don't need to bring a bucket. Ah! Ishizaki was stunned for a moment, looked left and right, and found that Albert, Komiya, and Shanley were the 3 friends who were called to fetch water together. He was really the only one holding the bucket, and he was a little embarrassed. Haha, haha. This I know. Then, the picture attached to the text message is so big, can't I see it? I brought the bucket out, I just wanted to get the water bottle and put it in the bucket directly, I will just carry it by myself, lest you work too hard, Big Brother Bandai. 35. Yo-ho? Wandai Cheng glanced at Ishizaki again. My dear, isn't he near Zhugechi? After following him for a long time, even a pure old man like Ishizaki has something to say. Okay. After speaking, Wandai Cheng took a few people to the nearest cafeteria to get water. After hanging up Kuruzawa's call, he asked who is free and doesn't need 2 liters of water in the cafeteria. All members meet the requirements. They all prepared enough water in their dormitories to last until tomorrow, so they came along and gave Wandai Cheng the water they got. As for the class members, Wandai Cheng took them to Class A in 1 semester. As long as they continue to do so, they will surely have a very happy 3 years, and they can go to any university, choose any university, or take up any job at will. Such a bright future can only be obtained because of Wandai Cheng, and now I'm just here to get some water, who wouldn't be happy? Along the way, Ishizaki kept complaining, why do the pipes of the water company always break? I have encountered several times a year before, and although the number of water interruptions is very small, it is very annoying. 39. If the pipes don't crack, how do the maintenance workers make money? Wandai Cheng replied casually, too lazy to think about it, it was just a chat. Is that so? Ishizaki showed a particularly shocked expression, as if seeing through the terrifying truth of this world. Big brother, don't tease Ishizaki. Komiya, who has a better brain, mentioned Ishizaki next to him, and by the way gave Ishizaki the reason, and talked about how difficult it is to repair the water pipe. After a round of serious truths, Ishizaki shook his head dazedly. I listened to Big Brother Bandai, what you said, Xiao Gong, sounds like nonsense. What's wrong with me? Xiao Gong slapped his face twice, feeling that his mentality was a little broken. Shanley laughed loudly beside him. Xiao Gong, I think what Big Brother Bandai said makes sense, and the maintenance workers should also have a good meal. It's still Shanley who understands me. Ishizaki smiled naively, and the next second, the smile changed from silly to mysterious. By the way, you have nothing to do for a while? Why don't you come to my dormitory? The good thing I just found recently is the plot of the maintenance worker. Good guy. Where did you find it? Shanley was shocked, and immediately entangled Ishizaki and asked. Hey! Didn't this go out with the basketball club last week to play a game? I bought it at the opportunity. Ishizaki raised his eyebrows, looking very excited, saying that Shanley and Komiya were excited, and discussed that they would go to Ishizaki's dormitory together. Good criticism. Following the chat, a few people arrived at the cafeteria, which was crowded with people. There was a long queue and a queue chatting with each other. It was obvious at a glance that many first-year students came to fetch water. It is very torturous to cut off water on such a hot summer day. Wandai Cheng misses Kuruzawa who was trapped. He is not in the mood to put the queue slowly as usual, and leads Ishizaki's group to the front. The first-year student next to him had an opinion, and when he saw clearly that it was Wandai Cheng, he shrank back, glanced at his mouth secretly, and muttered something. Wandai Cheng didn't bother to pay attention to the students next to him, and went all the way to the front, only to see that Ichinos and a few girls from his class were at the front. Ah, Bandai-kun, are you here to collect the water too? Ichinos greeted friendly, without any change in attitude due to frequent losses at Wandai Cheng's hands. Yet, Wandai Cheng pointed to the front of Ichino's. Is it convenient? I want to join the team, and you don't have to give the 300,000 yuan for your class next month. It's okay. Ichino's smiled softly, like the gentle moonlight, disintegrating people's inner worries, and also saw something. This is the first time I saw Bandai-kun in such a hurry, and I was late for school. Right now, I'm just taking the water, but I came here as soon as I came up. Then, Bandai-kun, come first. If there is any difficulty between your classmates, you should help each other. You don't need any thank you, that's too raw. As for personal points, we will still pay as usual. Bandai-kun will ask for it first, just so I can chat with you for a while. After speaking, Ichino's took a few girlfriends and prepared to go back to the end of the line to rearrange, so as not to cause trouble to the students behind. The girls in Ichino's class were all pretty and kind-hearted, and they didn't have any opinions about it, and they left with Ichino's, chatting and laughing. The students in the back were quite opinionated, but when Ichino's started queuing again, they fell silent. Wandai Cheng didn't show any politeness to Ichino's either. He had a chance to return it at will, and let Ishizaki and others come over to collect the water. The Lin Shui process is very simple. Just take out your personal mobile phone and scan it. I don't know if it is a highly cultivated rule. Anyway, the canteen ant has no opinion on Wandai Cheng and others jumping in the queue, as if they have the strength to jump in the queue and they will not care. In the end, I really threw all the water bottles into Ishizaki's bucket, forcing Ishizaki to lift it with both hands. A 1-liter kettle is very light, and it is not a problem to carry 2 kettles with one hand, Niuzhao's, but with so many servings added together, it is not easy to carry with one hand. After finishing, a group of people returned, and when they passed by the end of the line, Ichino's happily said goodbye to them. Bye-bye, Bandai-kun. Thank you this time. Wandai Cheng nodded and replied, if he encountered other people at that time, he wanted to cut the queue. It might be a little troublesome, he could solve it in various ways, but how could he face Ichino's like this? Save time and energy. So, to Ichino's, he sincerely thanked him. Hey, no. Ichino's hurriedly swung both hands back and forth, indicating that Wandai Cheng didn't need to take it so seriously. Oh. By the way, Bandai-san, the large swimming pool will be open for 3 days at the end of the summer vacation. Would you like to play together then? Make it more lively. Okay. 35 Wandai Cheng agreed to Ichino's invitation, and then left the lungs with Ishizaki and others. Chapter 104. Hey, I'm in the elevator. Wandai Cheng called Kuruzawa and informed the other party of the situation, so that the other party could open the door for him. This, so fast. 35 Kuruzawa's surprised voice came from the microphone immediately. If it's been a long time, you might stay in the bathroom until you catch a cold. Wandai Cheng explained casually, telling the other party to open the door. Kuruzawa was stunned when she heard the words, her eyes blinked, she felt a sense of peace of mind that she couldn't explain, and the words I'm worried that you catch a cold, like a warm sun in winter, shone in her heart. It seems that a certain ambiguous bud, buried under the soil of the heart, is slowly growing. This guy is worried about her, so he moves so fast? Looking at the time carefully, it seems that it only takes 10 minutes in total. Thinking of this, Kuruzawa's eyebrows are relieved, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, the feeling of being trapped in the bathroom by the water cut off completely disappeared, and he felt extremely relieved. I'll open the door for you right now, and you can come in as soon as you push it. 35. As Wandai Cheng hung up the phone, Kuruzawa immediately went out, and even almost ran and fell, barely waving his hands in the air. In order to maintain his balance, he didn't fall, but he almost hit his head on the door. Let Kuruzawa grit his teeth secretly, he is so panicked, stupid. But now is not the time to scold 970 herself. She is worried. She also knows that Wandai Cheng came directly and took a considerable risk. So she stabilized her mind in time, pulled the door lock to make sure it could be opened from the outside, and rushed back to the bathroom in a hurry. After returning to the all-white bathroom space, Kuruzawa was able to relax a little, and the whole person immediately became unsteady, almost like drinking after drinking, and suddenly lost his strength. He could only lean against the bathroom door like this, his back slipped, and he slumped onto the floor tiles, panting and blushing as if he had run 800 meters for a girl. On the other side, the elevator dinged and the door slowly slid open to both sides. Seeing that there was no one else in the corridor, Wandai Cheng felt more at ease. It would be a little troublesome to be seen by the girls in Class D. Fortunately, at this time, it was dinner time, and generally everyone would not be there. Originally, I thought about it. Once I was seen, I would use an excuse to come to Kushida. Who made Kushida so social, and came to her, it was barely reasonable. Since there is no one, there is no need for this plan. Wandai Cheng trotted to Kuruzawa's dormitory immediately, opened the door with a push, closed his eyes and walked in. He didn't hear any noise or the girl screaming before he restarted. Open your eyes and, BBBD, close the door. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a little bit of shampoo foam spilled on the indoor floor, and I could see that Kuruzawa was quite anxious when he just came out and opened the door and went back. Perhaps he heard a movement, the bathroom door opened slightly, and Kuruzawa's nervous voice came from inside, "Are you here?" "What? How?" "I got it for you." Wandai Cheng brought Ishizaki's water buckets this time. I have to say that this time I have to praise Ishizaki. It's very convenient to put all the water bottles in the buckets. That's great, I'm saved. Kuruzawa rejoiced. I beat the shampoo until the foam was about to dry and solidify, and I'm still worried, thank you so much. 99. Don't talk too much, take it and wash your hair first. Wandai Cheng slowly paced to the bathroom door, just one door away from Kuruzawa, and put down the bucket. Kuruzawa's whole body trembled subconsciously when he heard the voice that sounded directly behind his back. Only then did she realize it. She seemed to have made a big mistake. She contacted Wandai Cheng to hide the secret of her scar. This kind of request for help is indeed covering up the secret of the scar, but it leads to even greater danger. She is very dangerous now. When the door of the dormitory is closed, Wandai Cheng, who is alone and widowed, rushes violently. What should she do? Then she is not finished? She has small arms and skinny legs, she can't resist Wandai Cheng at all. Boys are old bark, maybe they will be driven by desire and do something. What are you thinking about? Wandai Cheng said again, finally bringing Kuruzawa back to his senses, who was deep in his thoughts. Kuruzawa could only crouch inside desperately, smiling dryly. No, I didn't think about anything. Then get the things in quickly. Wandai Cheng turned around angrily, he probably understood why Kuruzawa was silent just now. I prepared a big plastic bag for you. I also used a toothpick to help poke a lot of small holes. You tie the bag directly to the shower, pour the water from the kettle into it, and you can use it as a simple shower to wash your hair. Otherwise, wash the pots upside down, and it is estimated that you will not be able to wash your hair after you have used them all. 35. Is it so considerate? The first thought that popped into Kuruzawa's mind was to lament the details of Wandai Cheng and feel ashamed for being so vigilant about Wandai Cheng just now. Even though Wandai Cheng helped her like this, she kept thinking about it. It was so wrong. So Kuruzawa dared to push the bathroom door slightly open, and saw the red bucket, as well as a lot of kettles inside. Also covered with a large plastic bag. Along the way, I also saw the back of Wandai Cheng, who has been facing her side, like a delicate paper umbrella that shields the wind and rain, quietly guarding here. Boom, boom, it's the sound of a heartbeat. Kuruzawa was awakened by the thumping heartbeat, and only then did he realize that he was doing something stupid. At this time, he should quickly carry the bucket and turn it back. What are you looking at? When people turn their heads, they don't know who is staring at them. Who saw it? His face turned red, and Kuruzawa immediately lifted the bucket, it was so heavy. Maybe it was an explosion of potential, Kuruzawa felt a little heavy, but he abruptly lifted it back to the bathroom with one hand. Then he took out a plastic bag and tied it to the shower, took out the water bottle and prepared to pour water into it, but after a closer look, Kuruzawa let out a soft no, why are there so many water bottles? She also received a text message from the school, understanding that everyone can only get 2 standard water bottles when they go to the cafeteria. Kuruzawa looked at his phone, and the call log was displayed on the screen. The last 2 phone calls with Wandai Cheng were only 10 minutes apart. That is to say, in such a short period of time when she asked for help, Wandai Cheng had already asked several people to help them, so they could get so many water bottles. Then another person brought her back? Is she so worthy of Wandai Cheng's attention? The former Kuruzawa, in order not to be bullied, not to repeat the mistakes of high school and to repeat the mistakes of junior high school, resolutely found Hirata, a popular boy in Class D, sincerely told his bad past experience, and asked to pretend to be a couple. Hirata helped her and agreed to the pretend request, which gave her a higher class status in Class D initially, but Hirata treated everyone equally, even her. So Kuruzawa didn't feel anything, until now, being taken care of so seriously by Wandai Cheng, she realized that there are people in the world who would take her so seriously. When being bullied, the classmates laughed, the teacher ignored it, or just said a few words not to bully the classmates, but the bullying intensified. She went back and complained to her parents. Her parents were busy with work and just asked her to be obedient and not make trouble at school. In this dark environment, the sunlight shining down made her feel strange. A strange emotion, as if singing in his heart, this kind of emotion that makes Kuruzawa very unfamiliar, has nowhere to put it, and even makes Kuruzawa feel the urge to cry. She doesn't know what's going on at all, it's so good, why do you want to cry again? Ming Ming, Ming Ming, with Wandai Cheng's help to get revenge on her junior high school bullies, after seeing the photos of those swollen faces, she should now to regain a new life, one should become very tough and not cry easily anymore, but why? In the heart field, the seedlings that gradually sprout emerge from the ground, as if at this moment, they have found their belonging. Chapter 105. The plastic bag, which was pricked with a toothpick, was particularly porous. Like a shower, the pure water contained in it was sprinkled, washing the shampoo foam on Kuruzawa's hair. Anyone who has experienced the pain of washing hair when the water is out of water must be able to understand Kuruzawa's happiness at this moment. The awkward feeling that the hair is full of foam and dried out gradually is slowly being washed away by water, and the hair becomes soft and smooth again, which will really make people realize the importance of tap water in modern society. This kind of inconspicuous little details on weekdays can sometimes be very satisfying to people's hearts. Kuruzawa is like this now, she has never been so grateful for tap water. It also made her realize that she lives in a society that is much, much better than the ancient times. No, no, no. Why did I think of comparing ancient and modern? Wandai classmates are still waiting outside. Wandai Cheng told her before, in order to avoid being discovered that there is a connection between the two. She also needs to go out first to see if there are any other class members in the hallway. If not, it is convenient for Wandai Cheng to leave. Thinking that she almost missed Wandai Cheng, Kuruzawa started rubbing her head violently. This is the first time since Kuruzawa can remember that she has treated her own hair so rudely. Wandai Cheng sat bored in Kuruzawa's dormitory. He thought he would have to wait for a while, but in a few minutes, Kuruzawa had already changed into a casual suit. I wrapped a part of my hair with a towel and rubbed it back and forth, and the steam came out. People couldn't help but feel stagnant, because Kuruzawa turned his head sideways, leaving half of the blue silk to wipe with a towel, thus revealing the fair and slender jade neck on the other side. A few mischievous, wet strands of hair were just sticking to his neck, revealing the enchanting enchantment of a woman like water. Dressed in a simple plain white suspender skirt with no extra lace lines, it looks like she usually wears it in the dormitory. She has a large-scale bun, which seems to attract Wandai Cheng's attention for the first time. After that, because of the simple white suspender skirt, the jade skin, flawless arms, and well-proportioned slender legs are all as attractive as suet cream. Keeping the interior clean also allows Kuruzawa to walk barefoot. Those round and jade-like toes are like pearls. Every step out and the arch of the foot falls, there will be a sense of lightness and beauty. Kuruzawa after the bath looks so white and smooth, it seems to be the famous white porcelain in Wandai Cheng's hometown, which is like a work of art. Perhaps it was Wandai Cheng's silence that made Kuruzawa a little confused. Why did this person suddenly stop talking? While distracted, he wiped off the remaining moisture from his hair, and while looking up, he saw Wandai Cheng's straight eyes. The girl's heart lake suddenly swayed. Looking at each other for such a moment, her heart lake broke into a handsome carp, and she casually flicked its tail and slapped the lake water, causing all kinds of ripples, and she couldn't be quiet for a long time. This made Kuruzawa look away for a moment, not daring to meet Wandai Cheng again. At the same time, her fair face turned red inexplicably, like a crushed tomato. Feeling the hotness of his cheeks, Kuruzawa began to panic in his heart. It was clear that the purified water in the cafeteria was very cold, not hot at all, and it was only after washing that his face would not turn red. Why now? No, no, no. Hurry up and think about it. Yes, you can say something. You have to say something, now it's so quiet, too ambiguous, too embarrassing. Kuruzawa felt the heat on his cheeks, and without thinking about it, he subconsciously wanted to say something to divert each other's attention, what, this time, thank you very much. Wandai Cheng saw Kuruzawa look away, but he didn't think, it's nothing, I really want to thank you, just do things for me. Kuruzawa felt that the temperature on her face dropped slightly, as if she was aflame and encountered an iceberg. If it is said that a fire can melt small ice cubes, then if a fire encounters an iceberg, it will be suppressed and extinguished by the iceberg just by getting closer. Kuruzawa's current mood is more or less such a scene. Or maybe another way to describe it is that the carp that just broke into the heart lake and flicked its tail, suddenly grew up and turned into a whale, and when its tail came down, the heart lake was overturned. So. Kuruzawa's voice was filled with deep disappointment, is it because I do things for you, which is very valuable, so Bandai you are so helpful. 4 flowers. Wandai Cheng raised his eyebrows, why don't you put this one here? He wouldn't care about a foreign student if it wasn't worthwhile. Besides, if he didn't do things for him, why would he call Ishizaki and the others to go to the cafeteria to get water? However, Wandai Cheng's heart was only stunned for less than a second, and he could faintly perceive Kuruzawa's careful thinking. Shouldn't this girl have any thoughts about him and start greed for him? It seems possible if you think about it carefully, because Kuruzawa is not such a silly girl in Wandai Cheng's impression, but rather smart. 0. With this premise, if Kuruzawa has no idea about him, there is a high probability that he will not ask such a question that is very likely to be cold. Since she has asked it, it means that her current mind is not in a normal state. Coupled with Kuruzawa's past, he is very clear, it can be said that it is quite dark, and basically no one cares and pays attention. When you meet someone who cares about her, you may have various ideas. After seeing this, Wandai Cheng also saw people, talking to ghosts, and seeing girls who were full of wrong thoughts, so he naturally said something ambiguous, you can't say that. As soon as I thought about Kuruzawa, you might catch a cold due to the lack of water, and you would be troubled by being trapped in the bathroom all the time, I really wanted to help you. Kuruzawa suddenly felt that he could do it again, the flame that should have been extinguished suddenly rekindled, although the iceberg was difficult to melt at present. But this iceberg seems quite warm, it can keep the flame burning and won't make her go out. The naughty whale again flicked its tail again, and shot the heart lake that had been overturned, and turned it into a carp again, playing and swimming in it. What? Obviously, this kind of thing can be said sooner. Why let people worry about gains and losses? Kuruzawa's heart is full of complaints and sweet joy, which is quite complicated. This is the girl's heart, the needle under the sea, it can change in a flash, and the tenderness can be changed 100 times. Chapter 106. Kuruzawa is very serious in her work. In order to ensure that no one will find out that she has a connection with Wandai Cheng, she works undercover completely. Not only checked the corridor, but also checked the safety passages and elevators on both sides to ensure that there was no one else in the recent period, and then quickly called him on the phone, allowing Wandai Cheng to leave without being discovered. Wandai Cheng took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, thinking about taking a walk and thinking about something by the way, but as soon as the elevator door opened, he saw Sakura alone, standing outside absent-mindedly. He was holding a pure white letter in his hand, as if he had no intention of being troubled by something, and even Wandai Cheng didn't notice it. It was like a pure deer who came from the forest to the big city, and was suddenly fascinated. Road, full of days. When Wandai Cheng saw the deer like Sakura, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Was the virtual identity Shizuku on the Sakura network discovered by people in the real 973? Because Sakura usually gave Wandai Cheng the impression that he was more afraid of life and cautious, as long as he went out, he must pay special attention to the surroundings, for fear of colliding with others or causing other troubles. But at this moment, Sakura is lost in thought, wandering around the world, and nothing is right. Sakura is not a troublemaker. After thinking about it, it seems that it is only possible that his identity is discovered. In order not to be suspected by the rest of the students in the hall, Wandai Cheng made a mental analysis, walked out of the elevator, and lowered his voice as he passed by Sakura. If you have any troubles, keep your distance from me and go out and talk. Sakura raised his head sharply. It was Bandai-san's voice? Bandai-san knew that she had troubles? At this time Wandai Cheng had passed her by, and Sakura could not help but grasp the envelope tightly, even wrinkling it. His body immediately wanted to deflect, and he followed every step of the way. But at the critical moment, the last chord of reason in his mind pulled Sakura, and he turned around without any hesitation. Instead, she deliberately entered the elevator, stood and waited for the elevator door to automatically close, and the elevator door had just begun to close, and she immediately put on a look like I almost forgot, pressed the door button, and walked out of the elevator again. Come out. Just keeping a certain distance from Wandai Cheng, she lowered her head and followed in a way that didn't attract anyone's attention. One is in front and the other is behind, and soon Wandai Cheng led Sakura to a remote and uninhabited grove. Not to mention the high degree of cultivation, the area is really big enough that really can be reached by walking. After making sure no one was around, Wandai Cheng turned around and approached Sakura. What's wrong? A look of being embarrassed. 99. Classmate Bandai. Sakura didn't take the lead in expressing his inner troubles, but simply stared at Wandai Cheng happily, as if he couldn't see enough of this face, and wanted to use his beautiful eyes to imprint it firmly in his heart. Sakura herself can't tell why, maybe it's because she misses her for a long time, but it's hard to see each other. Wandai Cheng let Sakura watch, couldn't help laughing in his heart, raised his hand and took off Sakura's flat and thick glasses. It's still more natural to look at it this way. Sakura took off his glasses so affectionately by Wandai Cheng, his little heart seemed to have been injected with some kind of drug, and began to jump very fast, roaring again and again. She couldn't even describe it. She didn't know whether it was because the heart was pumping too much blood in an instant, or the two of them were too intoxicating. She only felt dizzy in Sakura's head, but it wasn't uncomfortable at all. Because of the slight intoxication of the brain, Sakura subconsciously expressed his sincerity. If if Bandai classmates like it, if there are only the two of us in the future, I cannot wear glasses. After speaking, he realized how bold his speech was just now. Sakura immediately buried his head deeply, too embarrassed to look at Wandai Cheng again. At the same time, his cheeks were crimson, and even his earlobes and neck were rendered. In the night, he could see steam rising above Sakura's small head. What did she say? What should I do? Will this be misunderstood by Bandai classmates? The misunderstanding is a confession. But don't. She doesn't want to tell her sincerity so vaguely. Besides, and it's so casual, yes, it will be hated by Bandai classmates. Wandai Cheng smiled a little. This Sakura is really as cute as Xiaolu. I mainly focus on the situation. Sometimes I like you without glasses, and sometimes I like you with glasses. Sakura's lowered head is full of question marks. Is Bandai so particular about it? Sometimes I like glasses, sometimes I don't. It can only be said that Wandai Cheng's kindergarten car has already touched Sakura's knowledge blind spot. But Sakura, who was too shy, couldn't express her doubts, so she could only nod her head naively, and the chick pecking at the rice generally expressed her understanding. In the future, she will rely on Wandai Cheng to make the decision. Boredom playing with Sakura's pink eyes, Wandai Cheng turned his attention to the envelope in Sakura's hand. What is that? This. Sakura panicked all of a sudden, as if he was afraid that Wandai Cheng had misunderstood something. Although he faltered a little, he was still explaining quickly, I don't know, either. Just today, when I went back to the dormitory, on the side of the road, in the grass beside the road, suddenly, someone threw it to me. No, I didn't accept it in person. Wandai Cheng blinked. It seems that things are not the same as what he first analyzed. The feeling is not because Sakura's online identity was discovered, but because he received this inexplicable letter? Can I read it? It may be that there are many calculations in his mind on weekdays, and Wandai Cheng didn't think in other directions when he first saw the envelope. Instead, he was thinking about someone threatened Sakura. Yes, of course. Sakura immediately handed the envelope, and after handing it over, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had lost some hot potato. Wandai Cheng took the envelope and did not check it immediately, but first looked at each side of the envelope. On the back of the seal, it was written that Sakura AI 1.3 personally opened it, and there was no other trace before he opened it and looked at it. As a result, there was only a short line in it. It was not a threat, but a very simple invitation. Sakura was invited to go to the back of the number 2 gymnasium tomorrow afternoon, and there was something important that he wanted to tell Sakura. Seeing this, Wandai Cheng's expression became weird. It doesn't seem to be a threat, nor any conspiracy, just a love letter. Faintly, Wandai Cheng recalled that when he was late in the morning and met Ichinos in the shoe cabinet of the school building, Ichinos once asked him what his first reaction would be if he saw a love letter. Wandai Cheng replied, yes, go check who sent it first and see if there is a conspiracy. The evaluation given by Ichinos at that time can still be clearly echoed in Wandai Cheng's ears. Bandai-kun is really good, and his thoughts are very strange. Chapter 107. Wandai Cheng suppressed Ichinos' previous comment and put the letter back into the envelope. Have you read the contents here, Sakura? Well. 39 Sakura nodded in a very low voice. When I received it, I was very scared, so I opened it and looked. Then he seemed to realize something, and Sakura was so nervous that he couldn't bear to be ashamed, and raised his head again to meet Wandai Cheng's eyes. But I didn't want to agree. I have no idea of agreeing at all. Woo. After explaining, Sakura lowered his head again and let out a faint whimper like a deer. Wandai Cheng is also relieved, since it is not a threat, and his identity on the Sakura network has not been discovered, then there is nothing to him. Then take it, if you don't want to agree, don't agree, and feel free to contact if you have any questions. After returning the envelope, Sakura took the letter a little embarrassedly. After hearing Wandai Cheng's promise, he felt extremely at ease. This feeling is hard to describe. It is like a deer who got lost in a big city and was brought back to the forest by the warm and kind 11 people. Somehow, maybe it was Wandai Cheng's words, "If you have any questions, feel free to contact me," which gave Sakura a little courage. Then, "Classmate Wandai, can you accompany me tomorrow? Come with me. I don't even know who the other party is, I'm very worried, I'm very afraid." "Yes, if Bandai classmates are there, I will not be afraid." Wandai Cheng fell into deep thought. He could understand Sakura's fear. After all, the back of the gymnasium, although according to the tradition of Sakurajima, is a very suitable place for confession. But it is indeed dangerous for a girl to go to a place with few people alone, but Sakura is his undercover agent in Class D. The so-called undercover is naturally inscrutable. If someone discovers that he and Sakura are together, then whether it is the exposure of the leader of the uninhabited island special test in Class D, or the special test for the preferential treatment, it will arouse considerable suspicion and vigilance. So Wandai Cheng quickly gave the solution, "Of course, I will hide in the dark to keep you safe." Yet, Sakura smiled happily. The smile was full of joy and peace of mind, and there was a strong trust hidden in it, as well as the girl's most hazy and beautiful love. The next afternoon, Sakura kept apologizing to Wandai Cheng, saying that she was too self-willed and did not consider Wandai Cheng's arrangement today, and asked to accompany him. Due to the tense relationship, Sakura did not come on time, but wanted to come here earlier to ease his mood, so Wandai Cheng naturally accompanied him earlier. Pfft! Wandai Cheng didn't hold back and laughed out loud. "If that's the case, why did you want me to accompany you yesterday?" The two have now arrived at the grove near the number 2 gymnasium. Coincidentally, the reason why Wandai Cheng and Sakura met, and the subsequent development of the relationship between the boss and the undercover agent, is precisely here. If it wasn't for the fight between Xiao and Ishizaki in this grove, involving Sakura, an accidental witness who may have carried a camera, there would have been no intersection between the two. Revisiting the old place made Wandai Cheng feel very emotional. The fate is really wonderful. Seeing Wandai Cheng joking, Sakura couldn't help blushing. Yesterday. I was too flustered at that time. No, I didn't think about it enough." Seeing that Sakura started to stutter, and the whole person was about to become confused, Wandai Cheng stopped teasing her. "Okay, just kidding, have you figured out how to reply to the other party?" Speaking of today's main topic, Sakura's expression became even more nervous. I will reject the other party." He was so nervous that his face was tense, but his words were so decisive and powerful. "Even if I'm nervous, or it would be very hurtful to reject the other party like this." Sakura said this, and glanced at Wandai Cheng calmly, then quickly withdrew his gaze, and his face showed a light red color. "But I have to reject each other. 99. Today's Sakura is very courageous." Wandai Cheng praised the deer in the forest. He wanted to give him some encouragement and wanted to say something else. The tip of Wandai Cheng's nose. Wandai Cheng realized that it was raining, so he took Sakura's little hand and rushed back. He remembered that the gymnasium could shelter from the rain. Seeing this unpredictable rain, it was estimated that the rain would not be small. In addition, it is so hot in summer, with frequent thunderstorms, it is very dangerous to stand in the woods during thunderstorms, and it is impossible to stay outside. Wan. Sakura didn't say a word. He was held by Wandai Cheng, and a warmth passed from Wandai Cheng's palm, to Sakura's palm, and then to his heart. A strange emotion just rose from Sakura's heart. It was crisp and warm, and Sakura was so infatuated with it that he never wanted to let go of his hand. So he didn't say anything, just let him be. Wandai Cheng led the trot. It wasn't until she was hit by the rain that she realized that, looking forward, Wandai Cheng's eyes became more and more tender and obsessed. It's a pity that although Wandai Cheng made a decisive decision, the rain was too fast. In a blink of an eye, it changed from a few drops of rain to a downpour. The sky quickly turned dark and dark clouds gathered. Accompanied by the thunder that roared and rumbled, the windows of the gymnasium trembled, and there was nothing but a vast expanse of space between heaven and earth. So when the two of them ran back to the gym to take shelter from the rain, they were half drenched, showing a trace of embarrassment. "How are you?" Wandai Cheng released his hand and checked Sakura's situation, but was speechless on the spot. Because of the hot summer, the two naturally wore summer uniforms, just a short-sleeved white shirt, and the rain was pouring so much that Wandai Cheng was able to feast his eyes. The rain-soaked white shirt was so close to the skin, which further showed Sakura's unparalleled terrifying combat power, which was almost an undisputed specification for killing high school girls. "Hey!" Just when Wandai Cheng was sluggish for a moment, he felt something on his face. Wandai Cheng came back to his senses, only to realize that it was Sakura who was very close, carefully, holding a pink handkerchief and wiping it for him rain on face, neck, and even hair. Not even a shred of rain would let go. The distance is too close, so that Wandai Cheng can smell a very sweet smell of pure cow. Facing Sakura's serious help to wipe the rain, Wandai Cheng's eyes don't know what to look at, so he can only divert his attention. Cough. Cough. "Sakura, wipe the rain off your face first, don't catch a cold, I'll be fine with a little rain." "It doesn't matter." Sakura was still so serious, not at all afraid of life and shame, as if he was wiping the ancient cultural relics worth trillions. "Bandai classmates are the most important, I don't care now." Chapter 108. If Sakura does housework, she should be the meticulous type. No matter how fine the hair is in the corner, she can clean it up and clean it up. This is Wandai Cheng's conclusion, because Sakura really dried his hair with just a small handkerchief without leaving a drop of rain, not to mention easy places like his face and neck. Vote for me with Muley, and return it with Xiao Jiu. Sakura takes care of Wandai Cheng so much. With Wandai Cheng's character, it is impossible to be indifferent. Although he will lose his eyesight, Wandai Cheng is not a madman. Taking Sakura while wiping, he walked around the gymnasium, and soon found several windows that were not closed. Wandai Cheng pushed open the window, turned inside with one hand on the windowsill, and then reached out to Sakura. Sakura seemed a little overwhelmed. After all, she was a good student. She never did anything like turning the window. Pass. Even with Wandai Cheng helping her, she didn't know how to turn it. Seeing Sakura's embarrassment, Wandai Cheng stretched out his arms without saying a word, wrapped his arms around Sakura, and with a violent force, Sakura was half carried and half carried in. "Yet!" Sakura exclaimed, and found himself being embraced by Wandai Cheng, and was immediately ashamed. There was no reaction at all, and he couldn't make any judgment. He could only close his eyes and move. Dare not move. Feeling that he had flipped over something in mid-air, his little feet also swept across the windowsill, but it just swept over, there was no collision, and naturally he would not be injured, so Sakura dared to open his eyes slightly. Wandai Cheng didn't feel good, because the hug was too close, and he could clearly feel that Sakura's capital was pressing against his heart, which made Wandai Cheng's mouth dry. "I want to hug a little longer." Sakura shouldn't resist, right? Isn't he the most important? After Wandai Cheng had this slightly violent thought in his mind, he recalled the picture of Sakura helping to wipe off the rain just now. In the blink of an eye, she had already put her down and looked back. After the various club competitions in the summer vacation, the usually bustling gymnasium also fell silent. Bandai classmate. Sakura was still confused, immersed in the hug just now, aware of Wandai Cheng's departure, and called out subconsciously. "I'll look for it." Wandai Cheng judged the location, the number 2 gymnasium is shared by the basketball club and several other clubs. I remember Ishizaki told me that there are shower rooms in the gymnasium, so the women's team in the basketball club has put your hair dryer here. You might catch a cold if you've been so wet all the time. I'd be better off using a hairdryer to help you. Wandai classmate, do you care so much about her? I understand that the purpose of Wandai Cheng coming through the window is for her, Sakura's inner comfort. The deer in the forest happily runs in his heart, very practical. Moreover, thinking about it, Sakura suddenly felt that her cheeks were very hot, because in the end she thought of Wandai Cheng's hug, and she was actually able to hold her in. Wandai classmates are so strong, and their embrace is so warm, so unbelievable abandon. What are you thinking? Come here, I've found it. When Sakura came back to his senses, Wandai Cheng had already waved on the other side. Sakura then followed and found that Wandai Cheng had plugged in the hair dryer and was trying the temperature with his hands. Seeing her approaching, Wandai Cheng pointed to the seat, and Sakura was too embarrassed to ask Wandai Cheng to help. No, don't bother, I'll do it myself. Wandai Cheng smiled and didn't speak, just stared at Sakura like this. Sakura was stared at like this, and he didn't know what to say for a while, so he was very embarrassed. In the whole gym, only the whistling sound of the hair dryer was like a warm accompaniment for the solitude of the two of them. In the end, Sakura couldn't resist Wandai Cheng's silent gaze, so he sat down shyly, made Wandai Cheng smile with satisfaction, and helped him blow his hair. It's a pity that I can't watch it anymore, but Wandai Cheng said that he didn't want anything, and Sakura went to see the unknown confessor in wet clothes. With this thought in mind, Wandai Cheng prioritized his shirts. Of course, he wouldn't be too close to blowing the wind. Instead, he chose the hot air at the highest speed, and after a distance, slowly evaporated the moisture on the white shirt, making Sakura too embarrassed to see anyone, tightly closing his eyes, not daring to open them at all. Because the hair dryer wanted to dry clothes and avoid catching a cold, Wandai Cheng was blowing at Sakura's heart. How could Sakura not be ashamed when the hair dryer was drying his heart? The warm air blowing dissipates the slight coolness when the rain left the white shirt, and even after actively absorbing the heat, the temperature rises, and Sakura, who can't see anything with his eyes closed, can feel the warmth in his heart. The originally very nervous and shy mood was relaxed bit by bit, the tightly closed eyes gradually eased, and the tense breath was slowly exhaled. How great would it be if this shirt could go on like this forever? The girl's heart that was being warmed sincerely prayed this way. If the moisture in the shirt is never evaporated, then she and Wandai Cheng can stay in the unmanned gym all the time, right? Okay. Unfortunately, it backfired. The hair dryer of the basketball club's women's team is still easy to use. At the highest speed, the water evaporates quickly. When Wandai Cheng put it away, Sakura opened his eyes with a slight loss. Just as he was about to say something, he was reminded by Wandai Cheng, "It's almost time, and I can't hear the rain. This kind of thunderstorms come and go quickly. Sakura, it's time for you to meet. I'll hide around you, don't have any worries." "Well, I believe in Wandai classmate." Sakura nodded solemnly, without any emotion of fear, a brave and fearless appearance, really handsome. She was handsome for only 3 seconds. When she was hugged by Wandai Cheng and turned over the window again, she instantly broke down and turned into a shy little girl again. There is nothing to say in the follow-up. Wandai Cheng hides to the side and finds out that the one who confessed to Sakura is Yamauchi, one of the stupid trio of Class D. Sakura also bowed slightly as soon as he came up, and bluntly refused, leaving no chance for the other party, Nyozea Hao, and left immediately after refusing. After leaving a short distance, Sakura looked around anxiously. "I'm here." Wandai Cheng turned out of the tree next to him, raised his hand towards Sakura with a smile, motioned not to look around, and twisted his neck carefully. Wandai classmate. After Sakura rejected others, he obviously got rid of a troublesome thing, and his whole person seemed to be a lot lighter. At this time, the rain was over and the sky was clear, the dense dark clouds were spreading out, and wisps of golden sunlight passed through the gaps between the dark clouds and splendidly fell on the earth. After Sakura heard Wandai Cheng's greeting, he suddenly looked back with a bright smile. Accompanied by the hot weather and the slight mist of evaporating rain, under the Tyndall effect, there are clear golden warm suns in the atmosphere as the background. Overall, this smile looks like the most advanced art painting. Today, I have Wandai Cheng to accompany you. Follow me, that's great. Swell. Chapter 109. During the summer vacation at the junction of early and mid-August, Wandai Cheng's dormitory door made a tuk-tuk knock. Wandai Cheng opened the door with a smile, and saw Sheena holding a small bag of things, standing crunchy outside waiting. Come in, what are you waiting for? Wandai Cheng took the initiative to take the bag from Sheena's hand, which was the brown sugar that Sheena bought spontaneously. Since Sheena took the initiative to express her heart last time, the relationship between the two has grown by leaps and bounds, and they are already considered a default couple, so during the summer vacation, Sheena will come to the dormitory to find Wandai Cheng many times. Don't get me wrong, it's just reading books together. Because of the hot weather, Sheena didn't want to go to the library under the sun, so she simply came to Wandai Cheng's dormitory with her collection of books. It's just that Sheena didn't bring the book here today. Instead, he went to buy a bag of brown sugar against the scorching sun. The reason is that at the time of the uninhabited island's special examination, Sheena inexplicably developed a mentality to compete with Ichinos, compared with the biological date that made Wandai Cheng laugh. After Ichinos left, Sheena still didn't let go of such a small detail, and asked about the difference between Wandai Cheng's hometown and Sakurahima's treatment of this thing. Wandai Cheng explained to Sheena in detail at that time, saying that the situation on the two sides is different. One side cannot drink ice, but instead needs to boil some brown sugar water or even add some ginger from time to time. Sakurajima is not afraid of 977, whether it is ice either drink or ice cream. Then Sheena remembered this, and came to the door with a small face carrying brown sugar, saying that she had to taste the taste of brown sugar water. Wandai Cheng was happy to accompany Sheena, so he agreed, and today Sheena's visit came. In fact, brown sugar water is not difficult, and it is a little more difficult than boiled eggs. Skilled in opening a hot pot in the dormitory kitchen, Wandai Cheng has plenty to turn to Sheena. Actually, you don't need to care so much about Hiri. The situation on both sides is different, and rashly changing your habits may actually make your body uncomfortable. For example, although there is no harm in ice water, but people who drink hot water all year round suddenly change their habit of drinking cold drinks, then the microbes in the body will have problems and cause physical discomfort. Sheena is still in a buoyant posture. I don't know if it's cute, or I'm used to it, without any emotion, just a sweet smile. It's okay. 35. Even if you don't get used to it this time, you can get used to it if you drink it once a month, right? Afterwards, the girl who was originally like a cloud in the sky finally showed a shy state. Her cheeks were pink, her eyes were free, and her fluttering voice turned into a soft talk. Besides, living habits and so on, you have to change in the future. Wandai Cheng was startled, turned around again, began to put in the brown sugar, boiled it seriously, and at the same time sighed in his heart. It seemed that Sheena was following him wholeheartedly. Just now, the habits of life must be changed, said that Sheena was willing to go back with Wandai Cheng after graduation, so he felt that he had to change his habits anyway, and it was better to change it later than earlier. The girl's light words contained 1,000 weights, and her humble living habits meant leaving the familiar homeland, following her sweetheart, and embarking on a journey to a foreign country. The weight in this is a bit heavy, which means that Sheena has made a choice, has the corresponding determination, and is determined to leave the place where she grew up, bid farewell to the elders at home, and completely step out of her comfort zone. Determined to follow Wandai Cheng and go to a place where the culture, language, and living environment are completely unfamiliar, how much courage and how deep is the feeling? Rao is a person with a character like Wandai Cheng. He can't continue to take it down. He can only silently review the famous sayings left by the ancients in his heart. Heroes are sad for the beauty pass. What? While pouring the boiled brown sugar water into the prepared porcelain bowl, Wandai Cheng carefully held Sheena's little hand. As if to wake up, he even pinched Sheena's fingertips gently. Have you thought about it? Do you really want to go back with me then? Yet. Sheena did the same, pinching Wandai Cheng's fingertips, as if to show his awareness, but after a while, he raised his hand coquettishly. Because the two were holding hands, BBBD was pulled by Sheena, and Wandai Cheng's hand was also lifted up. Sheena just gently rubbed the back of Wandai Cheng's right hand with her own face, and rubbed it back and forth for a while. She liked this feeling very much. However, I still have to come back to see my parents every now and then, okay? Of course. Wandai Cheng wanted to laugh when he was told, is he such an inhumane guy? No one is allowed to go home to visit his family? However, maybe it was a counterattack, maybe it was a couple, a little fun between lovers. Wandai Cheng also approached, and kissed Sheena's back of the hand and fingertips lightly, or later, I will bring your parents to the where to go. 35. Feeling Wandai Cheng's counterattack, Sheena's pretty face heated up rapidly. She was just kissing the back of her hand, but she was also rubbing against the back of Wandai Cheng's hand. Wandai Cheng seemed to penetrate the hands they held together and kissed her face directly, making her cheeks hot. I believe Cheng has this ability, but my parents are not necessarily willing to leave. What about Sakurajima? 35. It's all right. Wandai Cheng didn't care about the rest of these aspects, so he took the initiative to let go, turned off the fire in the kitchen, and walked out of the kitchen with Sheena and a porcelain bowl. Respect their ideas, we are not good for our elders. Call the shots. Then the two of them sat down at the table. Sheena was sticky, like a cute ragdoll cat, just snuggled up on Wandai Cheng's shoulders and arms, aiming at the crimson sugar water, watching the rising hot smoke, full of smoke curious. Can drinking this really relieve abdominal discomfort? The color looks a bit like Hyuxia medicine, doesn't it taste particularly bitter? What are you thinking? Wandai Cheng was amused, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. This is boiled with water and sugar, where does the bitter taste come from? Oh, then let me try. Sheena reached out her hand cautiously, scooped up a spoon with a spoon, blew a little, took a decisive sip, and after a little aftertaste, she opened her eyes reluctantly. Sure enough, it's a bit bitter. 9. Hey! Wandai Cheng didn't react. How could the brown sugar water be bitter? He didn't add any other ingredients. How can it be bitter just by adding sugar? Impossible, I'll try it. Wandai Cheng was confident about this. He reached out his hand and wanted to take the spoon, but he was already worried. Could it be that Sheena's taste has a problem? We'll see if we can find a way to cure it. After a while, I will use the small unicom to contact people outside to see if there are doctors who are more capable in this area. You can taste it, it's bitter. Sheena said in a fit of anger, handing over the spoon. Wandai Cheng was about to catch it, but Sheena raised his head and blocked all subsequent words. The sweet taste of brown sugar instantly took over the palate. Slowly, Wandai Cheng closed his eyes sweetly. After a long time, Sheena backed away slightly panting, with a sweet smile and indescribable joy on his face. It seems, it's quite sweet. Chapter 110. It was only then that Wandai Cheng realized that he had been subjected to Sheena's little plot. At this moment, Sheena is like the fairy Liu from that day. Because of the existence of Wandai Cheng, the clouds and mist are blown away, and Wei Wei can see the quirky inside. Moreover, when she said that the brown sugar water was still quite sweet, Sheena's face was still covered with a thick crimson color. It was obvious that such a little plot made her feel ashamed. Really? Wandai Cheng brought a smirk at the moment, not wanting to be deceived like this. I feel that this sugar water is bitter. After speaking, he bullied him up, causing Sheena to stare for a while, and then closed it again, until he was out of breath, and then slapped Wandai Cheng with a small fist, and Wandai Cheng was willing to let her go. How's it going? Wandai Cheng looked at Sheena slightly smugly, his eyes full of playfulness. In the end, sweet or not? Sheena picked up the porcelain bowl and drank. Didn't you say, it's pretty sweet? I'll admit you feel bitter. Wandai Cheng smiled and said nothing. After Sheena finished drinking a small bowl of brown sugar water, he took it and washed it. When he came out, he saw Sheena holding his lower abdomen and squinting, as if he was very comfortable. What? It worked? It's a little bit. Sheena's eyelids didn't open. I feel a little warm in my stomach, as if it's not as uncomfortable as it is during my normal menstrual period. How warm? Is my palm warm? Wandai Cheng had a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, trying to compare the actual temperature, which made Sheena act like a spoiled child. However, just when he was about to touch Sheena's lower abdomen, there was another knock on the door outside the door, accompanied by Ishizaki's loud voice, "Big brother Bandai. We're here to play with you." 39. Because Ishizaki was in the way, Wandai Cheng still couldn't find a higher temperature result in the end. Sheena's smile also slowly faded, returning to the buoyant look in front of him. "Go open the door and have a look." Wandai Cheng shrugged, went to open the door, and saw Ishizaki, Yumari and other class members gathered outside. Ishizaki was very excited when he saw Wandai Cheng. "Big brother. Let's." "Wait." Wandai Cheng raised his hand and stopped Ishizaki from continuing. "Go buy me a cup of iced coffee now, it has to be a mix from the beach center supermarket, and I'll have it in 20 minutes. Hey!" Ishizaki was stunned for a while, but couldn't react. Wandai Cheng glanced at Ishizaki. "What? Not willing?" No. Willing to." Although Ishizaki didn't understand what he had done wrong, he at least realized the danger, nodded quickly to accept the task, and ran into the elevator. Anxiously, he pressed the button on the first floor, and hurriedly circled in the elevator. When the elevator arrived, he frantically pressed the door button. As soon as the door opened, Ishizaki rushed out, and he kept talking about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. As a result, when I went out, I saw a scorching sun outside, and the air on the road was slightly distorted, but I could only bite the bullet and run to the Beach Tree Center supermarket. After almost running out of energy, he managed to return with iced coffee within the stipulated time. After seeing Sheena in Wandai Cheng's dormitory, Ishizaki finally realized that he seemed to be hindering his eldest brother's good deeds. When I had breakfast on a luxury cruise ship, Ishizaki had seen Sheena prepare breakfast for his eldest brother in person, and the relationship was definitely not ordinary. Then he suddenly knocked on the door or something. No wonder he was asked by the elder brother to run back and forth to buy coffee on a hot day. It turned out that he deserved it. Not bad. Wandai Cheng took the coffee and asked the group's intentions. Although Shenli and the others were all bad groups in the class, they were all separated from Wandai Cheng, and they all looked at Ishizaki, hoping Ishizaki would come out and say something. Ishizaki didn't even gasp for breath. He was breathing almost like a dead dog there. When he was watched by his friends, he took a lot of effort to calm his burning lungs, and he even raised his hand to wipe off his profuse sweat. Only then did he talk about the reason for the visit. The brothers think that the summer vacation is a bit unsatisfactory, although the school has arranged a lot of entertainment facilities. But we're not interested in those shops in the Beach Tree Center. Going shopping is boring. Besides, KTV, internet cafes, we have been to many times, and we are no longer interested. In addition, there is billiards. Among them, the most inner table has a few scratches on the table skin with one stroke, and it is boring to play games in the dormitory for a long time. So what? Wandai Cheng took a sip of his coffee and listened for a long time, but still didn't hear the point, staring at Ishizaki unhappily. Why is this old man like this all the time? He can't talk about the main point. The last time he had a private appointment with Xiao, he didn't talk about the main point for a long time. For flowers. So, hee. Ishizaki looked a little embarrassed at the moment. That's why I thought, Brother Bandai, do you have any arrangements? For example, to trouble the rest of the class, is there anything we can do? Wandai Cheng's cheeks twitched a little, saying that you guys really have nothing to do during the summer vacation, and already want to attack other classes for fun? Seeing Ishizaki stating the ultimate goal, the rest of the bad guys also spoke up one after another. Yes, Big Brother Bandai, no matter what you plan to do, we can all help. Last time I taught that Katsuragi a lesson, and it was a joyful lesson. Brother Bandai, do you want to take action against Katsuragi's class this summer? Or to find fault with the other 3 classes? Wandai Cheng glanced at the energetic young men, and felt that this would cause trouble for them sooner or later. What kind of activity do you think of yourself, and then design the organization yourself, and I will help out by the side, how about this? And such good things? I just came here to see if there are any class members of Xinlazi here, Bandai Big Brother, and instantly became excited. Yes, can you apply for the school building? Can you do such a great thing? 35. Well, then it must be a festival. How can there be no summer festival during summer vacation? 35. FKU, how do you set off fireworks in the school building? Just set up a stall there? Do you have that skill? Then you say. How to fix it? I think it's better to build a big haunted house. In addition to summer festivals in summer, isn't it just a dare? I'll see this. I'm impatient to let me set up a stall. But let me lurking and pretending to be a ghost to scare people, I'm very patient. Not bad. Otherwise, try your best. Brothers, help. You know, I'm a Tsuchiya classmate in the chasing class. When the time comes, when the time comes, when the time comes, we will draw lots and group things. Do me a favor and let the 2 of us get together. I invited me for dinner tonight. Don't worry about this. We will definitely arrange it for you. After fighting for the courage test, I will let you 2 become. Chapter 111. In the first half of August, when the moonlight rose, the high temperature of the day was no longer there. A slight evening breeze was blowing, washing away the scorching heat. Some members of the Bandai class rarely changed into school uniforms during the summer vacation and waited in front of the school building. This is a rare summer activity for the class. The school borrowed the school building and spent 3 days. Ishizaki and others made a series of arrangements in it, just to hold an interesting summer courage test. Originally, everyone was restricted to the inside of the academy and could not go out. There were no activities, no summer festivals, and no fireworks to watch. This summer has lost a lot of color. No matter how rich the entertainment facilities of the Beech Tree Shopping Center are, it still can't meet the many demands of the students. You must know that last year, during the summer vacation of the 3rd year of junior high school, everyone played all over the world. How could they have been so restricted? Now that someone has finally held a courage test meeting, it is natural that there are a lot of people who respond, and everyone who can come has come. Bandai-kun no, even Ichinos brought the class members over to join in the fun, and the people in their class 977 had already played almost this summer. Now that only internal activities can be cultivated at a high level, who can refuse this kind of arrangement of a courageous meeting? As for the rest of the classes and the Bandai class, the relationship is not very good. The main reason is that they were miserable by Wandai Cheng, and no one was willing to participate. The Ichinos class had a good relationship with everyone, and the Bandai class did not exclude them. Wandai Cheng also greeted Ichinos when he saw Ichinos bringing some of the class members over. Ichinos immediately leaned forward, staring at the gloomy school building in front of her, feeling a little hairy in her heart. Wow, come here at night. Sure enough, it's very different from the usual school building, and it gives people a very scary feeling. The school building, which should have been bright, seemed pitch dark at the moment, and the corridor windows were like entrances to the abyss. Wandai Cheng took a few glances and thought it was the same. The strong contrast between the school and the library, which is full of people during the day and lights out at night, can easily create a psychological suggestion of fear. 5. Hey! Ichinos blinked, not expecting that Wandai Cheng would suddenly say such a sentence, and he couldn't help crying and laughing. Wandai-kun, when you say that, there is no atmosphere. In fact, when Ichinos first saw the dark school building, she was very hairy, but now Wandai Cheng pulls out the psychology, and it seems that it is really because of this reason that she is not so afraid. Then, what exactly is it? Arranged. Wandai Cheng didn't know Ichinos' mood change, and casually recounted Ishizaki's design. It's a very common team of two. First change indoor shoes in the shoe cabinet, and then walk all the way to the rooftop to clear the customs. It's just that we did it ourselves, so no staff will calculate at the door, and each student needs to be a little conscious. After the first group enters, the latter group must wait at least 3 minutes. Is that so? Ichinos nodded, indicating that she understood, and went back and took the members of her own class to explain it. In the end, she seemed to be pulled by a girl named Baibo to test her courage. Many students have already entered to experience this adventure. Wandai Cheng is still standing outside with nothing to do, and even yawns very leisurely and elegantly. Originally, according to Wandai Cheng's idea, it was to accompany Sheena to play, but when Sheena heard that he could pretend to be a ghost and scary, he came to play Xin, and followed Ishizaki to work as an internal staff member, leaving Wandai Cheng alone. What he didn't know was that Sheena wasn't really interested in it at first, and he accidentally heard Ishizaki say maybe it can scare Bandai-san before Sheena got involved. Next to Long Yuan, seeing Wandai Cheng covering his mouth with his hands and yawning, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Aren't you going to go in and play? What about you? Why don't you go? Talking to Long Yuan, there is no need to be so polite. Wandai Cheng glanced angrily and answered the question with a question. Long Yuan choked for a moment. In fact, he couldn't find anyone to form a team. After all, whether it was Wandai Cheng or Long Yuan, they were a bit high in the class. Classmates who are not connected enough, don't expect to invite them both. Classmates who are connected enough? They are all ghosts in it. Forget it. Wandai Cheng looked at Long Yuan as if he was looking at a poor homeless wild cat. Looking at you like this, you know that you can't find anyone. I send kindness and team up with you, Long Yuan. One team. It's a pity that Ishizaki and the others inside, we are a group of 2, we don't know if they scared me or we scared them. Long Yuan's cheeks twitched fiercely. Why did he think Wandai Cheng's eyes looking at the poor man were so piercing? And taking a step back, even if no one came to find him to form a team, wouldn't it be that no one came to Bandai to form a team? Why does this guy feel pity for him? When the confused Long Yuan was about to refute a few words. That, Long Yuan classmate. Just when Wandai Cheng was teasing Long Yuan, beside the two, a timid girl suddenly broke into a field where ordinary class members dared not rush into it. The girl walked over with her head lowered, not daring to look at the two of them at all, so Wandai Cheng and Ryuyuan fell silent together, and they both recognized it. This is Rika's classmate who is usually quite timid in the class. A girl of Rixiang's character can endure the fear of going to their place to interrupt the conversation. It can be said that she mustered all her courage. The two didn't mind listening to it. She came here because she wanted to say something. Lixiang seemed to want to wait for them to speak first before he dared to continue talking. The three of them were inexplicably silent for a while, and then Wandai Cheng lightly kicked Long Yuan's shoes and motioned for Long Yuan to ask. It was obvious that they came to him. Long Yuan glanced at Wandai Cheng angrily, and then looked down at Li Xiang with an impatient expression, but a hint of curiosity in his tone. Are you looking for me for something? Rika nodded, and put her hands together in front of her heart, as if she was praying for something. Ryuan-san, can you, and, that, join me? Okay, no problem. Long Yuan might not have agreed before. After all, if he was not familiar with this Li Xiang, it would be impossible to form a team, but who made Wandai Cheng's look at the poor man just now stimulate him? Yes, there is someone to form a team. It was a girl who took the initiative to invite. Bandai no longer needs you. You should go alone. Long Yuan fluttered his bangs in a dashing manner. Bandai, Li Xiang, and I will go first. See you on the rooftop. Oh, by the way, if you don't form a team, you may not be able to go to the rooftop. After finishing speaking, she walked into the school building proudly. Behind her, Li Xiang first bowed slightly to Wandai Cheng, and then followed Long Yuan step by step. After the two of them left, Wandai Cheng laughed out loud. Shabai, what are you proud of? No, Ryuan doesn't really think he's very popular, does he? In fact, this is just another purpose of the Courage Conference. Do you think that high school students, men and women, are keen to test their courage in order to prove how brave they are? That's a big mistake. They are all high school students. Who is so naive and wants to be bolder? The main purpose 1.3 of the Courage Test meeting is, of course, a group of men and women, and then take the opportunity to develop feelings. Therefore, 3 days before the Dare testing meeting started, the class was already searching. Who made an appointment with whom, who wanted to make an appointment with whom but still did not act. The breath of youth was overflowing in a mess during the 3 days of midsummer. During this period, Rika found Ishizaki shyly and said that she wanted to invite Ryuan. Wandai Cheng was also present at that time, and she was curious why Rika wanted to invite Ryuan to form a team. Rika stammered, saying that when she was called by the Manabe small group as a maid, and when Kuruzawa cut the line by herself, it was Ryuan who taught Manabe and the others a lesson, and only then got Manabe the kind treatment of the small group, and Ryuan also taught her not to become people like Manabe and the others. Since then, Rika has a good impression of Ryuan. Yes, the class members are so sincere. Wandai Cheng arranged for Long Yuan immediately, which is why the scene just now happened. Otherwise, just because of Li Xiang's timid temperament, she would not dare to interrupt Wandai Cheng and Long Yuan's conversation without authorization of. Chapter 112. Wandai Cheng stretched and waited outside for more than 5 minutes. After calculating the time, Long Yuan should have walked a long distance. He walked to the school alone. Before, he stood outside foolishly and didn't go in, just to paralyze Long Yuan. Small calculations. After all, he had explained to Achinos from the very beginning that this was just a gall test organized by their class. There were no staff at the gate, only students who went in to play and students who pretended to be ghosts. In other words, no matter if you are alone, in a group of 2, or in a group of 10, no one will check. You can enter if you want, and no one will care. Therefore, there is no such thing as a single person who cannot enter. From the outside where the street lamps and the moonlight are double illuminated, when you walk into the school building, the gloominess is even higher. There is still the afterglow of the street lamps. Fear. Needless to say, it was unexpectedly appropriate to set this place as a venue for a dare testing meeting. Because everyone has to change shoes in the shoe cabinet, there is no design. Wandai Cheng finds his own cabinet and puts on indoor shoes at will, just like an outing, and walks leisurely inside. When I walked to the first classroom on the first floor, the visibility was already very low, and I could only rely on the moonlight scattered outside the window of 11. There were also bursts of rustling tapes in the first classroom. A timid girl, it is estimated that in such a dark environment, hearing such a voice will be frightened? Wandai Cheng thought about it, and wanted to open the door to see how Ishizaki and the others did it. As soon as the classroom door was opened, I saw a tape recorder with a charging cable on it on the podium. It was not covered at all. My dear, it was so simple and conspicuous that I was afraid that others would not be able to see it. Wandai Cheng was a little disappointed. It turned out to be just a recorder, and thought Ishizaki and the others would have some good design ideas. Are you here to steal my tape recorder? Just when Wandai Cheng was disappointed, he suddenly put a hand on his shoulder from behind the opened door, and asked with a particularly terrifying and sinister voice. Wandai Cheng. Wandai Cheng raised his eyebrows. He had to take back the preface. Ishizaki's group did a really good job. There is something. The emotional recorder is only on the surface to attract attention. The real killer is the person hiding behind the door. When I think about it, I feel very emotional. The students who are playing do not know that there is a person hiding behind the door. When the door is pushed in, the person is hidden in the narrow space between the door and the wall. When the classmates came in, they saw the tape recorder first, and their hearts would be at ease, but when they felt like this, suddenly a hand was placed on your shoulder, it was very scary. Not bad. Wandai Cheng applauded, looking back to see who it was. The moment he heard the voice, the person behind the door immediately retracted his hand. Big brother Wan, Bandai. It seemed that the person behind the door was frightened by Wandai Cheng. You did a good job. Wandai Cheng turned around in a funny way, and found that it was Shanri. Your design should scare a lot of people, right? Hey, super cool. When discussing the scary results, Shanli was particularly proud. This first level scared almost everyone. Seeing them scared, I was very happy. But she was quite elated, but Shanli poked her ears as she spoke. Some girls were scared and screamed, which was a little too harsh. Come on, I think it's pretty good. Wandai Cheng encouraged him, then walked back. Shanli hurriedly closed the door, silently waiting for the next prey to come. In fact, he didn't say it just now. It's okay for a girl to scream. That at least proves that he was indeed scaring people, but it was brother Long Yuan who came in front, and brother Bandai who came this time. Instead, he was scared by these two people. Embarrassed to death. It may be because of the needs of the first level, it must be exciting at the beginning, so the design is very clever and emotional, and it is a bit naive later. Most of them are traditional school horror stories on Sakurajima, such as the piano sound echoing in the empty classroom, such as the skeletal dummy in the school doctor's office set up for you in the corridor. Although these are not very frightening, they are reasonable. The more frightening ones are the occasional sharp screams from upstairs. Immediately after arriving at the entrance of the stairs, Ishizaki and the others still have a good hand in holding the courage test. At the entrance of the stairs going upstairs, a small checkpoint is set up, and you can only go upstairs after completing the corresponding test. The small checkpoint is the only existence with lighting here. There is a desk with a small lamp on, and Manabe is sitting behind the desk, playing with many bottles of mineral water on it. Maybe it's for hygiene reasons? The desk is covered with a large blanket. The blanket is very long, and it has covered the left and right and bottom of the desk, making the mineral water on the blanket seem to be a lot more expensive. When he saw Wandai Cheng, Manabe got up immediately. Wandai. Yet. Wandai Cheng waved his hand, indicating that Manabe should not be so serious. How do I get through this? Just choose a bottle of water, and you can go up if you choose the right one. Manabe didn't know why. There was no punishment for choosing the wrong one. Maybe he didn't dare? Wandai Cheng looked at it with great interest. Under the light of the small table lamp, at first glance, it was all ordinary mineral water. There was no mystery. If you look closely, there is still no difference. A hand stretched out from the blanket under the table and grabbed his ankle directly. Wandai Cheng smiled, retracted his gaze from looking at the mineral water, and turned to Manabi. No wonder you didn't say, Manabi, choosing the wrong punishment. 55. In essence, there is no difference in mineral water, it just makes people pay attention to one side, and then the other one waits for an opportunity under the desk to be scary, right? It's the same routine as the first classroom, the bright side attracts attention, and the backside is scary. You have one good design talent. I still didn't scare Big Brother Bandai. Manabi is a good friend, and Caikme got out from the bottom of the table, stretched, and looked regretful. Long Yuan in front is also, I can't be scared at all. 99. There's no. Manabi was still joking aside, isn't Rixiang scared enough? By the way, Bandai, if you don't want to play, you can go directly to the rooftop from the stairs. If you want to continue, you have to walk through each floor. And then pass the 980 level of the stairs. Wandai Cheng chatted with the two for a while, and went up to the second floor, followed by a series of funny or clever scary ways. The most impressive one is the level on the third floor. This level is quite special. It asks Wandai Cheng to go to a toilet and stay in the innermost compartment for 3 minutes. Not long after entering the cubicle, you can hear the very quiet toilet, and suddenly there is an incomparably clear dripping sound. In such a dark place, especially in an area where weird talk like the toilet, this inexplicable and clear dripping sound can't help but make people feel chills. That's it. Wandai Cheng thought, wouldn't it be enough to let people listen to the water droplets quietly here? Facts turned out that he expected it well. About 30 seconds after the water dripped, he remembered the sound of footsteps, and from far to near, like washing hands on the other side of the pool is going to the toilet. Then the footsteps suddenly became violent and seemed extremely urgent. Then, the door of the first compartment was pushed open, and the sound of the door panel hitting the wooden planks of the compartment resounded throughout the toilet. Then, the second cubicle was pushed open, and then came to Wandai Cheng, but the sound of footsteps, the sound of pushing the door disappeared completely, and the toilet fell into a strange silence again. This time there was no sound of dripping water. Wandai Cheng raised his head in amused. According to ordinary horror stories, it should be the next door neighbor at this time. Someone will step on the toilet, stand high and stick out his head to peep here, in order to achieve the purpose of scaring. As a result, when I looked up, there was no one on the ceiling next door. Chapter 113. No, according to the normal script, how could there be no one? Wandai Cheng didn't understand Ishizaki's brain circuit, so he pushed open the door of his compartment. It happened that Ishizaki was tiptoeing and quietly left outside like a thief. Ishizaki was obviously stunned for a while, but he didn't expect his elder brother to push the door and come out. Bandai elder brother. You didn't stay here for 3 minutes, right? 39. Wandai Cheng rolled his eyes, still thinking about the customs clearance rules. Wandai Cheng didn't follow up, outperforming his own doubts. He pointed to the head of the toilet cubicle above. This is the end? Don't you think it's more intimidating to add one, standing on the toilet in the cubicle, grabbing the wooden board of the cubicle, and poking your head over it? Ishizaki couldn't have imagined that Wandai Cheng would catch him in the middle of the test, scratching the back of his head and laughing embarrassingly. In fact, Brother Bandai, we have also thought about it. In the end, Sheena was rejected. It is true that he stood up like this, and it is more scary, but it is not good if it is too scary. We are not a professional haunted house. 99. And Sheena also said that considering the girls' toilets, it is the girls who scare people. If people are too scared, it may lead to class conflicts or something, or if a girl steps on the toilet, if she accidentally falls, then it is also our responsibility. 95. The discussion went on, and in the end, it was over by knocking on the doors of the 2 front compartments. Only then did Wandai Cheng realize that everything was Sheena's arrangement. No wonder the whole test was so successful, some of which were exquisitely designed, some inexplicably naive, and the root cause was Sheena's clever little head. Since it was Sheena's design, Wandai Cheng didn't say much, nodded, and let Ishizaki go back, ready to receive the next frightened person. Wandai Cheng went up to the top floor, which is also the last floor, and then went up to the rooftop. After successfully walking, you can clear the customs. Every stairway is guarded by a checkpoint, but to Wandai Cheng's surprise, the one guarding here is actually Sheena. Wandai, you're here. Sheena was also very happy when she saw Wandai Cheng, sitting behind the small desk, waving her small hands happily. Wandai Cheng took a closer look and found a copy of Mental Health Judgment on the desk, along with questionnaires and pens. What are these? Oh. Sheena explained very obediently, actually, the courage test will end here, but there is not enough space on the 4th floor of the school building, so the end point is set on the rooftop. The roof is big enough that we can finally watch the moon and watch the stars on it. We also specially prepared hot and cold drinks and snacks so that everyone can eat, drink and play. 35. It's just that the levels on the next 3 floors may be really scary. For the sake of everyone's mental health, I'll watch it here, and let everyone who has cleared the level fill out a questionnaire to see if any of the classmates have psychological problems. If there is a problem, you have to contact the teacher Hoshinomiya at the school doctor's office. If there is no problem, you can naturally go to the rooftop. Is that so? Wandai Cheng put on an inexplicable smile and filled in the options according to Sheena's instructions. Soon after the one-page questionnaire was completed, Sheena was also very familiar with these questions. He glanced over and congratulated him happily. As expected of Bandai, there are no questions, just go straight up. I'm here waiting for all the participating students to complete the questionnaires, and I'll go up too. Okay. Wandai Cheng seemed very cooperative and didn't mean to wait here with Sheena. He turned his head and went upstairs. After walking only 3 steps, Wandai Cheng suddenly turned his head and just caught Sheena, who was happily preparing to put on a grim mask and take out a toy dagger from the desk drawer. I was most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air, and both sides were stunned at the same time. The frozen smile was extremely embarrassing, half smiling, not hilarious, halfway through laughing, as if someone pressed pause, no matter how you look at it. Wandai Cheng's smile turned into a big one, breaking the silence. Ha ha ha. I knew it. From the first level, it was to divert other people's attention first, so that the students who came to play thought it was all right, and then suddenly made a terrifying move at the end. Have you been caught by me, Hiri? You designed these? Sheena pouted her face in grievance, and stuffed the toy dagger and mask back into the drawer glumly. BD, Bandai, this scoundrel, don't give me a chance to scare you. Before Ming Ming, so many people were frightened. You want to scare me too much, so you didn't pay attention. Wandai Cheng walked back funny, rubbing Sheena's little head with his palm. Don't think about it, normally, I will definitely stay here and accompany you. Let's wait until everyone is cleared. I didn't say anything, I turned my head and walked up, leaving you alone. Don't you have any doubts at all? Yet. Sheena realized in a daze, that he had been seen through by Wandai Cheng long ago, and the whole person was a little discouraged, and he bent forward in disappointment, lying on the desk. 6 Okay. Wandai Cheng's tone also softened, he stopped rubbing Sheena's hair, and cupped Sheena's cheeks with both hands instead. Sheena was forced to raise her head and meet Wandai Cheng's doting gaze. How could there be any sullenness for a while? How could there be any discouragement? His eyes are full of him. From Sheena's point of view, the stars and the moon are behind Wandai Cheng. The light of the stars and moon faintly shines through the corridor window and hits Wandai Cheng's back. It seems that he is wearing a handsome suit. Silver moon cloak. His eyes were as bright as moonlight shattered and blended together, and being looked at like this. Sheena's heart thumped violently. Her cheeks couldn't control the temperature, her pretty face was flushed, maybe she couldn't stand the temperature of her face, so Sheena closed her eyes honestly to prevent her eyes from getting burned by her cheeks. Wandai Cheng saw Sheena's cute gesture of letting him do it, leaned over and kissed it gently, because he didn't know when the next classmate would come, no money, and Wandai Cheng didn't kiss for too long. After the kiss full of youthful beauty, Wandai Cheng walked away with a smile and dragged a chair from the empty classroom next to him. I'll be scaring you with me. Yet. Bandai is the best. Sheena calmed down in an instant, regained her charming, elegant smile, and handed the toy dagger to Wandai Cheng. This is for you. Anyway, Bandai, you are scary enough, you don't need a grimace mask, just leave it to me. That's right, it's as if I'm very tired. As a result, the following waves of students were basically frightened enough to see that Wandai Cheng and Sheena were both male and female, one with a knife and the other with a grimace mask. In addition, they originally only needed to fill out the questionnaire to pass the customs directly, and then go to the rooftop to eat, drink and have fun. They were not on guard at all. They were already relaxed, but suddenly they were so frightened that they set off a ghost cry and wolf howl. Chapter 114. In the end, all the students who came to participate in the Gaul test were sitting on the roof. Wandai Cheng and Sheena received a call from Ishizaki saying that there was no one left. They packed up and came up, and the two of them went up first. Opening the door on the roof, the first thing that caught the eye was the bright moon hanging high, which continued to shed its silver brilliance, just like a gentle big sister. Even if she knew that the summer was hot, she would put an extra layer of gauze on everyone, to prevent cold at night. The two classes just sat here and there, with great interest, discussing the interesting aspects of this dare test, praising the ingenious design of some levels, and hearing that Sheena next to Wandai Cheng blushed. There is a lot of fear, and the small face is pale, absorbing the warmth of the people around him. For example, Li Xiang is like this, with a look of fear on his face, his hands are holding Long Yuan's arm like this, and he will not let go of anything. She is obviously such a timid girl, but she doesn't mind the eyes of the two classes at this moment. Fear not. Although Long Yuan looked impatient, he still held hands quietly and didn't struggle at all. Seeing this, Wandai Cheng smiled proudly. Yet, Bandai-kun, your class made the courage test too scary. Ichinos waved when she saw Wandai Cheng and Sheena, and said that there is space here, you can come and sit. Wandai Cheng just sat down, one of them patted his heart and told the courage test meeting with excitement. Whether 980 is scary or not, Wandai Cheng doesn't know, but Ichinos' small gesture of patting his heart makes Nemoto shudder, and Wandai Cheng can confirm that his ability to seduce people is unparalleled. I'm still scared when I think about it now. Ichinos didn't notice where Wandai Cheng's eyes were falling, and glanced at Sheena, especially Sheena-san. Wow, I thought the last section of the road was safe. As a result, I have to be chased down a staircase. Sheena clicked her chin, and it was a response, and she didn't say anything, which was in line with her character that she usually seldom communicates with strangers. But only Sheena knew in her heart that she was just like a cloud on the surface, but she didn't really like Ichinos in her heart. Unlike Ibuki, Ibuki doesn't like Ichinos because in Ibuki's three views, he feels that no one is perfect, and that there can be no perfect saint in the world. The brighter the surface is, the darker the inside may be. Like. Sheena didn't have such a view, she just felt that Ichinos and Wandai Cheng were too close, and now they are sitting beside Wandai Cheng. This kind of distance made her subconsciously dislike it. Last time during the special test on the uninhabited island, Ichinos actually told Bandai, BBBD, about his menstrual period. At that time, Sheena was inexplicably vigilant and also told his date. Now, it should be possible to give Ichinos a little hint and tell her not to get too close, right? Sheena held this thought and took the initiative to hold Wandai Cheng's hand. Wandai Cheng didn't think much about it and let Sheena pull, but when Ichinos saw it, Ichinos thought she was frightening Sheena, so Sheena went to Wandai Cheng to comfort him. So I quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blame Sheena-san. I actually thought the last part was very interesting too. And I also heard that Sheena-san doesn't like to talk to strangers. It's a bit wrong for me to keep saying this, without considering Sheena-san. After talking, Ichinos also changed positions, started directly, stretched out both hands, wrapped around Sheena's other hand, and under Sheena's stunned eyes, made a particularly sincere request, if possible, I want to make friends with you Sheena. 99. Sheena is in a daze, what's going on with Ichinos? She just wants to make Ichinos understand that she is Bandai's girlfriend now. Let Ichinos not rely on it. So close. But why did Ichinos plan to be friends with her instead? Can't you understand the warning at all? Sheena, who was confused, looked at Wandai Cheng subconsciously, hoping her boyfriend could give him an idea. Wandai Cheng didn't find anything. Seeing Sheena's bewildered little eyes, he explained it gently, it's normal, Ichinos is just like this character. It just so happens that you don't have many friends with Sheena, why don't you? After all, Ichinos' gentleness is obvious to all, and it is a well-known reputation. Letting Sheena and Ichinos make friends is actually good to Sheena. It must be a good thing for Sheena to make more friends. Wandai Cheng is completely relieved. Sheena was ironic and had no choice but to let Wandai Cheng go first and concentrate on lining up with Ichinos. Not long after, Ishizaki, Ibuki and other class members who were responsible for scaring people below also came up, and the final party officially started. Originally, Wandai Cheng thought that the two classes would not be able to play together, but Wandai Cheng underestimated Ichinos' ability, and even underestimated the affinity of Ichinos' class. People are more active than the members of Bandai's class, and they are more able to stir up the atmosphere. The students in Bandai's class are still eating, drinking and chatting, either saying it is too scary, or bragging about how they operate, scaring many people. On the other side of Ichinos' class, someone had borrowed the scary tape recorder just now, released the accompaniment, and began to sing while standing in the middle of the rooftop. The soft music makes one can't help but calm down and listen intently. Wandai Cheng recognized that the singer was another good friend of Ichinos, who seemed to be called Wang Kang. After Infinite Dreams. It's this empty world. Ichinos and the others are very cooperative with their friends. Following the rhythm of the music, they swayed their bodies from side to side, as if they were in tune with the rhythm. At the end of the song, the members of the two classes couldn't help clapping their hands, praising the beautiful singing voice of Netsura, and Ichinos also stood up at this time. Bandai class members applauded even more, and they all wanted to let Ichinos, the soul of the class, also perform a talent show. Ichinos waved his hand generously, it's okay if you want me to perform, but your class has to come first, right? We can't take all the limelight tonight, right? Come here. Ishizaki agreed. This summer, he went to KTV to sing until he was about to vomit. Naturally, he would not have stage fright. Before the world ends, please listen to me. Blooming flowers, very fitting with this tragic ending. The rough voice, although not very beautiful, but it has an unexpected sense, so that many people follow the beat, and the atmosphere is better. Netkang and Ishizaki took the lead in charging, and the rest of the students couldn't sit still. No one urged Ichinos to perform. Instead, they queued up in turn, either humming or dancing. After you sang, I came on stage, the students onlookers applauded, and the rooftop under the moonlight reverberated with their own youth sonata. Wandai Cheng watched this scene with satisfaction, and couldn't help but feel that this is the summer vacation in summer. It turns out that youth is such a happy thing. Years later, many things may be forgotten, such as the hand that stretched out behind the door to rest on the shoulder, and the experience of grabbing the ankle at the bottom of the table, but never forget, at this time, everyone enjoyed the rooftop party. Chapter 115. A scientist once proposed the theory of relativity, that time is related to gravity, but in the eyes of Guangluo people, time is actually related to mood. When I am in a bad mood, when I don't want to study or work, time passes very slowly, and I live like a year. For students, summer vacation is the best interpretation of this theory of mood and time. If a month is used for class, students often feel that this is too long, and when it is used for summer vacation, students will only complain that the time is running out too fast. The highly nurturing summer vacation, accompanied by various clubs going out for competitions, as well as the happy entertainment of the students on the campus, and the eye-catching Wandai class courage test meeting, was quickly approaching the end of the lively. It may be that for the purpose of taking care of students' mental health, the school opened a large swimming pool facility in the last 3 days of the summer vacation, allowing students to play for free. Wandai Cheng accepted the invitation and was with Ryuuan and Ishizaki, waiting for Ichinos and the others in the lobby on the first floor of the first-year dormitory. Now is the penultimate day of the summer vacation. The two parties agreed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wandai Cheng and the others had lunch relatively late. Ichinos is not a late character either. She brought the class members down 15 minutes early, and she was quite surprised when she saw Wandai Cheng. "Wandai-kun, did you come so early?" 55. I also greeted the two best friends behind Ichinos, Bai Bo and Wang Kang, and everyone became familiar with each other after the courage test. Wandai Cheng explained the reason at random, and thought about starting with Ichinos and the others. This was the invitation he made to get water for Kuruzawa and line up at the cafeteria. It's just that the other elevator door opened, and the members of Class D also came out at this time. It was actually the trio of Kushida and the idiot. As soon as the three parties met, the trio of idiots immediately became confused. Why are the Wandai classmates here? Instead, Kushida took the initiative to greet Ichinos. "Little hope my Wandai classmates, you are here, make an appointment to be together. Go to the pool?" Because in the past 3 days, the school has opened a large swimming pool facility, and this is often the first purpose of this small group trip, that's why Kushida asked this question. Ichinos was very happy. "I made an appointment with Wandai-kun and the others. Would you like to come with Kikyo? There are so many people." Kushida reviewed the trio of idiots, and said, "That's great. Actually, we happen to be going today. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to join you all." The smiles of the two socialites were like summer sunshine, dazzling to the point of dazzling, but Wandai Cheng, who was on the sidelines, knew very well that one was sincere and flawless, and the other was an excellent disguise. Ichinos also came over to confirm with Wandai Cheng whether it was related. Wandai Cheng said that the trio of idiots was afraid of him anyway, and it wasn't that he was afraid of the trio of idiots. How could he mind? So the girls laughed and laughed like real sisters, walking in the front row, talking and laughing, while the boys followed behind. The two different classes were far apart and had no connection. Wandai Cheng glanced at random. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, and pointed to the big satchel that Chi brought. "The big one, it's just to go to the swimming pool, do you need to bring such a big bag?" Wandai's class is all light-packed, and everyone has a swimming trunk and a towel, but the shoulder bag on the other side of the pool is bigger than the average violin bag. Ah! As if he didn't expect that Wandai Cheng would suddenly speak out, Chi was startled, and he didn't know what was going on. He started to feel guilty for no apparent reason and looked around, but he didn't answer Wandai Cheng directly. Question. Xiao, who was so violent, didn't speak for some reason. He looked away strangely and didn't dare to look at Wandai Cheng at all, as if he was very afraid of him. Ishizaki smiled proudly when he saw the scene in front of him. "Xiao, weren't you crazy before? The basketball club went out to the game, and you were the only first-year regular player, wasn't it awkward? How did you meet Wandai? Big brother has become dumb." Originally, Xiao and Ishizaki had a conflict. Being so ridiculed, Xiao couldn't bear it, and it was even possible to come up directly to do it. But this time, Xiao Jiu may be afraid of Wandai Cheng, or he may be inexplicably guilty. He just doesn't dare to face Ishizaki's eyes, squatting his neck, and seems to be scolding the air next to him. You, want you to control. 35. Yamauchi, the last member of the trio of idiots, tugged at Xiao Jiu and tried to keep his voice low. Don't cause trouble, Xiao Jiu. Think about our focus today. But the people on both sides were walking together. No matter how low the voice is, the better the ears and the more focused attention can be accurately captured. Wandai Cheng and Long Yuan looked at each other at the same time, and the two smiled tacitly. Long Yuan switched positions and walked to the other side of the trio, forming a flanking attack, if I remember correctly. Your Class D, your personal points should be poor now, right? There were 2 special exams in the summer vacation, and there were only 20 class points left. Even if you had 100 class points before the 2 special exams, you still have to give us to Class 2 every month. 100,000. Especially the 3 of you, you still have to pay back the money to Class D. After all, when you failed the first 3 exams in the middle school entrance examination, you were saved by the crowdfunding of the class members who collected 280,000 yuan. You have to pay back this debt, right? In this economic situation, no matter how you look at it, you are only equipped to use the school's free items, so the things you put in here are very suspicious. The trio of idiots were frightened by Long Yuan's low words like a poisonous snake, and a single sentence made them collectively tremble. You, what are you talking about? Xiao Jiu retorted with his neck still, but his aura fell into the dust, like a child who was caught stealing candy and was caught by an adult, unable to resist. At this time, Qi, who was a little clever, panicked and defended, water guns. We go to the swimming pool and play with some water guns, isn't it normal? It's not normal. Wandai Cheng yawned for an afternoon, covered his mouth with his hands, and opened up the lie. By the way, Long Yuan said just now, you have no personal points at all, where can you get the money for pure entertainment like water guns? Props. Don't say it's borrowed from your class members, everyone knows about the economy of Class D, no one in your class would be stupid enough to buy water guns, with that money, they will definitely do more meaningful things. For flowers. Wandai Cheng and Long Yuan were double-teamed on both sides, the trio was speechless, and Ishizaki, who didn't understand at first, gradually recalled it and stared at the 3 of them, causing the trio to break into a cold sweat. Under the hot sun in the afternoon, his face was as white as paper. Just when they were frightened, Wandai Cheng grabbed the satchel at will, provoking Qi Daji, you. However, Wandai Cheng gave him a cold look back, so scared that he didn't dare to speak again, so he didn't attract the attention of any passers-by. Wandai Cheng opened the zipper casually, and when he saw the camera tool mounted on the remote control car, he couldn't help but be startled. You guys, do you want to take pictures secretly? In the large swimming pool facility, the ventilation pipes of the men's and women's locker rooms are connected. The remote control car can indeed, it is really inferior. He has always been unfavorable for candid photography. If he wants to take pictures, he will ask for it generously. If the other party agrees, he can take pictures as he wants. Isn't this better than sneaking? Point 0 is over. This is the trio of idiots, the only thought after their inner thoughts were exposed. Ishizaki was also shocked, you guys are so disgusting. The trio could only clench their fists and lowered their heads without saying a word, completely waiting to die. They can't, what can they do? The bad things they want to do are discovered, and the end must be particularly bad. Wandai Cheng really despises these 3 groups, one is worse than the other, it's stupid to be an undercover agent. If you get this handle in the first place, you can still use it reluctantly. But now I can't use them at all. When it comes to privacy, there is a little transparent lurking Sakura, and when it comes to influence on Class D, there is the big sister Kuruzawa, and the hypocritical little angel Kushida. The trio is so much better. This kind of useless guy, at best, leaves this evidence, and sees when he can use it and throws it out to attack Class D, so Wandai Cheng didn't care too much with them, and it didn't make any sense. You should know that the school has a lot of surveillance cameras, right? Wandai Cheng reminded the trio, from the time you leave the dormitory door, the hallway of the dormitory building, the elevator, the lobby on the first floor, and the way out. 35. If it can be photographed, it is the shoulder bag you brought, so these candid photography equipment must also be yours, which is the best proof. 99. After finishing speaking, Wandai Cheng also raised the satchel and showed the contents to the roadside surveillance, making the trio's face even more ugly, almost as if they had eaten quicklime. He threw it back to Chi, and Chi was too panicked, one of them didn't stand firm, and he fell backwards and fell to the ground, not knowing what to say. So, if you know something in the future, I will teach you a rule for free. If I don't report it, the school will not come forward to sanction you. Do you understand? Attempting to take pictures of the locker room on the opposite side is a bad thing to drop out of school. With a threat that made the trio tremble with fear, Wandai Cheng walked away, preparing to find an opportunity to expose the incident again, so as to make the most of it. Chapter 116. Abandoning the trio of idiots, Ishizaki turned his head back and forth. Tisk, I can't believe that they are such guys, Bandai bro, can you just ignore them? You mustn't let them drop out of school. Wandai Cheng didn't turn his head back, full of indifferent tone. If you want to drop them, you can drop them in the early middle school entrance examination, but is there any benefit in dropping them? Ishizaki really didn't know when it came to interests, and scratched the back of his head but couldn't come up with anything. Well, it's a relief, right? Ishizaki knew that this answer could not satisfy Wandai Cheng, so he deliberately put a questioning tone. It made Wandai Cheng want to laugh a little, turned around and patted Ishizaki on the shoulder. First drop them out of school, it's better to keep them behind in Class D, and then when there is a chance, expose this incident, let the Class D civil strife and disputes, only to us. 980 is the most beneficial. Secondly, in terms of relief, the main reason is that those three idiots didn't offend me. If they offend me, even if there is no benefit, I will let them get out of here. It's you in the end, Ishizaki, I know you have a conflict with Xiao. If you want, I can report it to the school now, so that you can be relieved. 5. No, I don't need Big Brother Bandai. Ishizaki hurriedly refused. How dare he interfere with the interests of the class because of a trivial matter with Xiao? It's not the time for Ishizaki to just enter the high school. At least he will ensure the interests of the class, rather than relying on his own passion to do things. Long Yuan just watched and didn't say anything. In fact, he actually agreed with Wandai Cheng's interests first, and wondered whether he should persuade him if Wandai Cheng agreed to Ishizaki's request for relief. But looking at it now, he doesn't need to say anything more. Hey! When the three of them were chatting, because they were all tall and fast, they quickly caught up with Ichinos and the others. The small group of girls occasionally turned around, and Kushida noticed something was wrong. Bandai-san, the three of our class. What about classmates? Ichinos also returned a curious look. Wandai Cheng pretended to be okay, they don't seem to be happy to play with us, and gradually they won't follow. That's it. Kushida smiled sweetly and continued to move forward, not caring about the trio of fools anymore. She also knew that the trio were afraid of Wandai Cheng, and Wandai Cheng's statement was worth believing. Besides, Kushida also hated the trio in his heart. He was so gentle just to gain the trust of all his classmates. Ichinos probably guessed that there might be a little unpleasantness between Wandai Cheng and the trio, but he didn't say anything. She is kind and true, but kindness is not the same as stupidity. No matter what happened, the trio didn't want to come, and Kushida didn't care. She is not suitable for being mixed in here as an outsider. Offended Kushida. Therefore, Ichinos could only put this matter aside, and the group soon came to the large facility and saw the scene of the heat inside. 3 huge swimming pools, located in different places. There is a normal racing pool, a pool with some water slides, and the largest one, which can accommodate a lot of people. Even though there are more people and it is extremely noisy, the large swimming pool still looks spacious. From this point alone, it can be seen that the highly bred has a lot of money. Where can ordinary high schools get such funds, and the 3 large swimming pools are built, which are not even the standard swimming pools used for classes in the swimming pool. Moreover, the school also made corresponding arrangements, and all kinds of smoothies, cold drinks, and fried noodle stalls were placed, which was obviously a snack condition to fill the swimming pool. The 2 sides went to the locker room first, and then came out together. Wandai Cheng moved quickly, put on a pair of swimming trunks and a sunscreen, and went out. The large facility is open air, and he didn't want to get tanned. As for Ryuuan and Ishizaki? Sorry, they were late because Ishizaki mysteriously took out the sunscreen just now, saying that it was because he was coming to the pool today. He borrowed it from Nishino, and asked the 2 older brothers if they could use it. Ryuuan didn't want to get a tan, and people who haven't used it were a little curious, and he didn't bring sunscreen, so he stayed there and tried sunscreen with Ishizaki to see if it worked. When Wandai Cheng was waiting, Ichinos was the second to arrive at the meeting point. Wow, unfortunately, I thought I was the first. Wandai Cheng was also a little surprised. I thought that Long Yuan and Ishizaki would definitely be faster than your girls. As he replied, he looked back, and his heart was already showing a thumbs up. Ichinos' swimsuit is very good. It is a big split style, with white as the base, painted with various colors. People are extremely curious, what kind of results these flowers give birth to. With Ichinos' regular exercise, the smooth and flat lower abdomen and waist are particularly easy to associate with the word small branches. The slightly plump thighs don't look rough or fat, but only make people feel cute and want to play. The highest good is like water conserving all things without fighting. Wandai Cheng has already started to silently recite ancient texts. Why? Because Wandai Cheng can shoot headshots with a high-powered mirror in the game. In reality, he has worked hard and can only suppress a little. If he didn't recite something, he was really afraid of making a fool of himself in public. Hee. Ichinos didn't know what the other party was thinking, but she just smiled brightly and made a gesture. I'm very confident in the speed of my clothes changing, plus I'm not born with a tan, no need for sunscreen or anything. After the boasting was over, Ichinos took the initiative to probe Wandai Cheng's head, with a playful right hand clenched into a fist, and pointed at Wandai Cheng's abdomen with a single index finger. Oh, the abdominal muscles are quite strong, Bandai-kun. Because Wandai Cheng was too hot, the sunscreen clothes were not zippered, so the abdominal muscles were attacked by Ichinos. If you insist on running in the morning every day, you can do it too. Wandai Cheng replied indifferently, feeling in his heart that goodness could not save him. And Ichinos is even more rude, like a very playful child, poking everywhere, sometimes on the upper arm, sometimes on the back, full of novelty. Bandai-kun, you are really the type of 1.3 clothes and thin. And the body is strong, and it is not like the bodybuilding trainer's terrifying arch, it is so powerful, it is the most beautiful golden ratio. Talking and talking, but also because of the poking action, the big book in front of the heart touched each other, which made people recall the shake I once ate in my childhood. It's that kind of, a small cup, sprinkled with powdered sugar, a jelly thrown down, then shaken and shaken in a plastic cup filled with powdered sugar, covered with powdered sugar, and eaten with a fork. Wandai Cheng wasn't talking about the fork, or the powdered sugar, but the bouncy feel of the shake. Just when Ichinos was curious and Wandai Cheng still insisted on silently reciting Shangzhen Ruo Shui, Kushida's voice came over. Hey! Xia Fanbo, what are you doing around Bandai-kun? 35. Chapter 117. Little Kikyo Ichino's completely showed the expression I found something good, look, Bandai-kun has ABS. Hey, really? Kushida's amazing acting skills can make her eyes glittering in response, very Sakurajima high school girl style. Wandai Cheng looked at it and found that Kushida is also a split swimsuit that does not fall off the wind, but it is replaced by an orange color that complements the hair color, and it is still the kind of design with a small skirt. The design of the swimsuit skirt is very careful, it is the kind of oblique angle skirt, the hem is long on the left and short on the right. Although it is very asymmetrical, it is more mysterious and evoking. The only pity is that Kushida, who should have attracted thousands of people's attention, stood by Ichino's side, more or less the taste of being compared. After all, one is the temperament of truth and kindness from the inside out, and the other is just trying his best to disguise. In addition, the foundation of Kanino's is better than that of Kushida. Usually, if everyone wears school uniforms, they will feel the same regardless of the level. Win or lose. Fortunately, Long Yuan and Ishizaki finally meet at 11 at this time, so that Wandai Cheng can divert his attention, and there is no need to continue to be good. When Ichino's two best friends came over, they headed towards the big swimming pool. It can be seen that at the end of the summer vacation, the students are playing wildly, which is also the norm. In front of the big swimming pool, the most eye-catching is a group of fresh senior students, who are playing a fierce water volleyball match, and there are a lot of people watching, which is quite lively. The most conspicuous one was one of the seniors with short blonde hair, with a delicate face, but because of his overly vigorous actions, people would not despise him because of his beauty. Ah, that's the vice president of the student council, Nagamo Masa-senpai from second year class A. Ichino saw Wandai Cheng paying attention to the other party and introduced him beside him. The vice president of the student council, Nagamo? Wandai Cheng originally only wanted to take a look, but when he heard Ichino's introduction, he immediately remembered this face. After I officially join the student council in September, will I have to wrestle with this Nagamo? Wandai Cheng thought with great interest. Ryuan has a different focus, the student council? Ichino's, you know so well, is it because you know the relevant people, or are you already a member of the student council? Because of Hori Kitagakuan's evaluation of the incompetence of this year's first-year students, most of the first-year students still smear the student council, and they don't know the people inside. So Long Yuan immediately caught the point and asked this question. I only joined in June. Ichino's didn't hide it either. At first Horikita-senpai refused to apply for membership several times. Later, Nagamo-senpai helped me to speak, and I got the opportunity to be assessed and finally successfully joined 5. Ryuan glanced at Ichino's and wanted to laugh in his heart. He originally thought that the members of the student council at this school were not easy, but looking at it now, it seems that it is nothing more than that. I hate that the first-year students are not good enough and only recruit Ichino's. But is Ichino's the top one among the first-year students? Not to mention Wandai Cheng, Ryuan is confident that he can easily defeat Ichino's. But on the surface, I still have to give a casual compliment, then you are amazing. Ishizaki next to him, his heart was naturally not as high as Ryuan, and when he heard Ichino's joined the student council, he took over the words with admiration. Yeah, Ichino's, you are too strong to be seen. Middle. Neither. Ichino's was neither arrogant nor arrogant. Being praised so much, he waved his hand a little embarrassedly. Actually, I heard that Bandai-kun seems to have also joined the student council. He was specially invited by the student council president and senior Horikita during the summer vacation. The most powerful person is Bandai-kun. I still need a lot of assessments. Bandai-kun is directly invited by the president. 35. Hearing this, Ryuan turned and glanced at Wandai Cheng. Wandai Cheng returned a positive look, and Ryuan knew that this should be a fact, not a rumor that Ichino's heard. As for why Wandai Cheng didn't tell him, whether he was afraid or suspicious, all these Long Yuan didn't think about it. Long Yuan is very aware of the gap between himself and Wandai Cheng, and he is even more aware that Wandai Cheng is currently the leader of the class. No matter what he does, whether he tells himself or not, it is Wandai Cheng's determination. Naturally, there are reasons for Wandai Cheng. Garden will not think so much. On the other hand, Ishizaki was very impressed when he heard that Ichinos had joined the student council, and when he heard that his eldest brother was invited by the student council president, he was even more excited. Brother Bandai. I was thinking of saying a few more good things to make my eldest brother happy, but when Ishizaki opened his mouth excitedly and wanted to say something more, he discovered a regrettable fact. I wanted to write a text as a gift to my eldest brother, but I was really uneducated. In the end, I could only smirk, and the bull beer kept on, as if only such a word, and also made Ichinos, Kushida, Hakuba, and Netsura beside me laugh out loud. I think the guys in Bandai class are all good interesting. Ichinos, Hakuba, and Netakura, they were familiar with the Bandai class at the dare testing meeting, and they also raised other topics, discussed them together, and laughed together. In fact, strictly speaking, Wandai Cheng and his group are more eye-catching than the senior students such as Nagamo who are competing. Not to mention Ichinos, Kushida's two angel characters, Wandai Cheng and Ryuuin alone, can attract the attention of girls. So they were chatting and laughing by the pool, and they quickly attracted a lot of attention. Some people started to discuss which grade and which class they belonged to. The handsome men and beautiful women walked together, which made people envious of this class. Going with the trend, naturally attracted the attention of Nagamo who was playing. Nagamo saw Ichinos, a member of the student council, and Wandai Cheng who was joking with 980 Ichinos next to him. Is that the first year Wandai Cheng? The first year student that President Horikita personally invited? Interesting, go say hello and see how good it is. Thinking of this, Nagamo raised his hand decisively and made a termination gesture. Maybe Nagamo had a very high prestige in the second grade. He didn't say anything, just a gesture. All the participating members stopped immediately, and let the volleyball fall to the surface alone. No one cares. Only then did Nagamo turn around and walk towards Wandai Cheng. Because of the interruption of the game, the noise became quiet. Wandai Cheng glanced at it strangely, and found that Nagamo had also stopped talking to the crowd when he was getting closer. Seeing this, Ichinos and others also kept quiet. The large swimming pool, and many people's eyes focused on it. Curious about this meeting, Nagamo, who was in the second year of King's Landing, planned to say something to Wandai Cheng, who was coercing the first year. Wandai Cheng looked down from above, watching Nagamo walk in front of him. Nagamo's smile is very kind, and it is very easy to give people a good impression. Hello, I heard President Horikita say the student union is very good at training people. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask a lot, and I will teach you. Because Wandai Cheng was on the shore and Nagamo was in the swimming pool, there was a natural height difference. Wandai Cheng looked at the height difference, his feet were a little itchy, and it was natural, so he stepped on top of Nagamo's head. Teach I. How old are you? Chapter 118. Wandai Cheng sighed in his heart. There are really all kinds of monsters these days, and anyone who comes up at random can teach him how to do things? Do I have to ask him more? Nagamo couldn't react at all at first. His head was shorted by the sole of Wandai Cheng's foot, his entire face was instantly pressed down by the pressure, and he almost hit the level of the swimming pool. Fortunately, this is a large indoor swimming pool, not an endless and unfathomable ocean. With Nagamo's height, the pool water only reaches a little above the waist, and both feet can step on the bottom of the pool. Otherwise, if Wandai Cheng stepped on like this, Nagamo might have drowned. Wandai Cheng's unscrupulous behavior caused the students onlookers to exclaim, "What is he doing?" At the beginning of the crowd, some knew Nagamo, some knew Wandai Cheng, and they communicated with each other, and quickly figured out the identities of the two people. One was Wandai Cheng, the first-year overlord who took Class C to counterattack in 2 special exams during the short summer vacation, and the other was the second-year King's Landing Master, Nagamoye, who had a strong ability to control. When Nagamo took the initiative to find Wandai Cheng, the students onlookers were still wondering, what would these two people say? Is it the sympathy between the powerful, or the tit-for-tat confrontation between one mountain and 2 tigers? But no matter how big the brains of the onlookers were and how far their thoughts drifted, they never expected that Wandai Cheng would step on Nagamo's forehead as soon as he came up. He almost stepped into the water. How can there be any sympathy and tit-for-tat? Some are just 1 foot. How can he do this? If he encounters the special group examination of the 3rd grade in the future, he will be madly targeted by Nagamo. My God! Isn't it true? There will be a fight, definitely. Are we going to go to the lifeguard now? Or call the teacher? That guy from Bandai is still so careless. I tell you, when I took the special exam during the summer vacation, I saw that this guy is really cruel. The onlookers were discussing, and every sentence of discussion was like an invisible slap that floated from afar, and was particularly powerful, slapped on Nagamo's face. Ever since Nagamo entered a high degree of cultivation, has he ever suffered such humiliation? How has he ever been treated like this? How has he ever been so humiliated? Being trampled on his head by a junior classmate and the discussions of the people around him made Nagamo stunned. He felt anger and confusion in his heart. He was angry with Wandai Cheng's boldness. How dare Wandai Cheng do this? Aren't you afraid? And those comments about him were drawn to his face, which made Nagamo come back to his senses in time. What is he thinking about now? The most important thing is... He quickly stepped back and got rid of the solace of Wandai Cheng's feet. No more trampling. Bandai-kun? You. Ichinos was by Wandai Cheng's side, seeing the whole thing clearly. Staring at Wandai Cheng dumbfounded, he didn't know what to say next. Long Yuan is clasping his arms with his arms, his eyes are full of jokes, so the highly bred student union is just fishing, Vice President, that's all? Isn't it about to be trampled on the head by Bandai? On the first day of school, Long Yuan, who has suffered from waterboarding, has a little change in his heart. He is especially happy to see others suffer in the hands of Wandai Cheng. The more he suffers, the happier he will be in his heart. Ishizaki is the most straightforward, his eyes are shining, and he stares at Wandai Cheng's back. He thinks that he is the big brother of Bandai. It's the beer. If possible, I will be like the big brother of Bandai in the future, stepping on the vice president. Brain. Awakened by Ichinos's words, Nagamo was no longer confused, and jumped up in anger, and even the blue veins on his forehead were faintly visible. Just standing in the pool, looking up to meet Wandai Cheng's eyes, do you know what you are doing? You think you can do whatever you want across grades? If you think so, I can tell you clearly, you are very wrong. 35. October is coming soon, and at this time of year, the school hosts a year-round sports festival. All 3 grades must participate in it, you can't escape it. I'm looking forward to it. What will you do then? Apologize to me. 99. Ruthless words, utterly ruthless words. The reason why Nagamo said harsh words instead of letting his anger drive himself can be said to be commendable. How can a normal sophomore boy be able to endure Wandai Cheng's head-stomping behavior just now? But he can barely keep his head and endure it. Because Nagamo is very clear about one thing, Wandai Cheng is currently condescending and unrestrained. And he is below. If he must fight for revenge, he will be beaten down by Wandai Cheng. If the person standing on the shore wants to fight the person in the water, the advantage is infinite. Nagamo is in the swimming pool, and the water will bring him huge resistance. Unless he is far stronger than Wandai Cheng, he will not be able to win. The behavior of Wandai Cheng stepping on his head just now made Nagamo humiliated and furious. But it also made Nagamo realize that Wandai Cheng was extremely fast, and he must have been trained, otherwise he would have avoided the stepping in time. Under such circumstances, Nagamo knew very well that he could not be Wandai Cheng's opponent in force, so he had to hold back. Shame. The two evils are the lesser of two evils, so Nagamo did not choose to fight with blood, but chose to settle accounts after the fact. He also deliberately put out harsh words, so that the surrounding students who had been chatting all the time would shut up. Faced with the threat, Wandai Cheng didn't say anything, and Ichino stepped forward anxiously. Nagamo-senpai. There must be some misunderstanding. Bandai-kun is not that kind of person. Sports festival revenge or something, should not be. Misunderstanding. Nagamo tried his best to control his anger, and under the surface of the water no one could see, his fists were already clenched to the extreme. Hearing Ichino's dissuasion, his anger, Nyochien's, almost broke through his reason, so that he didn't yell, but instead became extremely sinister. What misunderstanding can there be? Yes. Wandai Cheng took over the conversation easily, without letting Ichino's face Nagamo instead. First meeting Nagamo, the main thing is that you just took the initiative to stick your head out. Think about it, with that kind of height difference, your head is like a footpad handed over by a servant. It looks so smooth that you can step on it with a light foot. In such a smooth situation, I don't even step on it. Can't tell. Don't worry about this little thing. Nagamo's face is even darker than the bottom of the pot. Servant? His head is like a footpad? Small things? You call it a small thing when you step on your head. You can't pass out without stepping on your foot? Just clenching his fists couldn't contain his anger. Nagamo had to clench his teeth. The bite force forced both sides of his temples to sink into his head slightly, so he restrained and didn't rush forward. Chapter 119. In fact, the fact is not what Wandai Cheng said. It was too smooth, and I stepped on it subconsciously, and I stepped on it on purpose. Wandai Cheng is certainly not the type to be careless and do things without thinking. In front of so many people, he would directly step on Nagamo's head and slap him in the face like this in front of everyone, without showing any affection, naturally Wandai Cheng's thoughtfulness. A very simple judgment, that is, there is an irreconcilable contradiction between him and Nagamo, the position of the student council president. When Horikita school was approached before, he said that Nagamo, a second-year student, was very dangerous, and he wanted to build a school with a high elimination rate that was completely power-oriented and cruel. If you want to do this, you have to sit in the position of the student council president, right? Coincidentally, isn't it? In order to collect highly bred rule data, Wandai Cheng also intends to take a seat in the position of the president. And there is only one position of the president, and around this, it is impossible for the two to live in harmony, and they will have their own fights. After establishing such a major premise, Wandai Cheng himself was hostile to Nagamo, plus Nagamo, he took the initiative to come up and ask Wandai Cheng to ask him more. How about a hammer with Nagamo? If you don't step on it, Wandai Cheng's heart will not be happy. Anyway, it has been confirmed that Nagamo will find trouble in the future, so why wait for Nagamo to do it first, and then call back from 983 Wandai Cheng? Facts have proved that stepping on this foot, and then looking at Nagamo's angered and suffocated appearance, is really fragrant. Bandai-kun. Ichino saw that Wandai Cheng still had a tough attitude, and was a little worried and wanted to say something to ease the conflict, hoping that both sides could talk well and stop conflict. First, wait a moment. And Nagamo-senpai, please calm down, there must be something that has not been made clear. As long as everyone calmly communicates well and understands each other, we can definitely make it clear. At this time, Ishizaki stepped forward to dissuade Ichino's, you don't understand, Bandai eldest brother is like this. If he offends him, he will not be polite. Wandai Cheng glanced back at Ishizaki, as if he really took the old sixth. Clap. Long Yuan raised his hand and slapped his forehead with a slap. He was speechless, and kicked Ishizaki's heel to remind him to shut up. Bandai just said that it was a too smooth misunderstanding, but in a blink of an eye, you, a follower, demolished his big brother's platform, saying it was intentional, not a misunderstanding? Ishizaki didn't know what was going on, but only noticed that big brother Bandai glanced back, and that Ryuhuan was kicking his heel frantically, and he understood a little that he seemed to have done something wrong, and his Adam's apple began to slide up and down in fear. With extreme difficulty, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and timidly retreated to Long Yuan's side, trying his best to lower his voice. Brother Long Yuan, did I say something wrong? He just didn't want Ichinos to cause trouble for his eldest brother. Who knew that such an interception would actually make a mistake, and Ishizaki couldn't help but remember that when he ran into Shina in Wandai Cheng's dormitory, he was fined 20 minutes by Bandai's elder brother for running back and forth to buy coffee. The cold sweat on the back disappeared instantly. Long Yuan didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and Nagamo on the other side seemed to have obtained some evidence. His expression became more angry, and his eyes pierced directly at Wandai Cheng. Wandai, what else do you have to say? I have nothing to say. Wandai Cheng is calm, as if nothing happened. Ishizaki is his own. Wandai Cheng is so protective of his shortcomings, he will definitely not punish his own people in front of others. It's just a misunderstanding. If you want to blame it, then blame Nagamo for your good manners. Why do you stick your head out and let me step on it? 99. Nagamo is a little suffocated. It's as if he was so angry that his heart was surging, blocking his throat and trachea. Do you want to recognize it? Oh. Wandai Cheng had a playful smile on his face and wanted to use Ishizaki to press him. Isn't this funny? He turned around and greeted, come on, Ishizaki, what did you just say? No. Ishizaki immediately understood, and now is the best, opportunity to make a guilt and meritorious deed, and said loudly, I didn't say anything. After giving Ishizaki a teachable look, Wandai Cheng's eyes turned back to Nagamo. Since it's a misunderstanding and I've made it clear, then I won't bother Nagamo. You're looking for someone to step on by the pool. Chic hobby. After he finished speaking, he wanted to walk away, leaving Nagamo, who was talked about and humiliated. Nagamo almost exploded with anger at this moment. What does it mean to be trampled by the swimming pool? What is a chic hobby? Is there such a slack? This Wandai Cheng's younger brother speaks so irritatingly when he opens his mouth. And people still want to leave after getting angry? How can Nagamo just let Wandai Cheng leave? If Wandai Cheng is allowed to leave like this, does he still have any reputation at all? Wandai Cheng. You've thought about it. The sports festival. You really don't care. At this time, Ichinos also looked anxiously at Wandai Cheng, and her smart almond eyes kept winking, making people wonder if she was discharging Wandai Cheng. Wandai Cheng first gave a look of you are at ease, then waved his hand to Nagamo, and left with extra ease, then make an appointment. Nagamo, your class, this sports festival is definitely at the bottom. Nagamo's brain circuit went for a while, but he didn't turn around, and then suddenly wanted to understand. Wandai Cheng is this, directly, and he is going to be tough at the sports festival? Touch him if he doesn't agree. Him. He is a first-year student, how dare he? He has only been enrolled for 1 semester, and the summer vacation is not over yet, and he is already planning to fight against a senior like him who has been enrolled for a year and a half, has rich experience, and has an advantage in points. He even threatened to put Nagamo's class at the bottom. He is the second-year class A. Arrogant. Too arrogant. In this case, this sports festival must teach you how to look good. Just as Nagamo was thinking about how to get back in revenge, the curious second-year onlookers had dispersed silently, daring not to look any further. Wandai Cheng can step on Nagamo, but they don't have the courage to watch it any longer, for fear that Nagamo, who has made a fool of himself in public, will trouble them. As for the other third-year students, as well as the first-year students, it is not too big of a problem to watch the fun, eh? This is the leader of the second-year class, eh? That's it. That's it. Isn't it? It's far from our first-year Bandai. 39. You don't understand. In fact, when Nagamo was in the first grade, he was also very good. He also took the class and counterattacked the A class of his original grade, but this year you are in the first grade, and there are better people. Bang! With the whispers of the onlookers, some of the louder words reached Nagamo's ears. Nagamo, who could no longer hold back his anger, slammed his fist on the water. Splash of water! A little splash of water splashed back on Nagamo's hair and face, making him look particularly embarrassed at the moment. Chapter 120. After leaving the big swimming pool, Ichinos anxiously grabbed the sleeve of Wandai Cheng's sunscreen suit. Bandai-kun, you have to be careful, Nagamo-senpai, he may not be joking. At the time of the sports festival, Nagamo-senpai will really come to trouble your class. I don't know if it's because he's nervous, or he's too worried. Ichinos, who is usually calmer, still speaks a little intermittently. Wandai Cheng looked at Ichinos in confusion. I know that, no matter who makes a fool of himself in public, he has to get revenge, right? Faced with that situation, Nagamo couldn't be indifferent. I didn't think he was joking, he would definitely do something at the sports festival. Ichinos also felt a little dizzy. Why did he say such nonsense? But anyone with a normal mind would understand that Nagamo would definitely take revenge afterward. After discovering this, Ichinos's pretty face turned slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed. Calm down first. First of all, in her concept, Wandai Cheng is the one who moves first, wrong and foot, and then Nagamo-senpai's sports sacrifice threat. After calmly analyzing, Ichinos caught the key point. I can ask Bandai-kun, why did you step on it just now? 35. When it comes to stepping on people, Ichinos is a little hard to say. Hearing this, Ryuuin and Kushida raised their ears. They were also curious and wanted to hear why Wandai Cheng took the initiative to attack Nagamo. In the face of Ichinos's question, Wandai Cheng did not look at Ichinos's heart that was too restless from taking a deep breath. He didn't perfunctory, and he didn't choose to make excuses, but told the truth, because I and that Nagamo will touch each other sooner or later. 99. The purpose of Horikita School's invitation to join the student council is to push me to serve as the next student council president, and there is bound to be an irreconcilable conflict with Nagamo's interests. So I'll give it a try to see how good that guy is, and that's what happened. If someone else came to ask, Wandai Cheng might just find an excuse and send it away. For example, when Ishizaki came to ask, Wandai Cheng would say that Nagamo too can pretend, and he stepped on it when he was upset. But if Ichinos asks, you can't be too perfunctory. After all, the other party is also the only member of the first-year student who joins the student council. It may be that in the student council, there will be times when Ichinos needs to be used. Woolen cloth. % at 1. So instead of hiding it from her, it's better to make it clear from the beginning. 10. To be the next student council president. Ichinos Xiao exclaimed, looking at Wandai Cheng in astonishment. Good guy, she works so hard, and she was called back by President Horikita several times for her application. Later, when Senior Nagamo helped to speak, she got the opportunity to be assessed and successfully passed the exam, but she was just doing chores in the student council. As a result, Wandai Cheng was not only personally invited by the president, but was directly selected and scheduled to be the next president. Is the gap between people a little too big? Not to mention Ichinos, the people next to him were also stunned. At least Ryuuin, who felt that the student union was nothing more than this, already felt that Horikita school was difficult to deal with, at least that Horikita school had a very vicious vision. Kushida secretly glanced at Wandai Cheng, with a calm expression on the surface, but in fact, all kinds of careful thoughts continued. If Wandai Cheng is the next student council president, can she be allowed in too? Once you enter the student council, you can have more dealings with senior students and people from the school, right? It's not enough to gain the trust of all first-year students. If you can make senior students, the school's people also trust themselves, and then tell the black information. Just thinking about it a little bit, the distorted emotions in Kushida's heart are almost bursting, and he is full of imagination about the future. As for Beibo, Wang Kang, and Ishizaki, I just think that Wandai Cheng is really powerful. Not surprised for too long, Ichinos quickly regained his senses, his eyes were quite smart. Congratulations to Bandai-kun, I will cheer you on. 35. After he finished speaking, he raised his little fist and waved it very cutely, with a very specific cheering gesture, which made Wandai Cheng unable to help but smile. That's it, I will borrow Ichino's Yoshi's words. At that time, if I really become the student council president, I will kick Nagamo out, take the empty seat, and let you, Ichinos, be the vice president. Ichinos, who was just about to express her blessings, was suddenly stunned. She didn't expect the topic to develop in this direction. She was stunned and immediately shook her hands. No, I can't, how can I do it? The student union needs to deal with a lot of things, involving various aspects. I am still in the learning stage. Just this summer, I have been too busy to go out to participate in the competition with many clubs. Flowers. How can I, with such incompetence, how can I sit directly in the position of the vice president? Thank you Bandai-kun for your attention, but I still feel that I am incompetent, the vice president or something. That's right. After speaking, Ichino's eyes lit up, and she stared at Ryuuan who was watching the play next to her. I think Ryuuan-kun is competent. Longjayuan-kun was originally your deputy, Bandai-kun, and his ability is also very good. We have seen this for all to see, so there must be no problem. 35. Long Yuan watched the show so much, but he didn't expect to be involved in it. It's up to him? But what about the student union? It seems to be quite interesting. Thinking of this, Long Yuan couldn't help looking at Wandai Cheng. He also wanted to go in and see how the student union colluded with the school, and wanted to see what authority the student union could gain from the school. Of course Wandai Cheng will take care of his own people, don't worry, the vice president can set up too, even if this guy Long Yuan doesn't want to come, I will pull over to help with the affairs. After all, I don't have the mind to solve so many daily affairs for Gao Ying, and work for them for nothing. Long Yuan rolled his eyes angrily when he heard this. Oh, CO author Bandai, you can't work for Gao Ying Cheng, but he can work for Gao Ying? How can there be such a robber logic? CO author, he is a laborer? No, Bandai didn't even mention the salary. That is work for nothing? The whole Long Yuan is too lazy to say anything. Kushida next to her was about to look at her. Originally, when Ichinos mentioned Ryuuan, she was a little excited, thinking that since Ryuuan could join the student council and even serve as the vice president, she would be so good at dancing and sociable. Man, there's no reason not to. Kushida is like this, she has always been very greedy and enjoys this kind of superiority, which can almost be said to be the spiritual food for her to maintain her own mental health in her daily life. It turned out that they had talked for a long time, either Ichinos was being modest, or Ryuuan was rolling his eyes, and the whole thing was a large Versailles exchange scene. But it was just that no one mentioned her, which made Kushida in a hurry. Chapter 121. A group of people chatted and laughed, walked to the swimming pool with slides, cheered and wanted to go into the water to play. This time they came here to relieve the heat of the swimming pool. Yet, Ishizaki was particularly exaggerated, wanting to jump from the shore into the water, but as soon as he started, he was pressed on the shoulders by Wandai Cheng's kindness and could not make an inch. Big brother Wan, Bandai. Ishizaki was a little uneasy, not understanding why his big brother suddenly caught him and wouldn't let him go. Wandai Cheng smiles with kindness. Ishizaki, did you forget something? In a word, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Ishizaki's back again. How could he forget? Just demolished Wandai Cheng's stage in front of Nagamo. It's miserable, and this time I don't know what to do with the orders of my eldest brother. What do you want to drink? Wandai Cheng looked around the circle of 983, don't worry, Ishizaki treats you. Ah, then I want orange juice, less ice and less sugar. Then I'll have a cup of kalpis, 3-point sugar. Bo, Ishizaki and Ishizaki were also very familiar with Wang Keng at the Gaul test before. Request. In the end, Ishizaki repeated the question 3 times and made sure that he remembered everything before running to buy a drink. After buying the drink, the group found a place to put it, and Ishizaki was finally able to perform a high-intensity jump into the water, smashing the water and splashing around. In contrast, the girls are much more gentle, and they first slowly sit down by the pool, then their graceful legs into the water, and their hands lightly support the shore, and the whole person falls down, looking particularly pleasing to the eye. Ichinos walked forward happily and wanted to play in the water with everyone, but Wandai Cheng grabbed her wrist again. Ichinos was stunned, and Moming turned back to ask, am I going to buy a drink too? It may be that Ichinos had this misunderstanding because of Ishizaki's experience. Wandai Cheng was almost laughed at the question, what are you thinking, you didn't demolish my stage. I just think, Ichinos, you might as well stay here and watch the drinks. If you're bored, I'll sit here and chat with you. Ichinos blinked inexplicably, but, everyone is from the same school, so they won't steal our drinks, right? 66. Wandai Cheng let go of Ichinos' wrist with a playful expression, okay, let's not talk about these nonsense, I just don't think it's suitable for you to go into the water during your period. Ichinos blushed immediately, as if a little girl who had discovered a secret, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. How did Bandai and Bandai-kun know? Yes. I almost forgot. During the last special test on an uninhabited island, Bandai-kun handed over an ice drink, and inexplicably mentioned the menstrual period, and then told Bandai-kun that it was at the end of the month. When I remembered it all. When Ichinos recalled this trivial incident, her cheeks became hot, and her eyes became a little dodgy. Even her voice has softened a lot. If Ichinos' voice is usually a bright light, then now her voice is the spring breeze blowing through the willow branches. How do you remember this? Rao, a sunny girl like Ichinos, was a little uncomfortable when a boy suddenly mentioned the date. Wandai Cheng didn't dodge, and said plainly, the time at the end of the month is easy to remember. It just happens to be the end of August at the end of the summer vacation. In short, it is not suitable for you to go on. It's almost the same for me and you to talk here. Bandai-kun, you are so domineering. Ichinos murmured, as if complaining about the harshness of the other party's management, but also as if someone cares about her so sweetly. But after saying such a sentence, Ichinos also slowed down, the girl's shyness finally passed, and her expression gradually returned to a brighter look, like a good boy showing off his achievements, but it's all right, I know when I can't swim. So I took the medicine in advance, and now I can go into the water, Bandai-kun don't have to worry. After saying that, he grinned, his eyes bright and white, beautiful and moving. Beauty is beautiful, but now Wandai Cheng is not in the mood to appreciate it, and his expression is serious. What kind of medicine are you taking? Even if some medicines are marked as not harmful to the body, they will eventually cause the body to be depleted. Let me help you imagine whether you can nourish the body next month. Return. Wandai Cheng didn't ask Ichinos why he took the medicine, nor did he blame Ichinos for do you know it hurts the body or something. That is too meaningless. Ichinos is so old, can you not understand these truths? Originally, it is the result of the reaction of the human body system. If the drug action is delayed abruptly, it will inevitably cause various internal disorders, greatly destroy the internal stability, and cause consequences such as body deficit. But can Ichinos not know? No, she must be aware of the consequences, and she has to take medicine on the premise of knowing that the consequences will hurt her body. Isn't it just for today's play? I made an appointment with my best friend early, made an appointment with Wandai Cheng, and played in the large swimming pool on the penultimate day of the summer vacation. In order not to disappoint my best friend, and to keep Wandai Cheng's pigeons away, I forced myself to take medicine to postpone the day. Half of it is for the appointment with girlfriends, and half is for the appointment with Wandai Cheng. Therefore, Wandai Cheng has no position to reprimand Ichinos for taking medicine even though she knows it is harmful. That would have no practical significance except to make Ichinos even more aggrieved. The most mature approach is to remedy it as soon as possible. Ichinos was speechless. In fact, she was just trying to fool the past. It was rare for the school to open a large swimming pool, and her best friend and Bandai-kun came together. Wouldn't it be great for everyone to have a good day? But for some unknown reason, under Wandai Cheng's serious gaze, she seemed unable to calm down, and a strange feeling began to grow and spread in her heart. As if it was completely against her own will, she thought rationally to perfunctory, but her sensibility made her speak directly. The Phoenix ketone I took. 1.3. Phew, that's fine. As the most common drug for adjusting dates or treating injuries, this drug does little harm to the body. Taking it once in a while is basically fine, but it can't be ignored. Wandai Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and his serious expression was somewhat relaxed. The deficit caused by this drug is very easy to make up, and after 7 days, it will be good to use coagulation medicines such as cabbage, which happens to be sold in the school. Ichinos cheerfully replied, I remember, kale. After speaking, she was in a better mood, and she was no longer a lady. She was in high spirits and did not pay attention to details, and flexibly rolled over into the water. After getting into the pool, he held up a pool of water in both hands and poured it on Wandai Cheng. Come out and play with a happy expression, Bandai-kun. Chapter 122. Being hit by the slightly cold water, Wandai Cheng didn't give up, so he went down to the pool, opened his hands, rolled up a large handful of water and poured it on Ichinos. Wow! It's too cunning to fight water like this. Ichinos raised her hands to protect herself. She just held up a small puddle of water in both hands, but Wandai Cheng opened it directly with both hands, rolling up the water with a large pen. Curtain. If the water between the water battles is compared to ammunition, then the firepower on both sides is completely different, just like modern artillery bombarding ancient arrows recklessly. The person who attacked first is not qualified to be cunning. Wandai Cheng had a smirk on his face, but he was actually admiring Ichinos' character. Wandai Cheng knew very well that Ichinos did this just to make the atmosphere lighter, no longer immersed in the serious aura just now, but to allow him to play with peace of mind. Ichinos is so serious, Wandai Cheng has no choice but to cooperate. Today, let's play happily first. Thinking this way, he rolls up the water again and flocks to Ichinos. Haha 11, this is too foul, Bandai-kun. The silver bell-like laughter attracted those who had entered the water before. Kushida saw the interaction between the two, which was almost like a couple playing in the water, and could not help but slowly swim over. It's really yes, don't bully Xiao Fanbo 5. Little Kikyo. Ichinos said hello first, then wiped her forehead hair, and the water splashed by Wandai Cheng looked radiant under the sunlight. The water between the strands of hair and the water droplets that slipped down the neck fell into the delicate collarbone. With the snow skin that Ichinos was born with that couldn't be tanned, the whole person looked like a top white that had just been washed. Porcelain is dazzling and bright. Actually, we are just fighting a water fight. Although I am the loser, it is not bullying. Ichino's was kind, and when she saw Kushida, she took the initiative to hold her hand to explain. Laughing and laughing, I can't see the loss of losing the battle at all. I see. Kushida looked envious. The relationship between Koobo and Bandai classmates is really good. Ichino's didn't think much about it, but instead pointed to the water slide facility in the distance. I have a good relationship with little Kikyo, by the way, why don't we go to that? Bandai-kun, do you want to join us? Let's go and have a look. If there are too many people in the queue, I won't play. Wandai Cheng thought about going to have a look first. He is such a person who is not willing to waste time in the queue. For example, if a friend strongly recommends a restaurant, you have to wait in line for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, etc. You can wait for a while, but it turns out that you have to queue for 2 hours. Then see you directly, it is impossible to go. The school's water slide is not very dangerous. It is about 7 meters high, and both sides are well protected, so there will be no dangerous accidents. Maybe it's the slide, not many boys are willing to play, and the other 2 swimming pools are divided. When the 3 come here, they find that there are few unexpected people, and they only need to wait for the couples in front to go down. Wandai Cheng also waited. Kushida and Ichino's continued to chat and talk about various girls' topics, while Wandai Cheng was wandering around, or looking down at the whole pool. Wait! What's the situation? Looking closely, I found that it was Rika from my class, who was with Ryuuan, and looked quite harmonious. Okay, it seems that the last time the Gaul test meeting had some success. Seeing this scene, Wandai Cheng laughed contentedly, and it didn't take long before he heard the greeting from the front, Wandai-kun, it's our time. Looking back, I saw Ichino's waved his hand, lying on the slide with a smile, and when he let go, he went straight down, and there was a burst of joyful laughter, which was especially good for people. Kushida looked at no one to the left and right and greeted Wandai Cheng softly, would you like us to slide down together? Hey! Wandai Cheng didn't understand what Kushida meant, what the hell was going down together? It's like the couple in the TV series, where the boy hugs the girl's waist and the 2 slide down the slide together. Kushida began to explain in a serious manner, saying that he had a nose and a face, and was very specific. I probably got it. Wandai Cheng understood it a little bit, but still couldn't understand, but why do we do this? Kushida's expression was a little unsightly, and his expression was rather gloomy. Has anyone ever said that Bandai is actually quite partial? If Ibuki is also here, it is estimated that he and Kushida must have a lot in common at this moment, but unfortunately he is not there. Wandai Cheng raised his eyebrows. Why does it sound like Kushida has something against him? Without waiting for Wandai Cheng to answer, Kushida confided to himself, it's actually quite unfair. You are willing to fight water fights with Ichino's, but you are not willing to go down the slide with me. You invited her to be the vice president, but I don't have anything. Kushida didn't understand what was wrong with him. It was completely different from usual and weird. Jealous? It's unlikely, she doesn't have that kind of sour emotion. If it's a certain emotion, it might be jealousy and grievance. Jealous of Ichino's treatment, she felt wronged that she had no share. She had already given her most precious things to Wandai Cheng on the cruise ship, but the other party ignored her. In fact, joining the student council is the same. Kushida himself doesn't care too much, but Wandai Cheng didn't mention her at all, which made Kushida inexplicably worry about gains and losses. Is it because the wolf doesn't care anymore after eating the sheep? That's why I forgot about her so lightly. It's inexplicable. Wandai Cheng murmured this sentence, why are you putting on this Qing Palace drama? So sentimental? He strode forward directly, hugged Kushida, half-hugged Kushida in his arms, and took the slide. If 983 doesn't go down, Ichino's may have to come up to see if the slide is out. Malfunctioned. Is this all right? Wandai Cheng was ready, and without using his hands, he symbolically wrapped his arms around Kushida's waist. Because of the swimsuit, the palms of his hands were directly attached to Kushida's belly. Not to mention, this Kushida's belly is quite slippery, there is no fat at all, and it is so slender that it seems that a little effort can break the waist. Facing such a tough move, Kushida's face turned suspiciously crimson, his expression changed instantly, and he became extremely satisfied. Sure enough, how could a wolf who has eaten sheep forget it? My own worries are too unnecessary. Thinking of this, Kushida became much more courageous, grabbed Wandai Cheng's hands with both hands, and lifted it up. It might be better to hug here. Wandai Cheng could only see the back of Kushida's head, but couldn't see his expression, so he couldn't see what the man was thinking. Confused, he could only repeat his evaluation of Kushida. So, your hobby is really special. It's not all up to you. Kushida's voice softened a lot. Will you go to the shower secretly with me later? Let Ichinos go to Babo, Netakura and the others first. Wandai Cheng clenched his palms. I think what you said makes sense, you should rinse after swimming. Chapter 123. Wandai Cheng would like to thank the school for the arrangement. The large swimming pool is only open on the last 3 days of the summer vacation, and each student can only come once. This is also an effective way to alleviate the problem of too many people coming at once, resulting in a bad experience. Therefore, in order to have a good time, the students who come in will naturally not choose to leave early. They usually come in at noon or in the afternoon, and close in the evening. So the shower room was very quiet, and basically no one chose to come to wash and leave at this time, and Wandai Cheng was able to make it clear to Kushida. If Wandai Cheng is quite happy, then Kushida who is behind him is very annoyed. Why did she make a fool of herself and agree to let Horikita go? When she thinks of this, Kushida feels quite helpless and peaceful. Regret. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. When he walked behind Wandai Cheng, he even gave Wandai Cheng a few eyes. It all started from the inside. At the very beginning, the two fell off the slide and excused themselves to play their own games. Ichinos went to find her best friend, and the two gathered here secretly after they separated. The next step is to do good deeds, and Wandai Cheng is willing to help others, but Wandai Cheng played a little trick at this time. In the process of helping Kushida to achieve his achievements, he took the opportunity to ask for a showdown, and made it clear that Horikita spent a lot of money. The price guarantees the safety of Horikita Suzun. Moreover, Wandai Cheng has already agreed to Horikita school, so the conditions promised to Kushida at the beginning are basically impossible to achieve, at least Wandai Cheng will not contribute. It made Kushida furious, but fortunately there was no one in the environment, so he was able to scold Wandai Cheng for not having the spirit of the contract, breaking his promise, and saying that Wandai Cheng did not want to pay after finishing his meal, and it was a particularly scoundrel behavior that should be condemned. Cannot be advocated. But Kushida didn't think about it, the initiative at that time was in the hands of Wandai Cheng, and at most she just scolded a few words. At the important juncture of her achievement, wasn't it still under the control of Wandai Cheng? Wandai Cheng said that you will be fine if you don't promise, and if you don't promise me, I'll just leave, and I'm about to achieve success. How could Kushida let Wandai Cheng leave at this time? Soft-hearted. He was so ruthless when he said he would go, let Kushida really do nothing to this guy Wandai Cheng. In the end, when his thoughts were unclear, in order to achieve success, he agreed to let Horikita go. As a result, as soon as the sun came out, the sun shone, and the wind blew, Kushida immediately became clear-headed, regretted so much, and his face was choked up. Can't you think about it again? You have already promised me that you want to drive Hori away. North. In comparison, Wandai Cheng's side was refreshed, and his expression was leisurely and full of satisfaction, but you didn't agree just now, can you let Horikita go? That doesn't count. When he mentioned this Kushida, he became angry, and his voice became much louder, that is, that is you. As he spoke, his face was peach blossom again, as rosy as after a sweet rain. Rose. She was too embarrassed to continue talking. She could only curse inwardly, secretly saying that this guy Wandai Cheng is too bad and tricky. How can you force her to make a choice under such circumstances? He's not a human being. Okay, all right. Wandai Cheng is not a guy who doesn't recognize people when he comes out. He glanced back with a funny look, and looked back to dig Kushida's little face. The cute sound of the air being expelled by pinching the originally puffed and pouty face really makes people laugh. Why are you so anxious? Wandai Cheng was there, anyway, that Horikita has basically been rejected by Class D now, and it is impossible to pose any threat to you, so what are you afraid of her? Speaking of this, Kushida looked at Wandai Cheng seriously. Why didn't she threaten me? She and I came out of a junior high school, and probably knew about my junior high school days. 55. When it comes to Kushida's way of survival, if the events of her junior high school days are exposed, then she will be truly doomed, and it will no longer be possible for her to continue to survive at a high level. Wandai Cheng disagreed. If Horikita planned to expose you, it would have been exposed long ago. Now the first semester is almost over, and the second semester is only a day away. Explain that either Horikita doesn't know your secret at all, or he knows and won't tell it. But what if there is an accident? Kushida continued to fight for himself. If she really knows, and she said it out because of some accident, what should I do? With such a big risk, only by letting her disappear from this school can I be truly safe. Hat. Wandai Cheng laughed outright. Then why don't you worry about me? I also know your secret. It's still stored in your mobile phone. In case of some accidents, you're still not safe. Still. At this moment, Wandai Cheng's eyes became playful, staring at Kushida. Are you going to make me drop out of school too? You must be different from Horikita. Kushida faced Wandai Cheng's gaze and immediately looked away. She didn't look at Wandai Cheng, not because she was guilty, but simply shy. What? A pair of Wandai Cheng's eyes, it is easy to recall the taste. Seeing Kushida's attitude, Wandai Cheng knew that he should have persuaded Kushida that in order to make her feel more at ease, it would be better to take a dozen insurances. Actually, no need to think about it. What you need to do is to maintain your own character as much as possible, and at the same time, deliberately guide the class members to resist her. If this goes on for a long time, no one will believe what Horikita says. After all, if a person can pretend to be kind all his life and do good deeds everywhere, who can say that he is not a kind person? Some things, acting, will gradually become true. Kushida slowly fell into silence. In fact, she was not really worried that Horikita would reveal her secrets. After a semester, nothing happened, so she naturally didn't worry much about this aspect. If she insisted, she just looked at Horikita unhappy, because at the beginning, in order to test whether Horikita knew or not, she went to ask to make friends, but was greeted by Horikita in a cold voice. Reject. This made Kushida completely hostile to Horikita, thinking that this girl is really unreasonable. Why is she so arrogant? She was so angry that she couldn't sleep at the time, so she ran to the school lake and kicked the railings all night to vent her anger, so she met Wandai Cheng and developed this relationship. If you think about it carefully, it seems that Horikita can be regarded as the matchmaker fox between her and Wandai Cheng. Hey, Kushida felt disgusted just thinking about it, and she quickly shook her head, intending to throw away the idea. As for Horikita, Wandai Cheng said so. She didn't need to do too much. Anyway, can't hate Wandai Cheng, this is the only thing Kushida realizes he can do now. After all, Kushida covered his face in embarrassment, that kind of predicament where Wandai Cheng took the opportunity to make an offer when he was about to achieve an achievement. Kushida definitely doesn't want it to happen again. Chapter 124. As soon as the school started in September, the summer vacation just slipped through the fingers inadvertently, and it was impossible to keep it, and the students ushered in a new semester again. It is also interesting to say that, unlike Wandai Cheng's hometown, there are only 2 semesters in an academic year, and Sakurahima's side is a 3-semester system. April is the official start of the school year, the beginning of each school year, then the normal summer vacation, and then the second semester in September, with classes continuing until the end of December, and then the 2-week winter vacation followed by Christmas and Spring Festival. After that, the third semester begins in early January, classes last until March, and finally there is a spring break that lasts for almost a month. Compared with the uniform red jackets in spring, the short-sleeved shirts in summer clothes are of various colors. Wandai Cheng walked into the classroom with a simple white shirt, yawning. Seeing Wandai Cheng coming in, many class members gathered around and inquired about the specific rules of the school. At that time, on the cruise ship, the Bandai class in the special test for preferential treatment gave answers in advance. All of a sudden, the class points of Class D were reduced to a pitiful 20 points. This amount of class points was obviously unable to pay the contract of 300,000 personal points per month. That's why Horikita took the opportunity to propose, trying to increase the class points of Class D, but it was rejected directly by Wandai Cheng, because Wandai Cheng wanted to test the bottom line of the school and find out the specific rules. This is said in KTV, and the whole class basically understands it. 983 So now from January to the first day of September, the students are most concerned about this matter. And because Gaoying does not have a special class account, this kind of class remittance will be directly transferred to Wandai Cheng's on-campus mobile phone. If students want to know more, they can only come and ask Wandai Cheng. Wandai Cheng signaled everyone not to worry, took out his mobile phone and said, "We don't count our class's own points today. Just according to the contract, the latest credit is 1.6 million personal points." Seeing such a result, Ishizaki couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is it so comfortable? The 300,000 yuan in Class D is not less than that. That is to say, as long as a contract is made, the school will help to pay it forward. Long Yuan frowned slightly. It shouldn't be possible to pay in advance without limit. If there is no limit to advance payment, the school will lose a lot. We can find a class union at will, and make a contract to transfer trillions of personal points. We will be unable to pay. Can you still pay for it? Sheena also analyzed, could it be that because the sports festival is coming, the school decided that Class D can get a certain number of points for the sports festival in October, which can be used for repayment, so the advance payment is made. The conflict between Wandai Cheng and Nagamo in the swimming pool, BBBD, was basically heard by the students of the 3rd grade, so the first-year freshmen all had a hunch that the upcoming sports festival would not be easy. Don't worry about it. Wandai Cheng put away his phone. I can answer these questions this afternoon. The students next to him were still a little confused. They didn't understand how they could find the answer in the afternoon, but Long Yuan was sharp and understood at once. Student council. That's right. Wandai Cheng nodded. The club activities are always after school in the afternoon, and the student union is no exception. If you ask President Horikita in the afternoon, everything will be clear. Dang Tang Student Council President, it's impossible not to understand even such a small rule, right? Good afternoon, Bandai-kun. In the elevator of the club building after school in the afternoon, Ichinos saw Wandai Cheng and hurriedly greeted him while pressing the door button to prevent people from getting caught in the elevator door. Wandai Cheng nodded, walked in, the elevator doors closed and slowly ascended. Wandai Cheng looked at Ichinos's face. It was quite rosy. There shouldn't be any big loss. Let's ask, how is your body? Ichinos may have been embarrassed before, but I don't know why. After the water fight with Wandai Cheng, he seemed to be a lot more comfortable facing Wandai Cheng, and he replied generously, "It's okay." 39. I didn't come today. It may take a day or two, but I have eaten kale. Bandai-kun doesn't need to worry so much. As the two chatted, the elevator door opened again, and they had reached the top floor, where the student union office was located. I don't know how to decorate it for the summer vacation. Ichino seemed very interested, and took Wandai Cheng to the student union room, and saw that it was obviously new and outrageous. The ceilings, floors, and walls are all polished and spotless. Entering the hall first, there is a small counter on the left, with coffee machines, kettles, snacks, etc., as well as paper cups, small paper plates and other items, 3 sofas and a coffee table on the right, and a U-shaped desk on the front. Horikita was sitting there calmly, operating the computer, busy with something, and Tachibana, who had seen him last time, was sorting some documents beside him. On the other side, there are Nagamo and a second-year boy, including Wandai Cheng and Ichinos. There are 6 people in total, 2 in each grade, which can be said to be pitifully small. The number of people in any club is more than the student council. Nagamo was still writing something, but when he saw Wandai Cheng, he stopped his pen and stared at Wandai Cheng with a gloomy expression, not knowing what bad water he was thinking about. The other second-year boys, Tachibana, looked at Wandai Cheng curiously. The former was curious about what kind of person Wandai Cheng was, while the latter was surprised. When we met during the summer vacation, he wondered why President Horikita invited him. At the end of the summer vacation, I actually stepped on Nagamo. Tachibana can be said to be astonished. I didn't expect a first-year junior brother to be so courageous. Wandai Cheng didn't care about other people's sunshine, and he didn't need Ichinos to take him. He came to the U-shaped table with no one, presumably this is the place reserved for the first grade, and sat down. Ichinos saw Wandai Cheng sitting in his previous seat, but didn't say anything. He sat down next to Wandai Cheng, and opened his notebook seriously, intending to record the issues of the new semester. Everyone is here. Horikita turned off the computer at this time, and swept his cold eyes from side to side through thick glasses. Although you may already know each other, there are new people joining the student council, so I'll introduce them to you. Wandai Cheng, first year class A, was invited by me during the summer vacation to join the student council as a newcomer. Bandai, this is Nagamo, the vice president of the student council. This is Tachibana, you've seen it before, and currently serves as the secretary of the student council. This is Akaha Kiriyama, the student council accountant, and Ichinos from your grade. Task chores. Horikita Gakuin is never long-winded, and after quickly skipping personal names and positions, he goes directly to today's topic. Before we formally discuss the proposal for this school sports festival, I have a notice that I need to inform you first. That is Wandai Cheng, who will be the vice president of the student union. Nani? Tongshan shouted out in a stunned manner. The newcomer Wandai Cheng is going to be the vice president? Then Nagamo is dismissed. Chapter 125. No wonder Kiriyama was surprised. After all, for a long time, the student union had only one vice president, so when I heard Horikita's notification, my first reaction was that Nagamo was removed and replaced by Wandai Cheng. How can this not surprise Kiriyama? Nagamo has been the vice president for so long. As long as he waits steadily until Horikita graduates, he will be the president for sure. But now it has been withdrawn directly? Replaced with Wandai Cheng? It didn't allow him to be surprised? Even Kiriyama's heart was so excited that he wanted to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. He is a student of Class B in the second grade. Seeing that Nagamo in Class A of the second grade suffers a big loss, he is very happy. In addition to the inside of the student council, he is also a member of the Horikita school. Seeing Nagamo eating shriveled, it is even more of a waste of time. As for the others, there was no unnecessary reaction. Tachibana was there at the time, and I personally heard that Horikita school invited Wandai Cheng to be the vice president of the student union. Ichinos also heard it in the pool. Nagamo had collected a little information and was not sure, so after the pool test was stepped on, he also deduced that he was mentally prepared. Horikita Gaku glanced at Kiriyama, and could roughly see what Kiriyama was thinking. Originally, Horikita Gakuen would not have specially explained the high-efficiency style. But Kiriyama actually has a lot to do with Horikita school. Recalling the year before Wandai Cheng and the others were not enrolled, Kiriyama joined the student union because of his longing for Horikita school. At that time, Horikita school also needed a person of the same grade as Nagamo to guard against Nagamo, so Kiriyama was recruited into the student council. After all, Kiriyama was still a member of Horikita school. So in order to avoid Kiriyama's misunderstanding, he explained, the student union has always reserved 2 vice president positions, so Bandai directly served as the other vice president. Like Nagamo, he is mainly responsible for discussing various arrangements of the school, club funds, and activity performance appraisal. When Nagamo heard this, his face turned dark and dark again, and no one wanted anyone to take away the authority in his hands, but now Horikita is doing it, isn't he taking his authority? But Horikita school's approach is on the bright side, and can't find any faults. The student council president can arrange the position of vice president, and the student council does have 2 vice presidents. If you look carefully at the words, you can see that what Horikita said is a notice. What does notification mean? It is because this matter has been arranged and reported to the school, and it is doomed. It cannot be changed anymore. It is called notification, not like a sports festival that requires everyone to sit down and discuss. What needs to be discussed is called a proposal, and what does not need to be discussed is called a notification. So what else can Nagamo do except endure the grievances? It is this kind of grievance that makes Nagamo grit his teeth so hard that he almost crushes his own teeth. It's Wandai Cheng again. It's Wandai Cheng again. The swimming pool made him humiliated in front of everyone, and the student council is going to take away power again. This made Nagamo, who had always been smooth sailing, especially embarrassing, as if there was a little mouse with damn it, getting into the body and crawling everywhere. Nagamo, who was too resentful in his heart, was not in the mood to listen to Horikita Shue's serious explanation and Kiriyama's rubbish, and immediately retorted and started urging, Horikita-senpai, time is tense, why don't we get to the point first? For a long time, the sports festival has been a competition between red and white, and it is too unfair for some classes to be unable to fully demonstrate the strength of each class. So for this year's sports festival, I think it is necessary to make some changes. Sports festival. Nagamo wants to take advantage of this opportunity and hit Wandai Cheng hard. Get back the face lost in the pool, and take revenge by the way. Horikita nodded, first pushed his glasses gracefully, then turned to first-year Wandai Cheng and Ichinos. You first-year students may not be clear. In previous years, in our school's sports festival, Class A and Class D of each grade were generally divided into the red group, and Class B and Class C were divided into the white group. Earn rewards. But Nagamo felt that the way of red and white grouping was not enough to show the individual strength of each class. After all, due to class conflicts, 1 + 1 would be less than 2, so Nagamo thought it was necessary to make a difference in this regard. Revise. In general, when it comes to sports festivals and special exams involving class points, personal points, and other types of rewards, the school will often notify our student union first. Our student union also needs to put forward opinions on the school's arrangements, revise the unreasonable parts of these arrangements, or make up for some mistakes. For flowers. Of course, because we are also class students, we will also participate in these arrangements, so the school will not inform all the details of the arrangements, but will only selectively inform some of them, and let us propose for all students. Ichinos should have known it before, so he didn't start taking notes. Wandai Cheng nodded secretly while listening. It was exactly as he expected. If nothing else, the authority to get ahead of most ordinary students, to have priority in obtaining special exams, or to obtain information on sports festivals is enough to open a huge gap with ordinary students. But don't underestimate the intelligence. The importance of intelligence is self-evident. Whoever can take the lead in grasping the intelligence will grasp the initiative. What is even more exaggerated is that the school actually allows the student union to intervene in the special exam. The student union can modify some arrangements that are not conducive to students in the special exam. This permission is too scary. If you say this dryly, maybe ordinary students don't have much real sense of this permission. For example, Wandai Cheng, if he joins the student union at the beginning of the school year, he has the authority to adjust the special test for uninhabited islands during the summer vacation of the first grade. In order to save time, in order not to struggle to survive on the desert island, Wandai Cheng can completely reduce the time of the special test to 2 days, and then go back to the cruise ship after 2 days of fun. Or other students, in order to spend more time swiping their cards and get more class points, they can adjust the 7 days on the uninhabited island to 2 full weeks. Surviving on a deserted island for a long time will be more difficult, but the rewards will be more. This is just an analogy. In short, if the student council has this authority, there are too many places to operate. Even if the school will not give all the matters to the student council to revise, and only give some of them, it is quite good, at least better than nothing. Wandai Cheng remembered the authority of the student union, and also took advantage of the opportunity to meet Horikita Gakuin's eyes. Then what matters can we modify this time at the sports festival? You have to give a frame, otherwise Wandai Cheng can change the whole sports festival to ruin. Horikita had no surprises, as if he had already guessed that Wandai Cheng would ask this question, and immediately answered, the method of grouping, whether to join fun sports, or not to be punished. Chapter 126. The red and white grouping that Nagamo mentioned before is not suitable. Horikita turned his head and glanced at Nagamo again. I just want to change the grouping method to a grouping method that is more suitable for each class, so that's right, right. That's right, Horikita-senpai, that's what I meant. Nagamo took over the words, although he was clenching his fists under the table now, wishing to punch him, he still had to endure. I think it's better to change to a class. It is better to participate alone and fight on your own. 35. Some classes obviously have more sports students, while others have fewer talents in this area. The way of red and white grouping makes it easy for some classes to compete with one another, which is too unfair, and it is easy for some classes to fish in troubled waters. It is better to let each class participate separately, and to participate in all grades without distinction. The first grade can also compete with the senior grades on the same stage, which can fully demonstrate the sports strength of each class. 987 said, Nagamo has already revealed the ultimate goal, to compete in all grades. Obviously, he wants to set such a method, so as to find trouble with Wandai Cheng's class at the sports festival. Horikita nodded, but only nodded, not agreeing or denying, but turned to Wandai Cheng. Bandai, what do you think? On the surface, it seemed that Horikita learned a bowl of water and wanted to listen to the advice of the two vice presidents before making a decision, but in reality, everyone knew that the struggle between Wandai Cheng and Nagamo had begun quietly. The reason why Horikita asked Wandai Cheng's opinion is to help Wandai Cheng secretly. If Wandai Cheng rejects Nagamo's proposal, he can also reject it, thus protecting Wandai Cheng from being attacked by Nagamo during the sports festival. It doesn't even need Wandai Cheng to find any other reason, just the reason of it still according to the school's arrangement in previous years. Horikita school can suppress Nagamo. Ichinos watched nervously beside Wandai Cheng. She also heard what Nagamo meant, and she would definitely attack Bandai class at the sports festival, which was something she didn't want to see. Obviously it should be a sports festival for everyone to celebrate their youth and blood. How could it become like this? On the contrary, Wandai Cheng is more radical and straightforward than Nagamo. I agree with this plan. After all, I have an appointment with Nagamo, and I want Nagamo's second-year Class A to be at the bottom of this sports festival. How can I fulfill my promise to Nagamo if it is divided into red and white as in previous years? Wandai Cheng, of course, could hear Horikita's help, but he didn't need Horikita's help, he just wanted to defeat Nagamo. I want to teach this guy Nagamo to know that since he can step on Nagamo when he is in the pool, he can also step on the second leg during the sports festival. Kiriyama, who was already eating melons, broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Good guy. This first-year junior is too crazy, isn't it? Are you so stupid? When you came up, you declared war on Nagamo directly, saying that Nagamo's class would be at the bottom. My god, it's true that the back waves push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Now the freshmen are really getting better and better. Nagamo couldn't keep the smile on his face, his facial expression twitched, not knowing whether it was anger or laughter, who knows? Maybe, instead, Bandai's class will fall to the last place. Okay. Horikita stopped Nagamo's yin and yang anger, and quietly rubbed the bridge of his nose while holding his glasses. What's the matter? Neither of these two people can worry about it. Whether it's Nagamo or Wandai Cheng, is it really correct to recruit them into the student council? The people he picked naturally didn't have any problems in terms of ability, but other than ability, there seemed to be problems everywhere. However, that's fine. Horikita Gakuen felt in his heart that it was someone like Wandai Cheng who could suppress Nagamo after he graduated. Otherwise, if I can help Wandai Cheng for a year, I will not be able to help after graduation. In this case, it is better to let the two people fight in the sports festival, okay, if the two vice presidents agree. 99. Then this time at the sports festival, I will report the revisions of our student union to the school, and change the usual red and white grouping method to a separate competition for all grades without distinction. Regarding this point, Horikita learned the hammer. Wandai Cheng looked at Nagamo jokingly, his eyes were full of playfulness, and hoped that this second-year guy could bring him some joy. Nagamo also looked at Wandai Cheng unwilling to be outdone, with constant resentment in his heart, secretly clamoring for an unforgettable lesson for Wandai Cheng. Ichinos looked at Horikita Gaku, who made the decision, and Wandai Cheng, and sighed helplessly, what's the matter? Forget it, she can only take one step at a time, she really doesn't want to see any conflict, but unfortunately the reality backfires. As for Kiriyama and Tachibana, both of them are headed by Horikita Gakuen. Horikita Gakuen has spoken, and the two melon eaters naturally have no other opinions, so this matter is settled. Next. Horikita knocked on the U-shaped table. Do you want to join the fun competition? Because after the sports festival in the past 2 years, some students reported that the sports festival was all formal events, which was a bit boring. So the school threw this question to our student union. Would you like to join some fun sports competitions for entertainment? Nagamo frowned. He advocated the supremacy of strength and the increase in the elimination rate. He was basically not interested in this aspect, and felt that it was irrelevant, so he kept silent. Instead, Wandai Cheng was intrigued. It's good, let's add one, just let the students relax. I think the race with bread in mouth is good. The so-called bread-grabbing competition is a kind of high place where the bread is hung with a tie. Students need to run under the bread, jump up with their hands behind their backs, bite the bread from the tie, and then run to the place with the bread that is not allowed to fall. And, in fact, there is more of a process of biting off the bread than a normal race. It is more appropriate to say that it is fun and interesting, and that it is more appropriate to say that competition is also competitive. It's boring. Listening to Wandai Cheng's suggestion, Nagamo didn't give a chance and threw a boring comment. Wandai Cheng doesn't have any anger, this is the bait he prepared to catch Nagamo, who can be angry when the fish is hooked. It's too late to be happy, oh? Shan and Nagamo, are you going to win or lose? Hey! Nagamo was stunned. Who would choose to win 1.3 losses in a fun competition? Don't normal people run competitions and long jumps? Wandai Cheng still has a smile that no one can understand. I'm thinking of adding a lot of money, 5 million personal points. I wonder if Nagamo, are you interested in fighting? Nagamo couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Wandai Cheng was selling in this gourd for a while. For a fun competition, he would have to add 5 million to the lottery? Wandai Cheng is so confident that he can win? I still can't understand why Wandai Cheng attaches so much importance to this fun competition. Anyway, Nagamo was not afraid. Okay, I'll take it. But 5 million is too little, how about 10 million? I just hope that when Bandai loses, don't renege on your debt. How could it be? Wandai Cheng looked around and said, I have no problem with 10 million yuan. Everyone in the student council present can testify that I will not default on my bills, so I don't know if you will default on your bills, Nagamo. Chapter 127. Nagamo agreed to Wandai Cheng's one-on-one match, but he was actually very confident in himself. He had related sports training since he was a child. At that time, in the pool volleyball match, he also won the game. So in terms of physical fitness, Nagamo will never lose to Wandai Cheng. The last time I was trampled in the pool, I couldn't fight back, just Wandai Cheng was on the shore, and he was in the pool with a lot of resistance. If it weren't for the disadvantage of the terrain and environment, but both sides were on flat ground, Nagamo didn't think he would lose to Wandai Cheng, so he responded very decisively. Ichino's side, and this whole thing became more and more violent. She wanted to stop the persuasion, but she didn't know where to start. In Kiriyama, Tachibana watched the show quietly, and enjoyed eating melons. I wish I could watch Wandai Cheng and Nagamo fight on the spot. I just hate that Horikita is in the front. They can't go to the water dispenser, get some come and eat melon seed snacks while watching a play. Horikita Shui was even more helpless. The two of them really didn't have a good relationship with each other. The trouble was going to die, but the business had to go on. This item has also been settled. The last item is the punishment for absence. According to the school's intention, because the sports festival is very closely scheduled, being late is considered an absence, and the punishment for absence 11 is based on previous years, or is it determined by ourselves? According to previous years, if one person is absent, the corresponding class sports festival points will be deducted. Nagamo became more active when he got here. It's boring to just deduct points from the sports festival. Why don't you just drop out of school? At least you should deduct some class points. This is not aimed at Wandai Cheng or anything, but purely to increase the elimination rate, which is what Nagamo has always advocated in the student union. The reason why Horikita School invited Wandai Cheng to join the student union was to guard against Nagamo's claim that he wanted to put power first. Before waiting for Wandai Cheng, Horikita School directly denied it. Impossible, you can drop out of school after one absence, no matter how cruel it is completely contrary to the school's fundamental purpose of cultivating students and supplying talents to the society. It's enough to deduct more points for one absence. Horikita was the president. No matter what Nagamo did at this moment, he couldn't cancel Horikita's decision. The 3 items can be revised so far. Ichino's finally stopped taking notes. Just as he was about to put down his pen, he saw Wandai Cheng had stood up. Is there anything else? I'll go first if it's all right. As for the class point rules? Why does Class D still pay for it, and I will send a text message to ask Horikita to learn. Ichino's hurriedly pulled at the hem of Wandai Cheng's shirt. How could he just leave? The student council had other things to do. Oh. Wandai Cheng noticed Ichino's little gesture, and asked wickedly, Ichino's wants to go together? Yes. What can it be? Ichino's was made a big red face by Wandai Cheng, looked at the head of the Horikita Academy in embarrassment, and silently stated that she did not mean that, and she would not leave before the meeting was over. Wandai Cheng and Ichino's together, the two of them focused their eyes on Horikita School. Horikita School was stunned for a moment, then coughed, cough. Well, our student union is not against campus love. If you have something to do, leave first. 35. Ichino's blinked and blinked again, as if some sand had fallen into her pupils. unable to blink. What is President Horikita talking about? Campus, love. I misunderstood her and Bandai-kun? I thought it was a first-year couple relationship. Ichinos's mind was extremely confused, and his face was as red as a peach, but he could attract monkeys to steal birds and pecks. Let Nagamo look even more angry. The clenched fists under the table, the nails almost pierced into the palm of the hand. You are very angry. He worked so hard to help Ichinos enter the student council. In fact, he was eyeing Ichinos, a useful tool. The reason why I was so hostile to Wandai Cheng, when I was in the pool, I took the initiative to test Wandai Cheng, in addition to the factor that Horikita School invited Wandai Cheng to join the student union, there is another reason, that is, I heard that Wandai Cheng and Ichinos are very close. Now that I see this scene again, I feel that the prey I fancy has been taken away, and I silently make up my mind to teach Wandai Cheng an unforgettable lesson during the sports festival. What are you thinking? Wandai Cheng waved his hand in front of Ichinos, which made Ichinos wake up from the dazed state. His eyes were even dazed, and it was a little difficult to focus. Bandai-kun. After Ichinos slowly saw Wandai Cheng, she exclaimed again, and then quickly averted her eyes, not daring to look at him generously as usual. President, it seems that we have misunderstood our relationship. Are you worried about this? Wandai Cheng was amused. I'll go tomorrow, or you can go and explain it to President Horikita, it's not a big deal. Ichinos thought for a while, and it seemed that this was the truth. Anyway, it was just a misunderstanding, why don't you explain it clearly? Thinking of this, she also sighed in relief and relaxed again. But he didn't relax for a long time, and his face became serious again. No, I almost forgot, Bandai-kun, Nagamo-senpai is going to embarrass you at the sports festival, why did you agree to it? If you still stick to the grouping method in previous years, won't it be all right? Wandai Cheng took a deep look at Ichinos, and Ichinos was even a little flustered, before he heard Wandai Cheng say, Ichinos, if you keep thinking like this, you will definitely lead the class and fall to the ground. Class D went. In this campus, there is nothing wrong with wanting to be with Himimi, and there is nothing wrong with wanting to spend a happy time with classmates. But the premise is that you must have strength. If you are strong enough, no class can threaten you, and you can naturally love each other and spend 3 happy years together. But if you don't have the strength, then everything will just be in the mirror, and the moment you fall to Class D, your dream will be broken. Ichinos was a little speechless. She could understand, this was Wandai Cheng thinking for her, and also answering her question. This school does not insist on not attacking, and it will not be attacked. Wandai Cheng's remarks, while admonishing Ichinos, also means that even if he just insisted on the red and white grouping method, wouldn't Nagamo be able to make trouble at the sports festival? Certainly not, Nagamo will definitely try his best to start offensive. In this case, why are you so constrained? It is better to let go directly, and the two sides will attack each other, and it is up to you to win or lose. The reason is very simple, Ichinos can understand it immediately, but there is still a little hesitation, rare, the very sunny Ichinos, the small head lowered, but, it must be like this, must we fight each other? Everyone, they were all classmates. 987 Hui. Wandai Cheng looked at Ichinos bowing his head, it was too easy, without thinking about it, he put his big hand up and touched Ichinos's golden pink hair, feeling very smooth and silky, that's it. Except for the special exam competition between us, if you encounter any troubles, you can come to me. After all, you also said that everyone is a classmate. Ichinos raised her head again, still unable to get rid of Wandai Cheng's palms rubbing his hair, but he couldn't care less. Didn't Bandai-kun persuade me just now? The persuasion failed. Wandai Cheng shook his head and laughed. Ichinos knew the reason, but he didn't want to do it. What else could he do? It seems that everyone knows that smoking is harmful to health, but isn't there at least hundreds of millions of smokers around the world? Anyway, if you're bothered, it's okay to talk to me occasionally. Leaving this sentence, Wandai Cheng left on his own, and needed to go to Long Yuan to discuss how to deal with Nagamo. Watching Wandai Cheng leave, staring at the tall and straight back like 9 knots of green bamboo, Ichinose was a little dazed, as if returning to the day when he met Wandai Cheng at the shoe cabinet on the first floor. Many more came to mind. The calmness when we first met, the incredibleness when we met in the shoe cabinet, the strategizing during the special exam, the care during the summer vacation, the domineering of the swimming pool not to let her into the water, the tenderness at the moment. Everything came together, causing Ichinose to feel inexplicably surging. Slowly, he raised his hand by himself and placed his palm on his head. It was placed in the place where Wandai Cheng touched his head before, but it didn't have the comfort of rubbing the top of his head like Wandai Cheng before. Chapter 128. In September, on the second day of the new semester, the students of Bandai's class received a notice that the first class in the morning was changed to a class meeting, and the original class was temporarily postponed, which made them nervous. Wandai Cheng had already found Long Yuan yesterday to discuss some sports festivals, and then announced it in the class chat room. Therefore, the class members did not feel relieved, but they all became serious, thinking about what to do in order to help Brother Bandai, to overcome the restrictions of grades, and to educate the second-grade guy named Nagamo. When Wandai Cheng came, he saw everyone was serious, and he was one of them. After asking Ishizaki, he realized that the class members still wanted to help him. After Ishizaki answered everyone's attitude, he was a little curious about yesterday's question. Bandai-san, have you asked the student council president? Why does Class D still pay you points? No. Wandai Cheng took out his mobile phone and dug out Horikita's text message. The text message was very rigorous and very Horikita style. It probably meant that the school judged that Class D would be able to repay the loan in the near future, so he would help for the time being. Class D paid in advance. As for the basis for the school to draw this conclusion, it is estimated that the upcoming sports festival. Sakegamai didn't have the bad habit of procrastinating, he was very punctual, walked into the class before the bell rang, and seeing everyone's expressions, he could also think of Wandai Cheng's operation. It seems that you are all mentally prepared. What? Then I can rest assured, this is the first thing. After speaking, Sakegamai posted a new class schedule on the blackboard, and told the students to take pictures so they wouldn't forget. The students were overjoyed when they saw it. My dear, it turned out to be a new class schedule. In the new class schedule, for the next month, there will only be cultural classes in the morning, and physical education classes will be changed in the afternoon. The popularity of physical education classes in high schools is not trivial. In this era when physical education teachers are controlled by teachers of various subjects all the year round, it can be regarded as a kind of happiness for students to have so many physical education classes. It's just that some students, who already know the competition of the sports festival, are thinking that the extra physical education class is probably the practice time given to them. All right. Sakegamai squeezed his palms, motioning everyone to be quiet first, before carefully talking about the school's arrangements for this sports festival. The sports festival is scheduled for next month, and each class will compete with each other as a separate unit. Here is the list of all the events. Sakegamai posted the list of events on the right side of the new class schedule, all of which were serious sports such as running, long jump, and two-legged sports. Of course, there are also group events such as relay races, tug-of-war, and horseback riding. Among the single-player events, Wandai Cheng also saw that he deliberately mentioned it in the student council, and was finally added by the school to eat bread. After sticking the things that are clear at a glance, Sakegamai said, "You have all seen it, the rules are actually very simple. For each single event, 2 people and 3 legs are also considered as single events. There will be 12 teams participating, that is, 12 classes of your 3 grades will compete together on the same stage. And each single-player project will be divided into 5 small games. Each person can only participate in one event, but can participate in multiple projects. It is up to you to decide how to participate. The first place gets 50 points, the 12th place gets 50 points, the second place gets 40 points, the 11th place gets 40 points deducted, in descending order, with the exception of the 6th and 7th place, no points are added or subtracted. As for the team events, the points deducted are tripled, which is better to understand. Of course, these are only the class points of the sports festival, and have nothing to do with the class points. Don't show such a worried expression. 35. While talking, Sakegamai still had Yu to make a joke, which made everyone in the class breathe a sigh of relief. Good guy, they almost misunderstood. I thought that if you lose a single event, you will lose a lot of class points, and feelings are just sports points. I don't know if it was Sakegamai's bad taste. Seeing the class members relax, they began to emphasize the importance of scores. Don't take it lightly. At the end of the sports festival, sort by the number of points. The first class will be rewarded with 300 points, and then 50 points will be deducted. 35. When the points are deducted to the 7th place, you have to deduct 50 points from the class. The lower the ranking is, the more class points will be reduced. Especially the 12th class at the bottom, it will have to be reduced by a full 300 class points. Having said this, the students' moods were immediately tense again, and their faces were solemn. Even Sheena and Canada, who had a good mind and a poor physique, had a good mentality and a bad physique. I think this is a sports festival that requires hard work. Sakegamai's explanation is not over yet. Don't worry, you guys, the school has asked you to work so hard to participate, and there must be not only class rewards, but also individual rewards. For example, in the single-player project, the student who wins the first place can get a reward of 30,000 personal points, the second place is 20,000, the third place is 10,000, and the rest is gone. In the team competition, the first place has 5,000 points per person, the second place is 3,000, and the third place is 1,000. The rewards can be said to be quite generous. Besides, there is also the best individual. Among the 3 grades, the student with the most points in the class can directly get a reward of 100,000 individual points from the school. And the classmate with the best class and the most points in the class can also have 10,000 personal points. It's just. Sakegamai needs to warn everyone, don't focus on rewards. The school has always been clear about rewards and punishments. There are many rewards, and there are also many punishments. It should be noted that the school does not allow you to be absent. If you are absent due to an injury in the previous event, you will be deducted 50 points. If you want to replace the bench, you need to pay the school 100,000 personal points as a substitute fee. 5. So, don't just think about rewards, but also do what you can. If you are injured because of reluctance, and then lead to absence, it will be a big loss. At last, Sakegamai seemed to have come to the end, and Yo-Yo stepped down from the podium, took a portfolio, and placed it on Wandai Cheng's desk in the back row by the window. Wandai Cheng looked interesting. Sakegamai-sensei, is this 99 competition list? Sakegamai's tone became a little serious. This is the most important thing in every class, in the sports festival. Because of the tight schedule, the school schedule is very close, basically one game after another, except for the lunch break at noon, there is no other free time, almost all day in high-intensity competition. So the entry form needs to be made by your students, and it must be handed over to me at the end of September at the latest. Once submitted, it cannot be changed. All staff, including substitutes, must participate in the competition strictly according to the time of the entry form. No wonder, Wandai Cheng showed a sudden look, no wonder Sakegamai was so solemn and would say that this is the most important. If everything is strictly in accordance with the entry form, and it is not allowed to change it after handing in, that is to say, the contestants, time, and number of contestants in each class are fixed. If you get the entry form of another class, you can undoubtedly make all kinds of targets. For example, let's take Naeun's Hanin as an example. It's a simple race event. As long as you know the time and number of Naeun's competitions, it's a big deal. Wandai Cheng arranges a person to go there. Cloud grades go lower. Of course, this is just an assumption. Because of this sports festival, because of personal grievances between Wandai Cheng and Nagamo, the red and white groups were cancelled. 12 classes will participate in the battle separately. Even if you have the entry form of other classes and the single event is so chaotic, the result is unpredictable. Niujian Zhao, to put it more clearly, for each single event, there will be 5 small rounds, and in each small round, 12 class members will come out to compete. In such a complicated situation, even if you have the entry form for other classes, it is difficult to hinder the members of other classes among the 12 people. Even if you think about Tianji's horse racing, with so many people, you don't know if there are any better than the target people. So to sum up, the most important part of the entry form is the team project. Due to time constraints, the group project will allow each class to choose a certain venue at the same time. Once selected and handed in, no changes are allowed. If you have the entry form of another class and see which venues the other class has selected, you can touch it accordingly. Of course, if multiple classes choose the same venue, the school will be responsible for random allocation, but in any case, the entry form is still very useful. In other words, this entry form is really the core of all current classes. I understand, Sakagami-sensei, leave it to me. Wandai Cheng put away the entry form and was not in a hurry to fill it out. Sakagami also smiled and nodded, expressing that he believed in Wandai Cheng's ability and was particularly relieved. Chapter 129. Katsuragi class, no, it should be called Sakayanagi class now. Inside the class, after the class guide explained the rules and left, they started the class well. After the lunch break, no one left. Instead, the class fell into silence, and everyone's eyes fell on the weak girl. Sakayanagi Arisu, that is the girl's name. Unlike the rest of the class, even indoors, Sakayanagi has to wear a black-gray beret, and silver shoulder-length short hair, which is the exact opposite of the black and gray. Elf, ethereal and blurred in the world. But the opposite of innocence and innocence is the girl's bottomless bright eyes. When you meet these eyes, you can't predict what you are thinking about. Even at the end of summer, it was still a little hot, but Sakayanagi was still wearing a red school uniform jacket with a white pleated skirt. The most eye-catching thing was the white garter that quietly protruded from the mystery. The hem of the pleated skirt, the thighs, the white socks, and the delicate suspenders that connect them in the middle are extraordinarily attractive and contain a breathtaking beauty. However, it is not easy for the beautiful girl, with a slender cane hanging in her hand. It is easy to think of Ziza holding her heart. I feel pity for the weak, and it will even remind that she needs the support of the cane 987 when she walks. There must be some kind of hidden disease in the body. Heaven is jealous of Hanjian. It must be because God thinks she is too perfect, so he has to force some imperfections. This is the first thought in everyone's heart when they see Sakayanagi for the first time. The fact is also true, Sakayanagi was born with a heart disease problem and was physically weak, and because of this, he missed the special test for uninhabited islands and the special test for preferential treatment in the previous summer vacation. A patient like her can't be taken to an uninhabited island to play on a deserted island to survive. It is really possible to kill people, and if something like a heart attack becomes dangerous, it cannot be saved by the medical equipment equipped with a luxury cruise ship. Therefore, the class members were not angry about Sakayanaga's failure to participate in the 2 special tests. After all, it was indeed inconvenient for Sakayanagi to participate. Rather than being angry, it is better to say that they are more regretful. If Sakayanagi was there, how could Wandai Cheng easily counterattack the status of the class and knock them a lot of money? However, now there is a chance to find a way back. The class members no longer have the heart to appreciate what beautiful girls are, and they are either nervous or excited. There is no other reason, but the rewards given by this sports festival are too generous. As long as they can get a good ranking, then they can reverse the situation and be promoted back to Class A again. They can still be high. So every student is gearing up and preparing accordingly. Some people have begun to ask Sakayanagi if there are corresponding tactical arrangements. Sakayanagi-san, this time is a great opportunity. We can definitely pull the Bandai class down. Let's return to the A class status. Not only that. Have you heard about the last incident of the summer vacation? That guy Wandai Cheng, I don't know what happened, he has provoked the seniors of the second grade. This sports festival is still attended by all grades, and they may be hit hard. Haha, deserve it. Bandai class, this time, we are not the only opponents. It can't be said that, if the second grader wants to come to find trouble, at least they must agree to the outside world, and we can't make people feel that our freshmen should be suppressed by the old ones. Forget the second grade. Go back to Class A and talk. This time, there is no Katsuragi. We must teach Bandai class a lesson. Let them realize that our class is the real first. Katsuragi next to him heard this sentence, his face was surprisingly calm, and there was no change. Because of Katsuragi's special test on the uninhabited island, the many failures of the special test for preferential treatment have completely lost the support of the students in the class. It can be said that the class has abandoned it. The Katsuragi faction, which was supposed to be able to compete with Sakayanagi, has completely declined, and the students below have complained one after another. There is only one loyal follower, Tatsuka still follows Katsuragi. Katsuragi's heart, BBBD, is bitter, and he understands that this is the treatment of losers. He does not complain or anger, but is calm and does his best to do his own thing. If Sakayanagi has any instructions that are beneficial to the class, he will obediently complete it. Sakayanagi did not rush to give orders or make any special arrangements, just let the students go to practice first, and then the sports festival will be more stable. Only then did Hashimoto and the two confidants of the god's house be called. I remember you reported that the uninhabited island was admitted, and Bandai found your cooperation to contain Katsuragi, and only then did we learn about the leader of our class, the uninhabited island, the magnetic card. The candidate. 5. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Hashimoto was very pompous, following the etiquette of an English tuxedo butler, but it was a pity that he only wore a short-sleeved shirt, so it was awkward to do such a grand etiquette. Sakayanagi was unmoved, as if he had long been accustomed to Hashimoto's spoofing behavior. He did not comment on the comments, but just quietly stared ahead. Then you have to keep your eyes on Tatsuka. Because of my absence, Katsuragi is strong during the summer vacation, and you are weak, so I will cooperate with Wandai Cheng. Now the situation is changing, we are strong, Katsuragi is weak, and Tatsuka may have some bad thoughts. Tatsuka is that one, and he still follows Katsuragi's sidekick to this day. Sakayanaga's words made Shenshi and Hashimoto serious. They understood what Sakayanagi meant, and this was to beware of traitors. When they were on the uninhabited island, the two were able to betray the interests of Katsuragi and the class for Sakayanagi, so the current Tatsuka might also be able to betray the interests of Sakayanagi and the class for Katsuragi. What has already happened will happen again in the future. History is a wheel that goes round and round. It seems to be moving forward continuously, but in fact it completes a circle. The same thing will happen again and again at different times. In fact, everyone knows that a monk's bald head cannot be touched. But if you can touch Hashimoto and Kamuro, he can't touch Tatsuka? I'll keep an eye on him. Hashimoto became serious, and he was quite confident in his ability to keep an eye on him. What about Katsuragi-san? Kamuro reminded. Totsuka was just a small follower, so he really had to pay attention, or Katsuragi was more worth guarding. No. Sakayanagi waved his cane, as if the girl was waving her hands to deny. Some people are like this, even if they are treated badly by everyone, they can always stick to the bottom line. Katsuragi is such a person. In any case, he can't betray the class. The gods and Hashimoto nodded and left. Only Sakayanagi was sitting in the classroom, looking at the scenery outside the window. His thoughts drifted away. Oh, the special test on uninhabited islands. Get our class from Maesumi-san and Hashimoto-san. Information 5. Ichino's class has sent a spy, Ibuki. So, there is no faction dispute, and there is no D class that dispatched spies. Are you still hiding your chess pieces? And second-year Nagamo, Bandai, who is really a turbulent person. Chapter 130. After learning about the sports festival, each class took corresponding actions. During the lunch break, the students of Class D wanted to leave. As a result, he was suddenly stopped by Hirata and called for a seminar on the sports festival, which would take a little time. Because Hirata is very popular in Class D, everyone is willing to give him a face and listen to what he has to say. Hirata stood on the podium. Everyone, this sports festival, I want to ask everyone's opinions. Do you intend for everyone to actively participate and enjoy it, or choose some students with strong sports ability, and strive for rewards? Of course I chose someone as capable as me. Xiao immediately stood up. Hey! I will participate in all the sports of this sports festival. I will try to get a lot of points back to you. The first place in the field can get 30,000 points. Oh! That's right, Xiao. Some people in Class D applauded him, applauding Xiao's initiative to take responsibility. They also all understood that although Xiao's brain is not good, but his physique is excellent, it should be no problem to accumulate points for ranking. But there are other students who are unhappy in their eyes, and they are actually very greedy for the reward points for each small game. Seeing that everyone doesn't seem to have any opinion on this, Hirata is ready to settle it like this. Originally, he came up to ask, and he also considered whether there would be students who are not capable enough to participate in the sports festival. Now I see, no, then that's it. But Horikita stood up at this time. There is no problem with what Xiao said. The sports festival must be a stage for students with strong athletic ability and outstanding performance, but I want to add 1 point. 35. Of course. Hirata stopped and wanted to step off the podium. Horikita-san, please speak. 35. Horikita looked around the class as if he was looking for something. His eyes were cold and arrogant, with a feeling of boredom and disappointment. That is this sports festival, there is a small setting. For each single project, there will be 12 classes participating. 3 grades together. Then there are 5 small fields for each single project. In order to win the reward for the games we can get, we must do a good job of intelligence work. It is best to let students with excellent athletic ability like Xiao, Hirata, and myself meet the weakest opponents in the games. Let the one with the worst athletic ability among you touch the other class with strong athletic ability. Only in this way can we maximize our profits. Of course, for intelligence, the rest of the classes must be strictly guarded, and we have also detected that, even if we occasionally find one class, the remaining 10 classes are unknown and have little effect, but there is a general psychology that we can use. That's a good start. The first small field of each event. The rest of the classes will definitely want to win, so as to increase their morale, so it is bound to send out strong ones. We can just push some weak athletic ones up. 35. In this way, in the next few games, Xiao, me, or Hirata will have a high probability of hitting the underdogs in the rest of the class. The truth is such a truth, but Horikita's statement is almost no different from pointing at everyone's nose and ordering, "You useless cannon fodder, honestly send my mother to death." She doesn't have Wandai Cheng, or Lan Jiayuan's tough method of unifying the class. As soon as she said this, the students of Class D exploded. "Are you finished? It's your face, right? Hirata-kun can put up with you, doesn't mean we can put up with you, okay?" Some people are really cheeky, obviously the special test for uninhabited islands and the special test for those who are favored have brought the class into the pit, and they want to stand up during the sports festival. Why don't they understand their own weight? 35. Why do you want a poor student to die? Besides, if a student with poor ability encounters other classes with poor ability, they may still be rewarded. There was a lot of noise, and there were voices of boycotting Horikita everywhere in Class D, and the commotion was so violent that it seemed like Horikita was a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting and beating. It's not just that Horikita's words are too offensive, and that Horikita can't speak, the entire D class has seen it many times, so how can it not be easily provoked? They are like this, it's just that Horikita has lost too many people in Class D, and almost no one wants to support her. At first, looking at her cold, arrogant and smart appearance, I thought she could lead Class D forward, but what happened? Entering a hammer and busy with a summer vacation, in the end, I only have a pitiful 20 class points and I have to give Bandai class 300,000 points every month. Such a result, if you don't look at the process, is basically to the extent that I can do it. That's why the students of Class D have such great opinions, and they are so unhappy when they see Horikita, and they are dissatisfied with her decision. But whatever Horikita wants to do, there will always be people who are unhappy and refuse to agree. Class D, because of Horikita's personality and too many failed grades, has reached the brink of collapse and fell into chaos. Horikita's face was blue with anger, and her eyes were even colder. These guys! It's really hopeless. Her proposal is obviously the most beneficial to the class, and these people don't think about it at all, and they oppose it simply to oppose her, which is too naive. 4 flowers. Horikita is not the kind of temperament that can be held in his heart even after being scolded by others. He immediately glanced at him coldly, and retorted one by one, "I don't need you to endure it, I'm just doing it for the class, to get an A, otherwise, I won't do anything at all. I don't want to deal with things like you. And the first 2 special exams are rude. It's just that my skills are not as good as that guy Wandai Cheng, but I have also improved and I can always win back. How about you? Are you more capable than me? Why do you want to be cannon fodder with poor ability? If you exercise regularly and have stronger ability, naturally you won't be cannon fodder, right?" When Horikita responded like this, Class D was weird at first, silent for a second, and then set off more frantic discussions, all kinds of reprimands, accusations, and endless. "Wait, wait! Be quiet, everyone be quiet first!" Hirata hurriedly appealed to the students to calm down on the podium, and not to attack the classmates in such a way, impatient. Kushida, who was watching the play, was in high spirits. On the surface, she was overwhelmed, but she was laughing in the sky. She wanted to laugh, she wanted to laugh. "Horikita, Horikita, you are such a cold guy, you have such a day? What about the original strength? Why don't you continue to pull it? Leguile, the character design can't be broken." Seeing Hirata starting to control the field, Kushida also showed a proper worried expression. Everyone should stop blaming Mr. Horikita. In fact, Mr. Horikita's proposal is also for the benefit of the class. 5. Then there is a piece of echoes below, something like "if it wasn't for Hirata's face," something like "since Kushida, you said so." In a word, Horikita gritted his teeth in anger. Horikita wanted to respond again, but there were still many discussions in the class, and she couldn't speak to so many people by herself, and her voice could not be suppressed. In the end, I could only clench my fists. In short, I will still participate in all the events. I am very confident in my athletic ability. Hirata, remember to add it to the entry list for me. After talking, I left without looking back, which annoyed everyone. More angry. The speaker has no intention, and the listener has intention. Hearing Horikita point out the entry form, Sakura, who had been keeping his head down and did not participate in the discussion, blinked slightly. Class DS entry form should be of great help to Bandai-kun, right? In the front row, Kuruzawa, who had a boring face and held his face with one hand, didn't seem to care about the class quarrel, and even yawned a little. Bandai should need it, right? Factory. Chapter 131. In the afternoon, the sun at the end of summer was still a little hot, but Bandai's class might be relatively rare, and there were quite a few people with excellent athletic ability, so everyone didn't care much and were actively training. Ibuki has just finished running a lap to warm up and put on his sportswear. Ibuki is full of the vigor of a young sports girl, and the highly bred sportswear is quite conservative. Just a white short-sleeved t-shirt and red cotton trousers, nothing like Wandai Cheng's impression of Sakura-hima's short sports shorts that can only wrap around. But even so, when Ibuki came over with sweat on his neck, Wandai Cheng's heart was unavoidably moved, especially the sight of the sweat slipping over the jade-like neck and obediently slipping into the delicate collarbone, which would make people feel a sense of emotion. Indescribable astringency. Look, what are you looking at? Ibuki may have been looking at him unnaturally by Wandai Cheng. He glared at 987, and his face turned a little red. After choking, Ibuki became even more embarrassed and turned his head slightly, deliberately not looking at Wandai Cheng, but at the class members who were training. Immediately after, he took out a tie. What, Bandai, I remember you, your athletic ability is also very good, otherwise we will participate in the two-legged trip. Don't get me wrong. After making the invitation, Ibuki's voice rose a bit. I simply think that if I form a team with you, I will definitely get a good ranking. No, don't think too much. 95. Well, Wandai Cheng nodded subconsciously. Ibuki's obvious reason is very good, but why is Ibuki's little face even redder? There is nothing wrong with Ibuki's request. Among all single-player projects, two-legged and three-legged are a special one. The rest of the events, such as running and long jump, are divided into men's and women's teams, each with 5 small fields, totaling 10 games. However, there are only 5 small fields for 2 people and 3 legs, and it is marked that one group of men and women are required to cooperate, the other 2 groups are for boys to cooperate, and the last 2 groups are for girls to cooperate. Looking around, among the girls in Bandai's class, Ibuki has the best athletic ability, and among the boys, Wandai Cheng is the best, and it makes sense for Ibuki to find cooperation. For Wandai Cheng, it doesn't matter if he takes the first place or not in this sports festival. It is enough to put Nagamo's class at the bottom. He didn't plan to participate in any event. But since Ibuki sent an invitation, he still gave it a try. No, then let's try. After speaking, he moved his foot over and motioned for Ibuki to tie the tie. Ibuki was immediately amused. With a very obvious expression, he squatted down excitedly, and concentrated on using the straps to tie the ankles of the 2 together. I don't know why, when she squatted down like this, Wandai Cheng's heart suddenly flashed the classic movie line, I am very angry now. Okay. Let's go. Just when Wandai Cheng was thinking wildly, Ibuki got up with excitement on his face, his fingers in front of him, looking arrogant. Wandai Cheng's cheeks twitched slightly. Just start like this. Ah! Ibuki was also stunned. If you don't start like this, how do you start? Isn't this thing tied up to run forward? Hands are on teammates. Wandai Cheng raised his hand to indicate, the 2 have to run shoulder to shoulder with each other to be more stable. Yes, it's so close. Ibuki exclaimed in surprise, his face was unclear, and it had already been rendered with a layer of bright red, such as thick rouge that had been artificially smeared. It was very impressive to look at, to pinch her face. Nonsense! Wandai Cheng didn't bother to explain, he directly wrapped Ibuki's shoulder with his left hand and pulled her towards him. Ibuki immediately stiffened, as if he had been petrified by Medusa, his whole body fell into inexplicable tension, and he could even smell the clean smell of the warm afternoon sun on Wandai Cheng. This is too close. The couples in the big screen of the movie have never been so close to each other. In the movies Ibuki has seen, people who are in a relationship are at most holding hands and pressing the road together, but such a close distance between two people and 3 feet, hugging each other, is really too close. My heart is thundering like a drum, pounding and pounding. Why does my heart beat so fast? Even if I ran a few laps to warm up before, I couldn't beat so fast. Ibuki felt a little crazy in his heart, and he didn't even know what he was thinking. Something. But this guy from Bandai, Ibuki glanced quietly, and quickly looked away. The smell on his body is quite clean, and it smells very good. Wait. Smell? Ibuki is even more anxious and nervous. She has just finished a lap. She is sweating a little. Does it smell bad? Does it smell bad? Oh my god! Does this guy smell sweat? Ibuki didn't have time to think, he struggled urgently, and wanted to break free and stay away. He must not be smelled of sweat. Only this is absolutely not good. Disgraceful, disgraceful. When Wandai Cheng hugged Ibuki's shoulders, he didn't use too much force, he just signaled, but when Ibuki broke free like this, he naturally couldn't continue to hold him. But it's okay to break free. Ibuki inexplicably wanted to open the distance, but he forgot that the ankles of the two were still connected. In order to prevent the lace from loosening during running, Ibuki just made it more sturdy. In the end, Ibuki wanted to take 2 steps back to open up the distance, and even moved with Wandai Cheng's feet. Under an imbalance, Ibuki turned on his back, and the whole person fell directly backwards. It's over, it's over. Feeling about to fall, Ibuki's thoughts went away, leaving only one thought. Fortunately, Wandai Cheng's eyes and hands are quick, and he caught Ibuki in midair abruptly, so he didn't let her fall down with her. The intimacy of the two of them, to outsiders, looks like the last heavy tilt of the waltz. Ibuki tried his best to lower his waist, while Wandai Cheng leaned forward to support it with one hand, as beautiful as a young man and woman at a dance gorgeous curtain call picture. Ibuki couldn't feel this visual beauty, because at the moment she was caught by Wandai Cheng, she couldn't help looking at each other and met Wandai Cheng 1.3's deep eyes. She can see the reflection of her cheek in Wandai Cheng's eyes. Why is she so blushing in the reflection in her eyes? Also, this guy Wandai Cheng, holding his hand on his lower back, why is it so hot? Ibuki can clearly perceive the heat of Wandai Cheng's palm, which is touching his lower back. There is an inexplicable heat that spreads from the waist, along the back, warms to the heart, and burns to the cheeks. Wandai Cheng didn't notice Ibuki's careful thought, so he helped him stand firm. The feet are still connected, don't be so messy. Oh, thank you, thank you. Ibuki was still a little dizzy, and even thanking him seemed very confused. After standing up, without Wandai Cheng noticing, she scratched her back, scratched her waist, it's not so hot anymore. Chapter 132. After the hilarious almost falling incident, Ibuki became more serious and no longer embarrassed, and let Wandai Cheng wrap her shoulders with her left hand, while she slightly framed Wandai Cheng with her right hand. Although still a little nervous and shy, Ibuki suppressed all the emotions in his heart, shouted and patted with Wandai Cheng, and tried to run forward. There are only a few steps in the first few steps, which is barely enough. If there is no tacit understanding, it is difficult to run a certain speed. The pace they took, one was fast and the other was slow. Even if they wanted to adjust, it was not that simple. Sometimes Wandai Cheng wanted to wait for Ibuki and slowed down, As a result, Ibuki also wanted to catch up at this moment, so he quickened his pace, causing the speed to be staggered, and he almost fell again. Wandai Cheng had to stop forcibly, and stopped with Ibuki. This is not good, we still have to find a suitable pace range. Ibuki obviously realized that this matter is not like other things that can be forced. I'm sorry, I'm a little uncomfortable, I'm used to being alone, and I rarely cooperate with others. 5. This makes Wandai Cheng appreciate it very much. Ibuki is actually quite a good person, and he may be a little bit dragged in front of outsiders. But in front of familiar people, there is nothing to say, except for the occasional little tsundere. He is still a very sincere person. It doesn't matter, practice more, and there will always be a tacit understanding. Isn't there a month left? Wandai Cheng smiled and reassured Ibuki, and told her not to take it so seriously, there was still time. Yet. Hearing this, Ibuki's eyes also ignited the flame of fighting spirit. In the face of difficulties, she is not the kind of character who will give up. So Wandai Cheng paid the price for this, and ran with Ibuki for more than half an hour, from stumbling to a barely coordinated run. When the tie was unfastened, Wandai Cheng felt a little pain in his ankle, but at this moment, Sheena, who was dressed in a school uniform and shirt, brought 2 bottles of water and said, "It's hard work." Behind him was Ishizaki, who had a pained expression on his face. After all, he bought the 2 bottles of water to drink later. "Hiwa, thank you." Wandai Cheng took the water, and Ibuki was a little embarrassed, and thanked Sheena in a low voice. Ibuki didn't know why, but was suddenly approached by Sheena to deliver water. Inexplicably, he felt a little guilty, so after taking the mineral water, he didn't even look at Sheena when he thanked him. It may be that the daughter of the samurai family was raised from childhood to adulthood. After Ibuki looked away for the first time, she felt that this was wrong. What is the old lady afraid of? What if Sheena is good at studying? When it comes to sports festivals, he is not a weak chicken. So why should I avoid it with a guilty conscience? So, Ibuki turned his gaze back forcefully and firmly met Sheena's gaze. The 2 of them crossed their gazes, staring at each other, and neither of them looked away. However, it might be due to the long-term staring at Sheena, which made Sheena a little tired. Sheena lowered her gaze a little, glanced at the position of Ibuki's heart, and then slowly raised the corner of her mouth, winning. "Shit!" Ibuki scolded inwardly, "How proud are you? The old lady has just entered high school and will continue to grow. This is full of potential and the future can be expected, right? Besides, what's the use of that thing winning? Do you understand that it's a hindrance to run or fight?" Ibuki himself was quite speechless, and was resentful in his heart. He really didn't know what these girls who were highly bred grew up on. Why does each one grow better than the other? Sheena will not mention it, the famous Ichinos, Kushida Kikyo and others, although Ibuki looks down on their bright appearance, but Ibuki is still very envious of their bodies. Ibuki can even see the shoelaces, so Ibuki can't figure out, is there a huge difference between his own and other people's food, which will cause this consequence? But Sheena couldn't hear Ibuki's heart, and finally turned to Wandai Cheng with a winner's margin. "This month, are our classes going to train like this?" It seems to be asking the whole class, but in fact it is asking, "Are you going to practice like this with Ibuki this month?" I don't know if Wandai Cheng heard it or not, but Ibuki heard it a little bit, raised his eyebrows and secretly raised his ears, wondering how Wandai Cheng would answer. "Look at everyone." Wandai Cheng closed the cap of the mineral water bottle and looked around. All the members of his class were training hard. There was a young man galloping against the wind on the runway, and the sweat was thrown behind him. There is a member who is teaching the classmates how to exert their strength to win the tug-of-war, carefully explaining their experience, and the rest of the students listen carefully. Even Manabe and the group of girlfriends, who are usually very troublemakers, obediently asked Nishino for advice on how to jump long enough to jump farther. The positive emotions and brimming youth of everyone can obviously be passed on to Wandai Cheng through blood and sweat, which makes him feel a trace of satisfaction. Originally, I don't care about the ranking of the sports festival. As long as we can limit Nagamo's class and let them be at the bottom, if our class performs well, there are so many people with strong athletic ability, it should be no problem to break into the top 3 and get the school's reward. After all, when you practice, everyone really works hard. 35. Maybe this is wanton youth? Wandai Cheng felt a little emotional in his heart. In short, he was a little out of tune. After that age, it is not so simple to want to integrate. It was as if the indifference in his heart was artificially separated from the passion that teenagers should have. Brother Bandai, don't worry. At this time, Ishizaki found a chance to take over the conversation, and slapped his heart like a human ape. We will definitely train hard, and we will strive to get the first place in the 3 grades. After all, the answer to the previous test, the special test, were all led by Brother Bandai and Brother Long Yuan to fly with us. When we finally have a role to play, we will definitely do our best this time. 35. Wandai Cheng patted Ishizaki on the shoulder, feeling that these little followers are very good. Shina and Ibuki, who were still waiting for Wandai Cheng's answer, didn't know what to say, but the answer was completely different from what they imagined. Wait, what's going on over there? Ibuki's eyes were sharp. Wandai Cheng answered his question, and looked around boredly, preparing to practice something else. Ibuki and the others worked so hard, and Ibuki consciously couldn't let it go. Just looking at it, I found that the members of my own class were gathered around, as if they were talking to members of other classes. Chapter 133. The members of Bandai's class were practicing when they suddenly noticed that several students in Sakayanaga's class were staring at them and recording something on their mobile phones. All of a sudden, the students in Bandai class became suspicious, and they called a few partners to surround them. The people in Sakayanagi class naturally refused to accept it, and the 2 sides quarreled very naturally. Who caused the 2 classes to be in conflict? They even started pushing each other. What happened? Wandai Cheng walked over with Ishizaki and others. When the students of Bandai class saw him coming, they felt relieved and recounted the general process. The students in Sakayanaga's class on the opposite side were a little scared, and their aura was no longer so strong, but at least they didn't hesitate. Bandai, let's just take a look. The playground is not from your class, can't we even take a look? Investigating intelligence? Wandai Cheng immediately understood the strategy of Sakayanaga's class, saying that it was just a casual look, and anyone with a discerning eye knew that the other party had already begun to explore the intelligence. But if that Sakayanagi who had never seen him, or an old acquaintance Katsuragi came over, Wandai Cheng would still be able to say a few words. Facing this unknown person, he would not be too polite. Yes, no, hurry up. 35. After speaking, he waved his hand in disgust. Everyone in Bandai class laughed and was relieved. Oh! Who made these guys look so arrogant? We have all been counterattacked by us and lost the leading position of Class A, so why are they pretending to be garlic? Did you hear what Brother Bandai said? Hurry up and leave. If you don't go, we don't mind helping you. 35. Faced with the ridicule and threats from the bad guys in Bandai's class, the student opposite didn't know what to do for a while, so he couldn't make progress, so he continued to argue. He was worried that he would be beaten, but he just left in such a dismal manner, and he couldn't talk to Sakayanagi when he went back. Explain. With so much monitoring, do you want to directly trigger violence, classmate Bandai? Just when the student was struggling, the savior finally came, accompanied by an elegant and soft voice. The suppressed student hurriedly looked back with a grateful expression. They found Hashimoto, Shinji, and a boy similar to Ryuan, with long hair and hunched shoulders. The 3 of them surrounded a girl with a cane and walked over slowly. The girl walked very slowly, and needed the support of a walking stick at every step. She was obviously very weak, but she seemed to have an unparalleled aura, and she did not lose out when she faced Wandai Cheng. Walking like a weak willow, step by step, the laces of the white garter are particularly dazzling and charming. "Sakayanaga-san, you're here." The backbone here was also here, and the students of Sakayanaga's class hurriedly surrounded him and regained their momentum. "This is Sakayanagi?" Wandai Cheng glanced at the girl's weak appearance, and couldn't help thinking, such a beautiful little girl, will you cry for a long time with one punch? But why does a girl with such a weak body look familiar? Ibuki followed Wandai Cheng, glanced at Sakayanagi, and was instantly delighted. Who said high school girls must be nutritious? Isn't this Sakayanagi in front of her just like her? Even Ibuki is slightly better. Let's just say, how could everyone be so outrageous? There are only a few cases. No one knows what Ibuki is thinking about, everyone's attention is on Wandai Cheng and Sakayanagi, and the two class unifiers finally meet head-on, and everyone can't help but wonder, what will happen in the end? Can Wandai Cheng continue to suppress the original Class A and maintain his status as a new Class A? Or can Sakayanagi, who marginalized Katsuragi and regained his position, can avenge Wandai Cheng? Even because they were too curious about the outcome, everyone held their breath subconsciously and silently waited for the result of the confrontation between the two, making the playground, which was originally full of blood and youth, a little strangely quiet for a while. "Sakayanagi, right?" Wandai Cheng looked at the other party in a relaxed manner. "Do you think surveillance is omnipotent? Where is this place?" "It's the playground. What are we doing?" "Preparing for the upcoming sports festival, training constantly." "Then what about the students in our class? They accidentally bumped into the students of your class during the training and race." "Even if there is surveillance, what can they do?" Sakayanaga's expression didn't change much, and he still had a smile that he could grasp, but he was already secretly grumbling in his heart, and the hand gripping the cane exerted a little strength and gripped it even tighter. Originally, she was sure that the other party would never dare to do anything in front of the surveillance, so there should be no problem with investigating intelligence generously and applying psychological pressure. But Wandai Cheng's lower limit exceeded Sakayanaga's expectations, and his wild ideas made it difficult to keep up. Sakayanagi paused for a while to maintain an elegant demeanor and then responded, "It doesn't matter. 99. As long as the students in our class don't stand on the runway, that's fine, right?" Who knows, Wandai Cheng did not care about Sakayanagi, but turned around and asked, "In the future, you will prepare more shot puts in training. It is also a normal mistake for the students of Sakayanagi outside the track to be accidentally hit by us." Var. 66. Yes. Hearing what Big Brother Bandai said, the class members immediately booed and cheered. Looking at it, they wished they would give the guy on the opposite side a shot right now. This directly scares the people in the opposite class. "Mom! Shot put! That's not a joke, it's heavy and heavy. As long as you understand it, there is nothing you can't be afraid of. If you get hit by that thing, it's not a small joke, at least it starts with a broken bone." As soon as these words came out, several students in the opposite class who were still arguing immediately broke into a cold sweat, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, they are also thinking in their hearts, even if Sakayanagi-san forces them to investigate Bandai class information, this task will definitely not be accepted. Who has the courage to taste the taste of shot put? Sakayanagi also noticed the shaking of the class members, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. It seemed that she was the one who was at a disadvantage in this first meeting. Originally, I thought that using surveillance as a weapon, let Wandai Cheng restrain Nyonyo's hands and feet, and then led the class members to investigate, so that the morale of the class could be restored, and it seemed that it was a failure. Wandai Cheng is too difficult to deal with. While Sakayanagi thought so, he was distracted and thought about how to reply, "A shot put or something, it can't be thrown very far." Since he answered like this, he was still being led by Wandai Cheng's nose. Sakayanagi didn't want to fall into Wandai Cheng's rhythm, so after replying, he started another topic. Also, I heard that Bandai classmates, and the second grade A class, there are also disputes? Wandai Cheng doesn't care, it's just a question of one more enemy and one less enemy. What? Sakayanagi, are you trying to threaten me? I don't mind if you go to that Nagamo to join forces. 35. That's not true. Sakayanagi shook his head decisively. Anyway, everyone is a first-year student, not to mention watching and helping each other. At the very least, seniors cannot be allowed to mess around. Chapter 134. Oh. Wandai Cheng glanced at Sakayanagi unexpectedly, and found that the other party's eyes were equally natural, hiding all his emotions well, so he couldn't help but glance up. This Sakayanagi is more difficult than the previous Katsuragi, and listening to Sakayanaga's meaning, the reason why she mentioned Nagamo from Class A of the second grade is not to threaten Wandai Cheng, but to resist the second grade to the first grade. The feeling of starting. Seeing that Wandai Cheng understood what she meant, Sakayanagi gestured with a smile. Why don't we talk about it alone? Oh, not good, not interested. Wandai Cheng denied Erlin, making Sakayanaga's light smile froze a little. Even if Sakayanagi wanted to cooperate against the second grade, Wandai Cheng was not at all tempted. Nagamo's class was just like that in his opinion. There is absolutely no need to reduce his own income because of Sakayanaga's reasons. If you think about it with your feet, you can know that Sakayanagi cannot come to help selflessly. It is estimated that you want to cooperate and fight Nagamo together as a condition to help once, and then cancel the monthly contract of 1 million personal points signed by Katsuragi on behalf of the class? Of course I can't agree. I don't even want to talk about Wandai Cheng, because it's totally unnecessary. Sakayanagi really felt embarrassed. Ben 990 came to follow her overall design and sent a few class students to investigate the information first. While giving her psychological pressure, she could gain the initiative to talk for herself. But don't underestimate the intelligence. Maybe some students will feel that there is no need to investigate. Even if the investigation is clear, what is the use of who is stronger or weaker in a certain item in the rest of the class? At that time, it will be divided into 5 small sessions, and it may not be possible to do so. Run into. If you can't meet it, all the information will have no value. In fact, intelligence is very necessary. If the investigation is more in-depth and careful, for example, this person is very nervous during training, but he is usually very cheerful, then he is likely to be the first to play, and he will train nervously when he is under pressure, but it is usually nothing. In fact, many things can be predicted from the clues. Therefore, Sakayanagi felt that Wandai Cheng must also understand the importance of intelligence. In addition, after listening to Hashimoto and Shenshi describing Wandai Cheng's domineering behavior, he judged that Wandai Cheng would not allow class members to conduct unscrupulous investigations. But because of the existence of surveillance, even if she is reluctant, Wandai Cheng should have no choice. At that time, Sakayanagi will come on stage slowly, explain calmly, get the initiative to talk, and invite Wandai Cheng to talk about Nagamo alone. Things, BBBD, will not be rejected. But who would have guessed, Wandai Cheng broke the game violently, hitting people and shooting shots, making surveillance useless, causing Sakayanaga's pre-planned plan to completely lose control, thus losing the initiative to talk, and even inviting invitations. People don't want to talk to you at all. With just a few words, the two have already had a round of invisible confrontation. Seeing Sakayanagi slumped, the members of Sakayanaga's class couldn't help but feel a little cold. Hello, right? Katsuragi lost to Wandai Cheng, isn't Sakayanagi also Wandai Cheng's opponent? Are they destined to be suppressed by the Wandai Cheng class forever and never go back to Class A? People in Bandai's class didn't see the meticulous confrontation between the two, they just felt that this white-haired girl was nothing more than that, and she seemed to be inferior to the former Katsuragi. Faced with this situation, Sakayanagi knew that something must be done today. Otherwise, the originally planned increase in prestige will inevitably overturn, which will lead to the worst result of prestige decline. Why not? Sakayanagi still looked indifferent, not showing off the mountains or water. Could it be that Bandai classmates are really not interested and know something? For example, what actions will Nagamo take to hinder your class during the sports festival? Or, some hidden rules of this school? Wandai Cheng took a serious look at Sakayanagi, but still couldn't see anything in her eyes. Then I'll just listen. He didn't care what method Nagamo would use, but was only interested in the highly bred rules. After the special test for the privileged person on the cruise ship, he once told Katsuragi, Ichinos, Horikita, and others that he was trying his best to test all the rules of high-level cultivation and try to find out as much as possible. So it's not surprising that Sakayanagi knew about this matter. Maybe he really found something, and Wandai Cheng really wanted to know about it. After speaking, he walked to the side alone. Sakayanagi could only follow slowly with crutches, and he didn't know whether it was because of Sakayanaga's body that he couldn't walk fast, or if he was too fascinated by watching Wandai Cheng's back. He walked faster than anyone else. Be leisurely. The students of the two classes were all silent, waiting for the result of their conversation. The playground is very big, and students from both classes are surrounded outside. No one can eavesdrop on this unique conversation. Sakayanagi finally walked slowly, and said a big secret. Bandai-san wants to know. If you successfully graduate from Class A, in what form will the school fulfill the students' dreams of further education or employment? I'm not interested, change another one. This information is indeed good, but just like that, the social resources in the background are highly cultivated, and it can be accomplished no matter what. There is absolutely no need to care about these details. You're very picky, Bandai-san. Sakayanagi said lightly, and changed it without caring. Then how much does Bandai-san know about the S system? This is interesting. Wandai Cheng's eyes lit up. He just heard the so-called S system once from the student council president of Horikita School. Horikita School once introduced that it is the center of high-level cultivation, responsible for the rational operation of the entire high-level cultivation. It's really not that simple. Such a precious thing, Sakayanagi is able to know a lot. The S system is a particularly complex comprehensive cultivation system. It not only stores the personal information of all elementary and junior high school students in Sakurajima, but also connects hundreds of the world's most advanced universities in sociology and pedagogy, sharing various sociology and pedagogy achievements. The special exams we have encountered and will encounter are actually obtained through the simulation of the S system. The purpose is to provide elite talents to the maximum extent and fill in the blanks. In the past, all highly educated students, now, and future students, will be recorded in the S system and become the foundational data, which is convenient for summarizing a set of simplified process operations. Wandai Cheng listened and even yawned. It seemed that these things were too high-end to understand, but he was paying attention in his heart. That is to say, if you want to understand all the rules, you don't need to test them one by one. Just by getting this thing, you can completely control all the rules? The information given by Sakayanagi is far beyond Wandai Cheng's imagination. So I had to say, I will revise the contract later, and your class will also receive a notice. For the sake of this boring story, change from 1 million a month to pay us 800,000 a month. Anyway, it gives you a little gain, otherwise you might be overturned like Katsuragi in the class. Then thank you Bandai-kun. Sakayanagi slapped the snake with the stick and smiled gracefully. In fact, she didn't care about the class at all. If it wasn't for the better control of the class so as to achieve her goals, she would not come here. Chapter 135. Sakayanaga's information is particularly valuable, but the problem is that since the S system is related to the operation of the entire high-level cultivation, it is bound to be the most important thing for the school, and the average student and even the average faculty member must not know it. Under this premise, how did Sakayanagi know such details? Such a secret rule, even Wandai Cheng, who is actively exploring the various rules of the school, is the first time he has heard of it, but Sakayanagi is familiar with it, as if he has seen it many times. This can't help but remind Wandai Cheng of one thing. At the opening ceremony 5 months ago, the person who spoke at the ceremony seemed to be Chairman Sakayanagi. It's what Chairman Sakayanagi told you. Wandai Cheng mentioned. Although he only met once on the first day of school, he has always had a good memory. Sakayanagi didn't have any surprises either. He seemed to have long understood that he would be guessed by Wandai Cheng after he said important information. Just 4 words solved all Wandai Cheng's doubts. No wonder Sakayanagi seems to have some knowledge of most of the secrets of highly nurtured. The chairman of the Emotion Academy is her father. That is to say, Wandai Cheng's mind is changed, and the highly bred chairman of the board can take people to visit the S system? Even if he can't take people to visit, at least he can give out information at will? In this way, if you want to get the S system and complete the analysis and capture of all the data, you need to win the chairman? There was only one piece of the puzzle in Wandai Cheng's mind, and it was filled by Sakayanagi. Sakayanagi didn't know what Wandai Cheng was thinking about, it was just that you came and went, she answered a question, and naturally hoped that Wandai Cheng could answer her a very important question. The girl folded her hands, pressed the top of the cane, and the cane tapped the ground, just like the action of a medieval knight's sword. Does Bandai-kun like to go out with a pack of toilet paper, a handkerchief, or nothing at all? 35. Hey! Wandai Cheng didn't react a bit, thinking about the whole high cultivation thing in his head, and apparently he was competing with Sakayanagi for the sports festival class, and whether to cooperate against Nagamo. As a result, Sakayanagi suddenly said, "Do you like toilet paper or handkerchief?" Everyone is confused. After being stunned for a moment, Wandai Cheng realized something. A smart person like Sakayanagi will not aim at nothing. Asking this question is bound to have a corresponding meaning. He didn't believe that people like Sakayanagi would waste time on pointless nonsense. Toilet paper, handkerchiefs? Wait, handkerchiefs? Sakayanagi? My impression is that I attended a banquet last year and received a handkerchief as a gift from a big man in Sakurajima, and then gave it to a passerby. Thinking about it carefully, it seems. Wandai Cheng said here, staring at Sakayanagi, the answer was about to come out. No wonder he felt a little familiar when he saw Sakayanagi before. No matter how good his memory is, for a girl who only met once in a while a year ago, no matter how beautiful she is, she will inevitably forget it. After all, she is not too impressed. I will remember Chairman Sakayanagi but not Arisa Sakayanagi, also because the former's highly bred status requires him to remember. Sakayanaga's originally elegant expression, after hearing Wandai Cheng's words, put on a small smile, as if there were countless silver enchantresses behind him, slowly blooming because of this smile. That was the summer vacation of the 3rd day of the new year last year 5. Because of the reason to enter the high cultivation study, I may not be able to see the sea for 3 years, perhaps because of some regret in my heart, I secretly ran from home to the seaside. Wandai Cheng was also immersed in the story along with her narration. Last year, my family wanted to introduce me to Sakurahima's contacts and took me to travel. The reception for adults is really boring, and I also went to the beach to relax. 95. Both are telling their own stories, as if the two stories are unrelated, parallel to each other and never intersect. But after Sakayanagi took out a slightly old brown handkerchief from the pocket of the pleated skirt, the two parallel lines were twisted, and at this point, they blended together, creating an intersection. Sakayanagi raised the handkerchief between the two, met Wandai Cheng's eyes, and recounted lightly, "Maybe the sea breeze doesn't like naughty children and blew my hat away. The hat was a gift from my father. I didn't want to lose it, and there was no one around, so I had to chase it out, but my body was really bad, and I had a heat stroke before I ran a few steps. Wandai Cheng also found it interesting and remembered such a trivial incident. I went to the beach to relax, only to see a girl recklessly chasing the flying hat, and halfway to the beach chair. 4 flowers. I just thought, help me, grab the hat that Feng'er brought to my hand, and when I walked over, I saw that the girl had fallen into a semi-consciousness. At this time, Sakayanagi did not look at Wandai Cheng, but lowered his head to look at the handkerchief, rubbing it carefully, as if reminiscing. After I was in a coma from heat stroke, I felt a little bit of coolness. When I woke up, I found that half a bottle of mineral water was pressing down on my hat, and I kept it beside me. There was a handkerchief wet with mineral water on my forehead. Did someone treat me for the summer heat? I wanted to thank me, but I only saw a tall man of the same age go away. 0. That person. Sakayanagi said here, raised his eyes again, and printed directly into Wandai Cheng's eyes. I have found it. When I just followed behind you, Bandai-kun, I felt that your back was 5 centimeters taller than the back I remembered, but the last 2 backs can still slowly merge into one. Wandai Cheng glanced at the handkerchief, and did not expect that fate would be so wonderful. A small brown handkerchief would bring such an unexpected harvest. No wonder Sakayanagi would tell him that if the S system was not so important in the past, Sakayanagi would have said some other rules to hide the most important information, right? The ancients honestly did not deceive me, but it is really impossible to plant trees with intentions, and to plant willows and willows unintentionally. I went to return the hat, and when I saw the girl was unconscious, I didn't think too much. Sakayanaga's storytelling has ended, and Wandai Cheng is also ready to end. Pour the mineral water that was brought out of the banquet on the handkerchief, on the girl's forehead. I turned around and left. The handkerchief was given by someone else, and it didn't stay in my hands for an hour. The mineral water was provided at the banquet, and the hat was brought by the sea breeze. In fact, it has nothing to do with me. 35. However, 35 Sakayanagi gracefully took over the conversation, the handkerchief to cool down, the mineral water to cool off the heat, and the hat blown away by the sea breeze was blown into your hands by Bandai-kun, and you will return it to me. 39. Anyway, I owe you thank you for more than a year, and I still have to say it. Chang. Chapter 136. I don't care about a thank you. Wandai Cheng squinted, seeing that Sakayanagi was quite sincere, and couldn't help but feel a little more. If you really want to thank me, why don't you provide more information about the school's rules? Sakayanagi didn't hold back this time. For the first time, he laughed happily, revealing his white teeth, like white jade. Sheng Hoxiu, Wandai-kun is too greedy. When you come to Japan for a long time, there is always a chance to have a good communication. Sakayanagi, who left such a sentence, resigned and left the sports field with the class members. At the same time, he also stated that the class members will not be allowed to come to investigate. Although there was a wonderful intersection last year, both of them are not immersed in the past, but each has something to do. Wandai Cheng still has some things to arrange, and Sakayanagi also needs to slowly reintegrate the class. After making an appointment to talk later, the two separated. Without the 990 class members of the Sakayanagi class, Wandai Cheng calmly instructed the class members that students with good athletic ability should simply continue training and perform well in the sports festival. After all, it is an activity that most of the participants participate in, and the class members are always required to contribute. Of course, Wandai Cheng also has the option of participating in all the projects and winning high scores, but he does not want to be so tired. If someone is willing to work hard for good grades, why should he still compete with the people under his command? As for the other small group of people with poor athletic ability, except for Sheena, they were all sent by him to investigate the information of the second-year Class A. There is a surprise here. The members of Bandai's class don't know much about seniors, but Kushida, the little social angel, is very familiar with seniors. Basically, all the materials are available. With Kushida's help, the students in Bandai's class can monitor the second grade class A more smoothly. Wandai Cheng can't help but sigh that Kushida is still very useful. Nagamo didn't have any response to Wandai Cheng's investigation, as if he was pretending to be a master. You can watch it, and put on a posture that even if you collect more information, the sports festival will still lose. Wandai Cheng felt amused by that attitude of underestimating the enemy, but he didn't know if Nagamo would be able to continue to show such a high attitude when the actual sports festival day arrived. When the situation was reversed, Nagamo's expression would definitely be very interesting. Wandai Cheng is so looking forward to the sports festival. With the active training of all the students in the school, the time has come to the end of September. In the physical education class in the afternoon, the students on the sports field are training hard, sweating, and burning the youth that will never come again. The twilight setting sun reflects the burning clouds, and the dusk sun shines on their faces. Even after a month, even a few drops of sweat on their slightly tanned faces cannot hide their high fighting spirit. In Bandai class, Nomura, who had just sprinted across the line, wiped his sweat out of breath. No, it's still not fast enough. Compared with the sprinters in the other classes, you may still lose. Jin Tian handed out water and a towel next to him. What are you thinking, Nomura? How many times have you run the 100-meter race? How fast do you want to run when you are not physically fit? Hey, thank you. Nomura took the towel unceremoniously, wiped it on his head, wiped off the sweat, took the mineral water and didn't pour it directly, but fell down proudly to relieve the heat all over his body. Such a rough action gave Jintian a stunned look, and wanted to remind him that since it is so hot, why not pour water first and then wipe his head with a towel? Let Nomura fight and try to break through the limit. The mountain rib next to him also came over, sweating profusely. To win glory for Big Brother Bandai 5. So some people think that if you fight to the limit, you can break through the limit. Let Nomura give it a try. I know that. 35 Jintian pushed his glasses. Although I didn't play because of my physique, I was doing a good job behind the scenes. I didn't come to Class A to deliver water and towels after the investigation. In any case, Big Brother Bandai has done so much, we can't just lie down all the time. We are just like trash. Just wait for Big Brother Bandai to fly? Anyway, we have to make some achievements by ourselves. Nomura, who wiped the water with a towel again, smiled boldly, ha ha ha. Jintian, for your words and your awareness, I will also try my best to get a good ranking. When the celebration feast after the sports festival comes, I will pay my respects. You 2 cups. After many things, Bandai's class has become more cohesive, and the friendship between the students has become stronger. Such a scene is not only a scene. On the other side of the girls' camp, although the intensity of exercise is not as high as that of the boys, their physical fitness is not as good as that of the boys. They are all too tired, and they can survive until now, thanks to the fighting atmosphere in the class. Ibuki was also very tired. She also participated in many projects, and she was sweating profusely after training in the afternoon. Nishino on the side handed her a sports drink in time to add some energy and salt. Ibuki barely had the strength to speak, nodded towards Nishino, took the tun and took it up, filled half the bottle in one breath, wiped the corner of his mouth contentedly, turned to Nishino, and wanted to thank him. As a result, I saw that Nishino had left and went to teach the other girls in the class, such as the correct long jump posture, and how to sprint in harmony with 2 and 3 legs. Ibuki couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this still the same girl in Bandai's class, Lone Wolf Nishino, who is as famous as her? In Bandai's class, Ibuki and Nishino are the type of girls with excellent athletic ability, but it is difficult to integrate into the circle of girls, and they continue to be alone. If Ibuki can still get along well in the top circle of Wandai Cheng's class, then Nishino is a real lone wolf, and that circle is no longer integrated. Even when Wandai Cheng asked the whole class to hand over their cell phones during the special test for preferential treatment on the cruise ship, Nishino was the first to stand up and resist. Such a person, now teaching his classmates so diligently, and the classmates also listen humbly and ask politely? This kind of thing actually happened to that Nishino? It even makes Ibuki wonder if there is something wrong with his eyes. The conclusion is that there is no problem, the class is so cohesive. Ibuki froze for a while, then slowly laughed, there really is that guy. The current Bandai class has obviously made great progress, and it is absolutely different from the class at the beginning, 1.3 in April, and its cohesion is incomparable. If you touch the past class with the current class, it is really like tofu slag hitting the steel plate, and it will be broken when you touch it. Can I take this as a compliment? Wandai Cheng's voice came. Ibuki shuddered, turned around, and saw Wandai Cheng walking over with a dozen white-robed middle-aged men. Okay, this is it. As a result, the staff immediately got busy. The spread-out table, the rich ingredients, and the barbecue stall setup made Ibuki extremely dumbfounded. This, Bandai, what is this going to do? Condolences to the class members who are busy with training. Like Ibuki, Wandai Cheng looked at the hard-working class members from a distance and showed a gratified smile. The training is so hard, it's not too much to reward a delicious meal. Chapter 137. Wandai Cheng brought so many chefs, who handled the ingredients and ordered charcoal barbecues, which immediately attracted the attention of all the students on the playground. So, that's Wandai Cheng from Class A, Year 1? What is he going to do? Why is the fire still on? No, barbecue? Barbecue in the playground? How could the school allow such a thing? Why don't we continue training tomorrow? I'm looking at it now, I'm a little hungry, let's go to the cafeteria first. Ibuki was dumbfounded, looked left and right, and focused on the direction of the monitoring. The training is so hard, it's not impossible to eat a good meal, but isn't it too ostentatious? Is there any problem with the school? Wandai Cheng has no hesitation, we just applied for a picnic in the playground, and Mr. Sakagami directly agreed. What else could be wrong? It really belongs to you. Ibuki helplessly raised his forehead and glanced at the chefs and ingredients. How many personal points does this cost? It doesn't matter. Wandai Cheng didn't care, you understand that these are just 11 lines of treats for the other 3 classes. CO author knocks so much oil and water every month, isn't it a celebration banquet or a picnic? At the same time as Ibuki complained, there were bursts of aroma on the grill. Ibuki's unsatisfactory throat began to slide, and the subsequent complaints were destined to be blocked by deliciousness and could no longer be spit out. The class members also quickly gathered, looking at the ingredients. Ishizaki also leaned over to Wandai Cheng, Brother Bandai, isn't this too luxurious? 39. Ishizaki's meaning is very simple. He is not accusing Wandai Cheng of squandering his personal points. He simply thinks that this is not a sports festival, and there is no clear result, so it is good to eat it first. If the performance of the sports festival is disgraceful at that time, wouldn't I be sorry for the big meal of Big Brother Bandai? Hearing Ishizaki's concern, Wandai Cheng glanced at it funny, since you are so worried, please wipe your saliva first, please? Look at the barbecue with such covetousness, and say it's not good, why do you stand up again? Woke up? Without telling Ishizaki too much truth, Wandai Cheng then looked around the class and greeted everyone to come forward to eat, no matter what the results of the sports festival next month are. In short, everyone has worked hard this time. I can see your hard work in training. From the lunch break to the evening, no one quits because of tiredness, but continues to persevere here. 35. So this big meal, you don't need to have any pressure and burden, just enjoy it as much as you like. In my opinion, you are worth it. It's obviously just beautiful words, and the students who are a little smarter know that these words are just to boost morale, but hearing them in the ears of everyone is so touching, it will make them move. What about nice words? What about just to boost morale? At least Big Brother Bandai really paid his personal points from the other 3 classes, didn't he? Ibuki's expression was a little warmer, and he suddenly felt that after such a month, the hard work of slowly moving back to the dormitory with soft feet every time was nothing. The same is true for Nomura. Even if he ran a 100-meter run, he felt nauseous, and even though he sprinted back and forth to calculate the time, he felt that this repetitive physical expenditure was particularly meaningful. The mountain rib is also a little hesitant. The kilometer-long distance running is a challenge to endurance, and it is also a challenge to patience. Running around the playground, the lungs are as uncomfortable as burning, but now I feel that it is worth it. Nishino picked up his hair, looked at the fragrant ingredients in front of him, and suddenly felt that this class was pretty good. Maybe here, we can really make friends. Their hard work was recognized and rewarded by Wandai Cheng, and the sense of accomplishment from the heart made them enthusiastic. Big Brother Bandai. I promise to do my best to run and get high scores. 39. That's it. Let's practice another hour tomorrow. Anyway, so much time, going back to the dormitory is just lying down. Support. It just happens that autumn is gradually entering recently, and the later it is, the cooler it will be. It's all right, all right. Wandai Cheng stopped their excitement, smiling and urging them to eat quickly. Seeing the youthful and wanton cheers of the class members, Wandai Cheng felt that his soul and heart were also younger. There is an old saying that is very good, the years of each other's awesome are not as good as the days of being stupid together. When I was young, with a few friends, I calculated the balance, and ordered 100 barbecue. You will never forget the fragrant taste. But after working and getting paid, one person can also order 100 skewers to eat, but he doesn't get the smell of talking, laughing and joking with each other. And now the students of the first class gathered together and trained for an entire afternoon. It was when the stomach was hungry, and it was really satisfying to eat such a big meal. On the playground, everyone is tired, but they can get together to eat and drink. Such a picture of youth under the sunset will really become a page in their beautiful memory that will never fade. Here. Because Jintian had no training, he easily squeezed to the front, took the most popular grilled steak, and handed it to Nomura and Shanri. Let the 2 people who have no strength laugh happily. I thought I couldn't eat it, but the chef said that this kind of high-grade steak is limited 5. Jintian is okay, eh? Why did you only take 2 copies? What about your own? Jintian took off the glasses and folded them. He didn't have the habit of wearing glasses when he was eating. I don't need them. You have a lot of training today, so you need to supplement high protein. Hey! How are you and Laozi being polite to your horse? Shanli was not happy when he heard that, took a small table knife, cut out half of it, and gave it to Jintian. Come. Let's go together. On the other side, Nishino was sitting alone. She had never fitted her skirt since she was a child. This time, she also wanted to wait for the crowd in front to disperse a little before going to pick up the meal. Nishi and Nishino, if you don't mind 990, let's have a meal together? I've already brought you your portion. Nishino turned around and found that it was a class girl who had been instructed by him to jump the long jump. He was smiling shyly at her. No matter how lonely Nishino was, he couldn't do anything to a smiling person, so he could only nodded silently. Then Nishino heard great. Immediately afterward, several girls surrounded her and brought food and beverages. We thought Nishino would not agree, so we didn't dare to come. Thank you Nishino-san. Without your guidance, we certainly still can't find the right way to exert force. Ibuki, who was sitting next to Wandai Cheng, was gobbling it down. After eating what was in front of him, he began to drink tea. When he saw the scene around him, he couldn't help laughing. Wandai Cheng glanced at it. What? It's so delicious? You can laugh while you eat it. That's not it. 39 Ibuki is a little bit like a cat's frying hair, denying a sentence, turning to his ear, feeling this beautiful youthful environment, listening to the loud noises of the classmates. The twilight of the setting sun, the lightness of the treetops in the playground blown by the evening wind, the small sound of birds returning home, the aroma of barbecue, and the cheerful laughter of the classmates. Ibuki gently tucked her short hair behind her ears, revealing the charm of a sports girl for a moment. I just think that now, there must be many students who think it's great to be in this class. Chapter 138. At the end of September, at night, under the deep and boundless night sky, the lights in the dormitories of the highly developed dormitory building were so conspicuous. It is also in line with Wandai Cheng's impression that the school is a fixed impression of darkness except for the dormitory at night. The evening wind is no longer hot in the daytime, bringing the cool autumn air, as if it is a silent talk. Summer is about to pass, and autumn is about to enter. Walking on the road of the campus, the irritable cicadas can no longer be heard, replaced by the occasional chirping of birds. Birds that come out at night? Is it an owl? Is the owl's call chirping? Wandai Cheng leaned against a tree and thought bored. Sorry, did you wait a long time? Kuruzawa hurried over, probably because the temperature was relatively low at night, and she rarely wore a red school uniform in the late summer of this kind of short-sleeved shirt per capita. Yet, Wandai Cheng nodded in recognition, and instead of saying, I just arrived without me, he didn't say anything like a gentleman, but expressed his inner thoughts very bluntly, I want to punish you when I wait. Kuruzawa's startled sound first low and then high disturbed the industrious night birds, and the chirps of unknown birds waving their wings echoed in the small woods in front of the dormitory building. Punish, or something. Kuruzawa said, bowing his head strangely, not daring to look directly at Wandai Cheng. His heart was beating wildly, he was pumping blood with all his strength, and the accelerated blood flow was surging, so that Kuruzawa's pretty face could faintly see a tinge of red under the cover of the night. What is this person going to make trouble for? Why, how could he say the word punishment? Could it be that he wanted to? Think about it a little, and Kuruzawa's face is so hot. It's no wonder she thinks that there are some things like this. The main thing is that they are highly educated and do not allow students to go out. When students get bored, apart from going out to play, when they are alone in the dormitory, can't they just watch dramas and read comics? It just so happened that Kuruzawa recently watched some domineering president fall in love with me and so on. Looking at it, he would always inexplicably substitute the domineering Wandai Cheng into the hero, and then feel that the heroine looked like him no matter what. In the plot, when the male protagonist is unhappy, punishing the female protagonist or something, it is easy for Kuruzawa to have a corresponding association at the moment, so he blushed to such a degree that he wanted to drop blood. It can only be said that she still doesn't quite understand, such as this kind of film and television drama or comics specially for girls, the heroine will be set to be mediocre or even bullied, and then it will be given to the majority of female audiences and female readers. Substituted. Kuruzawa's own experience, it is inevitable that he will look very substituting, so when he heard the punishment, he wondered if Wandai Cheng would suddenly slap her on the tree, and then forcefully lift her chin or something. No. Kuruzawa even hugged his head, the more he thought about it, the more shy he became. I can't think about it anymore. Seeing Kuruzawa's head shrinking like a quail, Wandai Cheng let out a poof. What is it? 5. Kuruzawa let go of his hand a little, no longer tightly protecting his little head, listening to Wandai Cheng's tone. Why did he seem to be joking just now? Confused, she raised her head slightly, seeing Wandai Cheng's serious expression, she was suddenly lost, as if something was missing. To describe Kuruzawa's mood at the moment is like a big New Year's Day, when a child pushes his relatives' red envelopes, and the relatives say, "Okay, since you said so, the red envelopes will not be given." Seeing the relatives who took back the red envelopes, the child wondered how lost he was, and Kuruzawa was also wondering how lost he was at the moment. "Why do you still seem so disappointed?" Wandai Cheng wondered, what happened to this person? Who is disappointed? Kuruzawa hurriedly put on a dissatisfied expression, "Don't talk nonsense." It was just that under the faint moonlight, that blushing, shy girl's expression was not convincing at all. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Don't you have any points in your heart?" Wandai Cheng is very direct, and he didn't fix those bells and whistles for Kuruzawa. He took 2 steps directly, slapped him lightly, and left behind Kuruzawa the thickest part under the waist. Even this time, there was a slight muffled sound. Kuruzawa was instantly shocked. He jumped away in a hurry. In the end, his face was hot, and he tilted his head and dared not look at Wandai Cheng. He put his hands behind his back and asked, You suddenly, what are you doing?" "It's just as you wish, and I didn't try too hard at all." Wandai Cheng waved his hand, not knowing whether he was signaling Kuruzawa not to be too fussy, or he was reminiscing about the touch just now. What does it mean to be as I wish?" Kuruzawa became even more shy, tilted his head fixedly, and stared at the big tree Wandai Cheng was leaning on before, but didn't look at Wandai Cheng. I didn't think about it. Punishment or something. However, it doesn't seem to be trying hard, and it doesn't hurt much." Kuruzawa blinked quickly and gave the evaluation of this slap. "Didn't you just say what's on your mind?" Wandai Cheng raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose, cough, "So what are you going to give me?" The second time he mentioned the business, Kuruzawa finally didn't argue anymore, but his eyes were complicated, and he opened his school uniform jacket like a coquettish complaining, and took out a few documents bound together with paper. "Hey! This is our Class D. The entry form for this sports festival should be very useful to you, right? In order to ensure that there are no accidents, I stared at Hirata and handed the form to Mr. Chibashira, and brought it to you after it was not allowed to be changed." "Really? You did a good job." Wandai Cheng complimented with a satisfied expression, and took the document by the way, but did not read it. What is there to read? The same entry form, whether it is Kushida or Sakura, has been sent to him through the internet. There is also a downside to having too many undercover agents, that is, the information will be highly overlapping, which is really a happy trouble. After all, other classes can't even ask for an undercover agent. Kuruzawa didn't know Wandai Cheng's inner activity, but he was very happy. Mei Fei, Nyonyos, danced sensually, as if he had made a big contribution and was very proud. She is such a simple person, and positive emotions such as happiness and joy will be well displayed on the bright side. After all, in her previous life, such bright emotions were pitifully rare. To be able to obtain such emotions, she naturally wanted to express them brightly. If it is negative emotions, or others, it will be well hidden by her and will not be known to the public. If next time, such as next year's sports festival entry form. Wandai Cheng thought about it, but still planned to click it. "You can enter it into the document on the computer or mobile phone, and then send it to me through the internet. It's safer and doesn't require you to risk yourself running out." Most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air, Kuruzawa, who was originally excited, froze for a moment, his face half laughing, and he froze directly. In short, this expression that froze halfway through the laugh, was extremely joyful. Chapter 139. Kuruzawa's reaction was still quick. After being sluggish for a while, he immediately squatted down. Buried his entire face on his knees. What a shame! Why didn't she think of such a trick? Wandai Cheng must be mocking her for being an idiot. Obviously, she had memorized the entire class entry form. In order not to arouse Hirata's suspicion, she didn't even take a photo with her mobile phone. She hurriedly copied it down for fear of forgetting it, and then took it out and handed it to Wandai Cheng. Really, why don't you just write it in your phone, and just send it as a document? Kuruzawa, I'm very annoyed at this moment. She didn't know it herself, but subconsciously handwritten a competition form, thinking about it, thinking about meeting Wandai Cheng in person and handing it over to the other party. Wow! If you want to laugh, just laugh. Kuruzawa didn't know why he muttered such a sentence. Maybe it was self-defeating? Maybe it was a broken jar? Unexpectedly, Wandai Cheng did not laugh out loud, but rather unexpectedly said, "Pure white, I thought you prefer blue, usually blue shirts." 35. Kuruzawa jumped up quickly, and in the process of standing up, his hands firmly suppressed the skirt, his pretty face flushed, embarrassed and angry. He couldn't help but coquettishly, did you see it? How can you see it? You shortened your skirt and squatted down so carelessly. It's actually more difficult if you don't want to see it. Wandai Cheng is telling the truth. The main difference is that the two sides have different cultures. The pleated skirts of school uniforms that Sakurahima's students envied on their own side are actually generally knee-length or below. But the girls on Sakurajima will always be a little careful and shorten their skirts to make themselves more playful and attractive, increasing their charm 990. That can't be. Seeing Kuruzawa continuing to try to say something, a girl's shout came from behind, "Look at Shinohara, it's Kuruzawa-san, I just said I saw it. She's in the woods." 35. Kuruzawa's pupils dilated violently. Listening to the voice, it was my good best friend Sato who was shouting, and Shinohara was also one of the best friends. The two came over. Then she betrayed the class and secretly communicated with Wandai Cheng. Isn't the secret of her secret contact with Wandai Cheng open to the public? Her heart began to beat faster than expected, and her panicked emotions surged along with the beating of her heart, and Wandai Cheng gently held her hand. Kuruzawa looked at Wandai Cheng anxiously and confusedly. After seeing Wandai Cheng's caring eyes, his mind became clear. Feeling the temperature in the palm of her hand, Wandai Cheng conveyed the temperature, like the spring breeze blowing cherry blossoms in the prosperous season, soothing the restless lake in her heart. The heart lake instantly became quiet, the mind regained clarity, and the tenacious will once again swept away the cowardice. Think about it, Kuruzawa. She kept calling out in her heart, and even started a silent roar in her heart, "Kuruzawa! Think about the misfortunes you have suffered before, and think about the new self with the help of Wandai Cheng. After so much, everything is slowly getting better, and everything is on the best life track. So how can I, myself, fold here?" Kuruzawa's eyes gleamed with a gleam of determination, and he vigorously held Wandai Cheng's palm back, and Wandai Cheng was a little surprised by that tenacious behavior. She turned around and responded loudly, "Sato? Is it Sato? Here I am." 99. A few seconds later, two girls from Class D came together, because Wandai Cheng was behind the tree and the environment was dark, so they were not seen by them, only Kuruzawa was standing outside. Attracting all the attention, Kuruzawa also confronted them generously and attacked them first. "How did you find them? Sato is a girl who is more in line with the hot girl category. Hey, Shinohara and I were at the vending machine just now, and I saw a boy. It should be Hirata-kun? The front foot went into the woods, and the back foot you followed. Came in. I just wanted to follow along and see, what tricks are you two classmates planning to play? It's so romantic, a date in the woods at night." Shinohara tapped Sato lightly beside him. "I told you not to come here, you have to pull me over to be a light bulb." 35. This Shinohara is also smart, afraid of interfering with Kuruzawa's good deeds and making Kuruzawa angry, so he took the lead in setting the pot. What does it matter? Sato and Kuruzawa are good little sisters in Class D, they don't care about these things, and they shake their heads to look around. By the way, what about Hirata-kun? Why are you missing? At first, when Wandai Cheng entered the woods, he noticed someone on the side of the road and walked in using the shadow of the woods to ensure that no one could see his face, which caused such a misunderstanding. Standing behind the tree, he silently raised his forehead, secretly reminding himself that he will communicate with the undercover next time, or he will communicate online, or find a safer place. None of the three girls present knew what Wandai Cheng was thinking. Kuruzawa was the most decisive in the face of doubts. Hirata-kun is not here, are you thinking wrong? The boy you saw must have come here to find other girls, I was just passing by. 99. She thinks a lot. Lies can be lied at this time. For example, Hirata, BBBD, is embarrassed to come out and hide or something. There are as many excuses as possible, and a series of lies can be made up casually. But if you want to make a lie, you need another lie, and more lies are needed, and things will be full of flaws in the end. And once Sato asks Hirata afterwards, things will become more troublesome. Although Hirata is a good-natured person, if Kuruzawa asks, Hirata may kindly help Kuruzawa to cover up, but Kuruzawa is not at ease, and it is impossible to completely pin this kind of thing on the good-natured person who is willing to help. So very straightforward, no excuses. Sato dragged a long tone and waved his hand indifferently. What are you talking about? Megami's face is still so red, don't hide it from us, he must be there, why are you pulling me? Alright, I've seen it, it's alright, let's go. Shinohara continued to pull Sato, without giving her a chance to speak, and pulled the person away. After pulling out a certain distance, Shinohara warned Sato solemnly, you are careful to annoy Kuruzawa-san, don't think about it. With Hirata-kun's character, if he was there, he would definitely not hide because he was shy. Will definitely come out to say hello to us. Hey! Only then did Sato understand why Shinohara hurriedly pulled himself away. You. Shinohara, you mean, that boy, is it someone else? Not Hirata-kun? That's right, just now Megami also said that it was not Hirata-kun, but someone else. So Hirata-kun is it green? Kuruzawa she is in the woods, meeting other boys at night. Sato's voice became a little louder, and he didn't mean to condemn the good sister, only full of excitement of eating melons and inquiring about gossip. Shh. Shinohara frantically took her away, why are you asking so many questions and making such a loud voice? Let's go. Watching the two go away, Kuruzawa breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Wandai Cheng apologetically, next time I will try to avoid this situation. At the same time, Kuruzawa was also embarrassed. Sato's green was too loud, and the woods were too quiet, even if they were separated by a distance, they could hear it clearly. Wandai Cheng shook his head amusingly, actually, it's fine if you don't speak before, the woods are so big, I'll take you away quietly. Kuruzawa blinked, then stared carefully at Wandai Cheng, blinking with a blank expression, then, why didn't you say it earlier? I want to say, you didn't give me a chance. Wandai Cheng's voice was full of joy, I just wanted to take you away quietly, and you shook hands, and then turned around to answer, is it too late? But in fact, this is the case now. Pretty good. This sentence is a sincere compliment. Kuruzawa is a girl, not to mention, at least in terms of willpower, she is not as weak as she looks, it can be said to be quite tenacious. Not bad? Not bad. After the pressure was over, Kuruzawa hugged his head remorsefully, I've been regarded as an indiscreet girl by the two of them. It's not Wandai Cheng's fault, it's really Kuruzawa's dull performance, which makes people laugh. Why are you still laughing? Kuruzawa blushed and sneered, and at the same time there was a strange throbbing in his heart, why did this guy from Bandai laugh so happily? He wouldn't really hope. Kuruzawa raised his hand subconsciously and suppressed the throbbing of his heart. He wouldn't really hope, would Hirata be green? Shouldn't she cooperate? Chapter 140. At the beginning of October, the heat of summer has gradually passed, and the last traces of the heat are still lingering. You can feel the sunshine that is much gentler than in August, and you can predict the end of the heat. The highly bred sports festival is officially launched under the right temperature. Around the huge playground, the seats are occupied by the school staff. The adults who usually work in it all day long have a lively sports festival for high school students, and they don't want to miss it. There are also a complete medical team, treatment facilities, boxes of heat relief materials posted with notices issued by the school, as if to tell the students to act boldly, and when something goes wrong, they can always get timely medical treatment. Wandai Cheng glanced at the medical team on standby in the distance, sat in the awning of his class, and silently sighed at the school's actions. Presumably the school has foreseen that in order to obtain class points in the sports festival activities, the students in each class will do their best to make such perfect medical preparations, right? In the final analysis, it was the school's setting that turned the originally cheerful sports meeting into this kind of cruel all-out competition. While he was thinking about it, the broadcast had already started to announce, "The first men's 100m event is about to start, please take your place." Just start the game like this? It's so boring. Ishizaki sat behind Wandai Cheng and complained loudly, "I thought I could see a very cute cheerleading team cheering." "That's right, sorry." Shanli also complained beside him. "Cheerleading support." Wandai Cheng turned his head curiously. He has only seen the so-called cheerleading support in certain large-scale events, such as a certain basketball game, a certain football game, etc. that are influential worldwide. Generally, they are more turbulent girls, wearing beautiful uniforms, dancing long-legged dances, and heating up the atmosphere before the game, but a school sports festival is only a school sports festival. Does it also have to have a cheerleading part? That's right, Brother Bandai, don't you know? Ishizaki scratched the back of his head dully, and his simple and honest face soon turned proud. "It's not me, Brother Bandai. I used to be a junior high school, but there were cheerleading club. The 3 sports festivals of our junior high school 3 years, the most anticipated is the cheering team's support link, Zilu. Thinking about it is still very emotional." 35. Shanli next to him nodded with unusual cooperation. "We don't have a cheerleading club in our junior high school, but there are still dances to support sports festivals. All the beautiful girls have thighs. I really miss them. This is the youth of the boys. In addition to the blood and fun, there are also the hazy but beautiful cheerleading thighs that will always stay in the memory." Wandai Cheng suddenly felt that the students here seemed to be quite happy. Thinking about the sports festival in his junior high school, no, it should be called a sports meeting at home, so why is there no cheerleading team? Do you guys only have this on your mind every day? Ibuki frowned fiercely. "Oda is going to play, it's better to cheer him on than to discuss cheerleading here?" "Say, that's what I said." Under the pressure of Ibuki's imposing manner, Ishizaki and Yamari shrank their heads in embarrassment, ran out of the awning, and went to the starting line to cheer for their classmates. Wandai Cheng sat firmly on the Diaoyute, just sitting still, quietly watching the track in the field. Ibuki bowed her head in dissatisfaction at first. The standard red sports cotton trousers provided by the school did not best show the charm of her legs, but even with cotton trousers, they still looked slender and straight. Immediately, he snorted in his heart, "What cheering team support? Those guys' legs are comparable to those of a girl who has been practicing martial arts at home all the year round? There is a hammer in discussing those things? If it wasn't for the school's regulations to wear these cotton trousers, and she changed to sports shorts, what cheerleading team could compare to her?" In the end, while maintaining his inner slander, he stared at Wandai Cheng with a blank eye. "Aren't you going to help cheer up? Are you still thinking about the cheerleading team?" "Hey!" Wandai Cheng didn't keep up with Ibuki's train of thought and almost didn't understand it. After understanding it, he couldn't help laughing and crying. "What are you thinking about? I just want to see Nagamo's methods. 35. That guy made a tough talk a month in advance, but he hasn't seen any action from Nagamo. Today, the game officially kicks off. He must have made some small moves, right? Ibuki's little face froze. What? I was thinking about cheering for the cheerleading team, and I almost forgot about it. I quickly stared at the runway, looking like I was ready to rush out at any time. At the starting line, the boys who participated in the first 100-meter race are waiting here. After a month, the track will be temporarily widened, which is not too crowded and will not hinder the performance of each athlete. Bandai class member Oda looked around and felt a little vigilant in his heart. Brother Bandai told him that he must be careful about the plot from Nagamo, Class A of the 2nd grade. For flowers. For his own safety, when Big Brother Bandai allows him to run 100 meters, he does not need to concentrate on galloping, but pay attention to his surroundings at all times. Oda's task is probably to protect himself, and at the same time, explore the way for the class to the maximum extent, and try to find out what Nagamo intends to do. Oda, come on! Before he could think too much, he saw Ishizaki and Yamura came to cheer him up. Oda smiled embarrassedly. It was about to start now, and he didn't have time to explain Bandai Big Brother slowly to them. Account. Let's wait until the run is over. Prepare. With the referee's order, Oda didn't care about chatting, walked to the first runway, the starting line closest to the inner circle, and silently waited for the starting gun. Bang! 35. After his ears were keen to catch the gunshot, this information was transmitted to the brain along the ear nerve, and the brain quickly gave orders to the limbs. The limbs slowed down for a while, and after confirming that no one stumbled at the start, he rushed out. Ishizaki, who was watching at the starting line, was a little confused. Is this Oda nervous? The start is so slow? It's alright, there are still a lot of games to come, just don't be nervous. Shenli was also a little surprised, but he hurriedly spoke up and said some good things. The 100-meter race started slowly, but the steps were slow, and the surrounding audience could see that among all the people, Oda started the slowest. Many students were entertained, and they all felt that Oda was so slow. He was so slow, and he was the first to come up and run. In particular, the first-year Class D members who have repeatedly suffered losses in Bandai's class are even more laughing. But Oda is not a vegetarian either. This month's hard training and the occasional picnic encouragement from Big Brother Bandai have allowed Oda to make long-term progress. He desperately chased after him, almost tying the front line. Just when many viewers were amazed at Oda's performance, if he could start without a beat, he might compete for the top spot. What a surprise! On the runway, 3 second-year students suddenly slowed down a little, and then inexplicably crowded and pushed in front of Oda's runway, completely blocking his way. Then he slowly moved forward. They don't care about the last few, it seems that they just need to make sure Oda is the bottom factory.